Good morning. This Honorable House now resumes. Good morning to the listening audience and to the members in the House of Assembly. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I crave the indulgence of yourself and the members of the House to introduce three new bills on the order paper. And I do so with your leave and the leave of the members in accordance with Standing Order 2028. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, of course, let me acknowledge that, of course, we had an agreement from last House, and these bills were passed in Cabinet yesterday, and they also relate to the mutual evaluation report. And of course, we would have hoped that we could have gotten them here earlier, but everybody is doing all that they can to address a number of areas which have been deficient over time. But we have persons who are working very hard, tirelessly, to address those areas of concern. And I crave the indulgence of the members of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to amend the order paper and to add three bills under public business, which would be the Virgin Islands Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Bill 2025. I would like to add at Roman numeral 6, the 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, so 6. That's 6. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add the Mutual Legal Assistance United States of America Amendment Bill 2025 and the Virgin Islands Customs Management and Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise a second.
A motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me also thank the members for their indulgence and their understanding. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly, entitled Virgin Islands Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Bill 2025, and in accordance with Standing Order 28, I also seek your leave, Mr. Speaker, as well as the majority of the members of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise a second.
Honorable members, our motion has been made. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly, entitled Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Bill 2025, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a first time.
I second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You? Okay. I call upon the clerk.
This bill may be cited as Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Bill 2025.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Mutual Legal Assistance, United States of America Amendment Bill 2025, and in accordance with Standing Order 28, I seek your leave, Mr. Speaker, and that of the majority of the members of the House to dispense with the notice associated with introduction of bills and first readings of bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise a second.
Honorable members, a motion has been made and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Mutual Legal Assistance, United States of America Amendment Bill 2025, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Mutual Legal Assistance, United States of America Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, a motion has been made and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier. I call upon the clerk.
Bill may be cited as Mutual Legal Assistance, United States of America Amendment Bill 2025.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Customs Management and Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 28, I seek your leave and that of the majority of the members of this House to dispense with notice, which is required for introduction and first reading of bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been made and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Customs Management and Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Customs Management and Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, a motion has been made and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk.
This bill may be cited as Customs Management and Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025.
Honorable members, we will now take a short recess.
This House now resumes its sitting. I call on the clerk.
Item number 8, questions and answers to questions.
I call upon the leader of the opposition and territorial member or his designee to ask his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give way to the member for the 8th to ask his questions ahead of me with your permission.
Thank you. I know the next in line would have been the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, what is your position?
Speaker, I also yield to the member for the 8th.
Thank you. I call upon the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn, to ask his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I firstly would like to thank my colleagues for their grace to allow me to go before them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first will ask my questions of the Minister for Communication of Works. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honourable House an update on the status of the Lower Shepherd Hill Road that was undermined and posed a danger to the residents of that community?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Lower Shepherd Hill project has not been tendered today. Madam Speaker, the intent was to first have a community meeting with the residents in the area to identify alternate road options during the construction of this project, as the Upper Shepherd Hill Road is currently closed. As discussed with the district representative, the ministry had anticipated an earlier start for the reconstruction of the Upper Shepherd Hill Road. However, progress was delayed due to the challenges in obtaining the necessary information to finalize the relief matters. The tender process for the Upper Shepherd Hill Road was initiated in 2024, and the plan is to commence work on Lower Shepherd Hill project upon the completion of the upper section.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your response. My follow-up, Madam Speaker, the first follow-up, just a way of elucidation, the member did mention this to me, and I proposed several dates to his ministry for a public meeting for this particular road project in 2024. So I want that to be on the record as well, Madam Speaker, to the public. Madam Speaker, and that never commenced. Madam Speaker, what I would ask, my first follow-up is, can the member advise this House and the people of the 8th District if there's funding available to execute this project in the 2025 budget?
Madam Speaker, the project will shortly be tendered. Obviously, there are funds available for this project.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, and I look forward to us having that public meeting as soon as possible so we could look forward to getting our project tendered and at the end of the day get it done, because it poses a significant danger, particularly when it's raining, to the individual who lives below that road where the debris continues to run into his home. So I thank the Minister for that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please provide this Honourable House with an update of the Upper Shepherd Hill Road, which has since collapsed with the rain events of 2024 and poses an imminent danger to the people of that community?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Upper Shepherd Hill Road project is currently with the Ministry of Finance procurement unit going through the tendering process.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your response. When you say going through the tendering process, can you explain what that is? Has it been tendered? A decision has been made? Are they trying to select a contractor so that I could get some some clarity, because this project has been one of those projects, as you said in your previous answer, that has been going through the process since 2024. So can you elucidate a little bit more in terms of a little detail? When you say it's going through the process, where in the process is it? Is it at the point where it has been tendered, contractors have submitted back bids, the Ministry of Finance is making a decision? Where in the process are we, particularly with this project?
Thank you for the follow-up. Once it leaves the Ministry of Communications and Works, it goes through to Ministry of Finance, then they decide and they submit a tender. I think it was advertised sometime in December, I think it was. And usually that tender process is 4 to 6 weeks. After that, they will go through the process of doing the evaluating stage with the procurement unit. And then after that, it would then be headed to Cabinet, where Cabinet would make a decision based on the recommendation from the procurement team. It hasn't gone to Cabinet as yet, so I'm presuming that they have done the evaluation and they are preparing the documents to get to Cabinet.
Thank you, Minister, and I look forward for an update on this project. Minister, I just want to get clarity as well. My second follow-up is that, so I assume that since it's been tendered, there's sufficient funding to execute this project. Is that correct?
Thank you. Usually the Ministry of Finance would not send out a tender without funding. So obviously they would have to provide the funding. So obviously there is funding for the project.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. And the obvious, they say obviously, but the obvious ain't always obvious when it comes to these things, as we saw in the standing finance process, when there was $1 million+ to do 4 or 5 projects that didn't have enough money to do all the projects. So I have to ensure that that project is executed, as you rightfully said, the danger that it poses to the community as it already collapsed under the weight of itself, Madam Speaker. I'll move on, Madam Speaker. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for excuse me. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please give this Honourable House an update on the undermined road above Mr. Perkins in Greenland that the Minister, the District 8 representative, and the Director of Public Works visited in 2022 and ascertained imminent danger that this project and road poses to the landowners and the residents that traverse this area on a daily basis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The design and bill of quantities for the project are completed. I think the ministry will initiate the tender process once the funds have been allocated.
So you're saying that of all the $30+ million that I see under the Ministry of Works that we executed this year, there's no money right now to get this project going, especially considering if this road collapses, like the one up at Shepherd Hill. A large portion of persons would be unable to get to their homes, one, and it could potentially cause grave harm to persons who are living below this roadway. So there's no funding that can be used to execute this project, Madam Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't say there is no funding. I said once it's allocated, once it's identified and allocated, then the tendering process will start.
Okay, so let me ask you a direct question then, Madam Speaker. When will the funding be allocated to ensure that this project is executed in 2025, or will you execute it in 2025?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess the ministry would confirm that answer before I give you an answer to that question.
You the ministry? Madam Speaker, last time the Constitution says that the minister is responsible for the administration of the ministry. The ministry is the minister.
I mean, you could use your civil vote for it then.
Okay.
I was asking.
So what are you going to do with the $30+ million that you have there from the loan fund?
I'll give you the plan for it.
Okay.
Madam
Speaker, I'll move on. The people of Greenland are listening, and I'm sure they heard the minister's response, particularly to a road that poses a significant danger to themselves, their families, and the person that traverses that road on a daily basis. Well, we have millions of Roadworks money sitting in the ministry. Madam Speaker, I thank the minister for answering his questions in kind.
You ain't got another question?
You can continue, Honorable.
I have another one for you. One more. One more, Madam Speaker. We have one more question for the Minister. Question number 4. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communication and Works please provide this Honourable House with an update on the lifeguards for Long Bay Beach, Beef Island, King Garden Bay, and the Bats Virgin Gorda that were fought for by the representatives for districts, from the representative for those districts and budgeted for in the 2025 budget?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The process of advertising vacant lifeguard positions began in January 2025. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that funding for the 2 additional lifeguard positions has been approved in the 2025 budget, further strengthening our commitment to beach safety across the territory. Vacancy notices for these new positions will be issued shortly to initiate the recruitment process and to ensure a thorough and inclusive approach. Fire officers, current lifeguards have been actively engaged in identifying qualified candidates from all islands with a particular focus on Tortola and Virgin Gorda. As both current lifeguards remain fully engaged at their assigned beaches, Josiah's Bay and Smuggler's Cove, lifeguard training is scheduled to commence in April 2025, following the conclusion of this year's exceptionally active tourism season. The training will span approximately 6 months, providing comprehensive preparation to maintain the highest safety standards. All lifeguard position and beach assignments are expected to be finalized and fully staffed during the 2025 season, ensuring consistent and effective coverage across the territory's beaches.
Thank you for that, Minister, and I'm happy to hear that we're moving that process along as we understand the safety issues, particularly with a busy cruise ship season. We see numbers increasing for King Garden Bay, Beef Island Beach, Long Bay, and the Bats. I think we need to ensure that we have some safety measures in place for our guests, not only for our guests, but for our people who go to those beaches and go to those facilities on a daily basis as well. So it's safe to say, Minister, you said they'll be in place by the 2025 season. That if they're going to finalize the process in April, and training is going to be 6 months, I don't see that happening for 2025.
6 months from April is
6 months from April is always starts November. Okay, it officially starts in November. So you won't see anybody until late November, December. You're saying, Minister? They're about to get persons in place until November, December. Is that a fair statement? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just wanted people to know. I mean, we're here representing the people, so I need to make sure that the people understand. Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to ask the Minister the question, and I thank the Minister for answering the questions in kind. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Honorable, you may continue with your questions to the Minister for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 1. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House the following? A, is the Eastern Longlook Community Center available for use by the public? B, if the answer is no, why not? C, when will it officially be available for the use of the citizens of that community and the wider Virgin Islands?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, while the Eastern Longlook Community Center has not been available for public use since its opening in October 18, 2024, the Ministry of Health and Social Development is of the view that a center can be utilized with limited access to certain areas that require remedial work. Between 2020 and 2024, based on the funds allocated to the Ministry, efforts were prioritized to restore the building's functionality in 2 phases. Madam Speaker, while there are still other repairs and upgrades to be completed at the building, such as the resurfacing of the terrazzo tiles in the main hall, the installation of additional hurricane shutters, and modifications to the male and female restrooms in the main hall, the facility is fully operational for public use. The Ministry has been in discussion with the Social Development Department, and instructions have been given to allow the public use of the space in incremental stages until the remedial works are completed. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that when these specific projects are scheduled to commence, the facility will be temporarily closed to facilitate the necessary repairs. The public, and specifically the Eastern Longlook community, will be duly notified of any closures. Madam Speaker, the Ministry's team will continue to work with the social development team to ensure this community center is open to the public in the coming weeks. Further information will be communicated when this is in place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I hear you, Minister. I hear your response that you were given to read, Minister. But we went up there in October 18th, and we're now in February, almost February 18th. 5 months, Minister, since we went up there and had all them big glorious speech, the Premier, myself, and you, telling the people that the center is finally available for use, and to hear people coming back to me and saying it isn't. It shouldn't take a question in the House for this to happen, Minister. But I'm really disheartened that we're at this point, and I'm hopeful that in the coming weeks, as you said, that the people of the 7th and 8th District get some type of communication on the use of this center, and the fact that we get publicly, because a lot of people around the territory ask for access to this center as well. So please, Minister, we need to get the center open for the use of the public.
You have my word. I'll do my best to get it remedied in as short a time as possible.
All right, thank you, Minister, and I'll keep you to that. I'll come back. I'll be back in a couple of weeks, as you said. Question number 2, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Health please tell this Honorable House, when will the Eastern Lala Community Senior Program be extended to the 5 days from the 2 days as was fought for by myself, that was fought for by the members for the 7th and 8th districts, and funds were allocated and budgeted in the 2025 budget to make this a reality?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, while it would be ideal for the Eastern Long Seniors Program to operate 5 days a week, the funds allocated to the Social Development Program were for staffing and have therefore been utilized to procure a cook and a cleaner to assign to the Eastern Long Seniors Program. However, it is the department's intent to increase the center days incrementally. This will be completed in phases, with the first phase commencing in September 2025, increasing center days from 2 to 3 days.
When is this? What's September?
September 2025, increasing center days from 2 to 3 days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, we sat here in Standing Finance, and that must be my first follow-up question. We sat in Standing Finance, and we asked a very specific question, both the 7th District representative, which is the Premier, and myself. What will it take for us to extend the days for the Eastern Long Community Senior Program from 2 days to 5 days a week? We were given a figure in terms of all that was needed financially. That money was budgeted. Why is it that we're now hearing that we're going to hear extend what did you say, Minister? September. You're going to increase it to 3 days in September, a whole 9 months into the budget year. Minister, can you advise why are we hearing this now, that is going to be moved to 3 days all the way down in September, when we were told, when we were in Standing Finance, what they needed to extend it to 5 days for the entire year? So please advise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the request was very clear for the funding that was needed to do such a program. We just didn't get the money. The funds that we were given were only enough for the staffing. And with the staffing, we got a cook and a cleaner to be assigned to the Eastern Long Seniors Program. We simply did not get the funding as detailed in Standing Finance, Madam Speaker.
Okay. So Premier is about in your court now, member for the 7th District. I've done my part. So can you provide this House in terms of what additional funding that you need to ensure that this program goes forward for what we were told it would go forward for, which was the 5 days a week for the seniors of Eastern Long, and in fact, seniors all around this territory that goes to that program?
I don't recall the exact figure, but the exact figure was given during Standing Finance. It is known. It's not a mystery what the figure was to achieve exactly what you wanted. I recall the conversation very clearly.
Now, I was asking for the difference. You said you didn't receive the money that was allotted. Can you tell us what additional funding that you need to make this a reality based on our discussions that we had in Standing Finance?
I'll have to get back to you on what the difference is. I don't have it up.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Health please tell this Honorable House if the Eastern Clinic is closed? And A, the answer is yes. Why? B, when does he intend to have this situation addressed? And C, have alternate arrangements, i.e. transportation, been made for the seniors, young mothers, and indigents who have rights to go to the alternate facilities?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member again for his question. Madam Speaker, the Irish Penn Smith Clinic was closed on 14 January 2025 and remains closed to this date. As the honourable member would be aware, the Beaver Health Services Authority continues to face challenges with the recruitment and retention of clinical and allied health staff. While there are several initiatives being explored to assist in this regard, the shortage of staff is easily compounded by events of illness or staff exit. During the months of November, December, and January, 2 nurses resigned. 1 nurse relocated and 1 nurse was hospitalized for an extended period. The nurse that was hospitalized has since returned to work. However, precautions are currently being taken. Additionally, this area lost 1 medical staff and a huge shortage of medical staff in other areas, making it difficult to provide cross coverage. Madam Speaker, addressing the situation requires a multifaceted approach, including a development plan to enhance services and secure the necessary human, physical, and financial resources. The BVI HSA continues to actively recruit in a highly competitive market, but staffing challenges persist across clinics, making it difficult to reassign personnel. In order to maintain services on the sister islands such as Virgin Gorda that operates 24-hour service and Enigada, staff are periodically deployed from Tortola. Madam Speaker, consolidating the Irish Penn Clinic and a Rosalind Penn Clinic was a necessary step to ensure the continued delivery of effective healthcare services in the eastern area, given the current constraints. Madam Speaker, in an attempt to alleviate the difficulties faced by seniors and the indigent population in accessing healthcare, the home visitation program is used to supplement the absence of the open clinic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister didn't answer the question. Unless I missed it. I didn't hear it in terms of the alternate transportation, any support for persons, unless I missed it, for persons who I know. But a lot of people who are diabetic and have to change their dressing or who would, probably just try to hobble there to get it done. Now to go long look is very difficult for many of those persons and the young mothers as well. You have organized anything? Have anything been organized for those individuals? I didn't hear that in the answer.
Yeah, missed that part. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I missed it, probably.
Due to existing challenges with vehicular resources within the BVI HSA, the authority currently lacks the means to transport clients to and from the clinic for services. Budgetary constraints have affected the procurement of adequate vehicles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I get you. Sorry, I missed it. So I was wondering if because his pen was in the name of the clinic is why it's constantly being closed, but I realized both of them is pen, so it can't be that, but I guess it's what the 1 pen represents, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, can the ministry though help to supplement the transportation for these individuals while the HSA is working out their challenges in terms of their resource challenges? Because there's a need. That's why I asked the question, Minister.
I thank the member for his follow-up. We are very cognizant of the needs of our elderly. Take a suggestion and be looking into it to see what we can do. Anything we can do to alleviate and facilitate, it certainly will be done.
I appreciate that kindly, Minister, especially in this time, and the seniors also, with our senior program minister, that's something urgently that we need to look at as well, Minister. Question number 4. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House what are his plans, if any exist, to build a polyclinic as previously envisioned in the Eastern Honor community to service the more than 9,000 residents that live in those communities?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member again for his question. Madam Speaker, for many years, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, and more recently the BVI HSA, has championed the need for a comprehensive polyclinic in the eastern end of the island to better serve the community. Project briefs have been developed, including a schematic layout and a service delivery plan. Madam Speaker, the goal is to provide a comprehensive suite of healthcare services delivered within the local community, emphasizing health promotion and disease prevention in an effective and efficient manner. These services will be tailored to meet the specific needs of the community. However, Madam Speaker, securing funding for the construction of the polyclinic remains a critical requirement. As Minister for Health and Social Development, I will continue to advocate for such funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know that you continue to speak about resourcing issues for both clinics. I think if you go ahead and do this consolidation, it would alleviate the resourcing issues that you're talking about, Madam Speaker. So is there no money in the $100 million loan project that we continue to talk about? I heard there's a big portion is for healthcare, infrastructure, and those type of things. Is there no money there to provide the $3+ million I understand it costs to build this project? So we can have a level of consolidation for that very large in a community that really needs that level of service in terms of healthcare services.
Thank the member for that question. The member will recall during I think standing finance, I pointed out that in the loan, it specifically said Dr. Dave Orlando Smith Hospital. And I pointed out at that time it should be changed to a Health Services Authority. Okay. Unfortunately, that change was not made. That loan funding can only be spent for the hospital, Dr. Dave Orlando Smith Hospital, unfortunately. But we do have other funding in the ministry that we probably can reallocate to address what you're saying there. I think what you're saying actually makes sense. Once the two members from the East can agree with the third member from the East, let's make it happen. I think it's a great idea because trying to run two small clinics as opposed to one medium-sized one, I think is a lot more challenging. So I hope you support me when I bring that forward, to have one polyclinic in the East as opposed to two small clinics.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. You have no difficulty with me, Minister. Just bring it forward. I'm sure I know the Minister of Finance very well. We share some grandparents. And I know he has a strong lineage in that district. And considering that both of the clinics are named after a pen, it will be a difficulty with naming the clinic. So we just have to put the two first names. But I do support it, Minister. And I think we need to move forward with that. And I think the Minister of Finance would support this as well to get this clinic. And it would save us money in the long run to do the consolidation, Madam Speaker, and give the services that we need.
Madam Speaker, I'll add one more thing. I do have a location for it, which we discuss afterwards. Once you agree that we can use that location, then like Central,
okay,
I'll advance the project.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the conversation between the Minister of Health, myself, and the Premier, who's a District 7 representative, so we could get this project advanced for the good people of the Eastern Normal community. Madam Speaker, question number 5. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House when would the necessary financial increases for seniors and vulnerable individuals in our community be implemented through the Public Assistance Program at the Social Development Department as mandated by policy and amended in legislation passed in the House of Assembly in 2024. It says 2025, but it should be 2024, would go into effect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member again for his question. Madam Speaker, the Public Assistance Program has long been a crucial mechanism for providing financial relief to our most vulnerable individuals and families. In recognition of the increasing financial challenges facing many residents, my ministry has taken decisive action to revise the grant amounts to better reflect the real cost of living. On 5th of February 2025, just like 10 days ago, the Cabinet of the Virginians approved a revision of the public assistance grants as a basis for these adjustments. This decision ensures that public assistance grants are directly tied to the actual cost of basic and essential goods, allowing us to provide meaningful and sustainable support. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that increased amounts will take effect by the end of this month, February 2025. This means that eligible recipients will see revised amounts reflected in their next payment cycle. The approved adjustments are as follows. Single persons increased to $320, represents a 60% increase. Families of two increased to $485, a 70% increase. Persons with disabilities increased to $495, a 120% increase. The estimated annual cost for these adjustments is $1,722,732, and these funds have been allocated within a 2025 fiscal budget to ensure sustainability. While the Public Assistance Amendment Act was passed and assented to on 22nd August 2024, the full implementation of the amended legislation remains pending as we finalize the necessary regulations. However, due to the urgency of economic realities, the Cabinet has fast-tracked these increases as an interim measure, ensuring that financial relief reaches those in need without unnecessary delays. The Social Development Department has been tasked with monitoring the impacts of these revised grants and will provide periodic updates to ensure the policy meets its intended objective. Additionally, beneficiaries will be formally notified of these changes, and a public advisory campaign will be launched to provide further guidance. Madam Speaker, my ministry is committed to protecting the vulnerable and ensuring that our seniors live with the dignity and support they deserve. I assure this Honourable House that the Ministry of Health and Social Development will continue to monitor the implementation process and make any necessary adjustments to improve service delivery to those in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that response. That's a much welcome response. And I've been advocating for this for some time. I want to thank also the Ministry and the Cabinet for making this a reality, and the immediate past Minister who worked so hard to ensure that policy was done, developed, and the work that was done to get us to this point, Madam Speaker. So it's a good day for all involved, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister. I thank him so much that I wouldn't ask the last question, Madam Speaker, because it was a question that was previously asked and I have the answer already. So I'll save him the time I'll respond to that question, but it's a good day for the people who really need the support and assistance. Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for acknowledging the importance of the legislation. He took it to the line, but I took it over the line. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good point.
Madam Speaker, thank you. In a relay, you can't run all four legs of a relay. But Madam Speaker, I also want to thank, at this time, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, to thank my colleagues for their indulgence and their grace to allow me to ask my questions before them. Again, thank you, Madam. And thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing it.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recall Honorable Skelton's designee, Honorable Lorna Smith, who will ask his questions in his absence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this question is to the Premier and Minister of Finance. The first question. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier please tell this Honorable House how many non-belonger licenses were issued for the years 2023 and 2024, the islands for which they were issued, and the stamp duty collected for each year for each island?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for that question on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, for the year 2023, a total of 67 non-belonger landholding licenses was issued. And for 2024, a total of 81 non-belonger landholding licenses was issued. Amended licenses do not attract stamp duty, as the property is already vested to the individual. Stamp duty would have been paid when the property was purchased by the individual company. The islands for which they were issued were Beef Island 1, Scrub Island 1, Anegada 3, Mosquito Island 3, Jost Van Dyke 4, Great Camano 5, Virgin Gorda 45, and Tortola 85, for a total of 147. Madam Speaker, some of the information for stamp duty for the individual islands was not furnished to me. The Inland Revenue Department is still working on getting that information, and I can provide it when that becomes available. But in total, stamp duty for 2023 would amount to $5,990,590, and that would be broken down across all of the islands mentioned. In 2024, stamp duty collected in aggregate was $6,734,810. Again, I can get all the information as it's broken down by island, hopefully by the end of the sitting, Madam Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Premier. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Could the Honorable Premier please tell this Honorable House what sum of money, if any, was collected or promised at the annual meeting between the Financial Services Commission and the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands?
Madam Speaker, again, I thank the member for that question. Madam Speaker, during the 2024 annual meeting between the Financial Services Commission and the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands, $6 million was received. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Question 3. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier tell this Honorable House what is the total sum of money in the Financial Services Commission reserve and other funds?
Madam Speaker, again, I thank the member for that question. Madam Speaker, as of 31st December 2023, the Financial Services Commission's contributed capital and reserves totaled $37,036,155, as reported in the Commission's 2023 audited financial statements. This amount is broken down as follows: contributed capital, $3,993,900, representing the initial funding from the government of the Virgin Islands when the Commission was established as a statutory board. Property and equipment reserve, $5,687,649, reflecting investments in property and equipment to date, less amortization. Capital expenditure reserve of $13 million, allocated to finance the future implementation and acquisition of key capital assets. Contingency reserve of $10,550,984, earmarked to cover expenses related to unforeseen circumstances. And administrative penalties fund reserve, $3,803,622, funded by administrative penalties imposed and received, with its use restricted to public awareness and education initiatives in particular areas. Madam Speaker, these reserves are essential for the Commission's financial stability, independence, and its continued ability to fulfill its regulatory mandate effectively. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for his answer. Question number 4. Madam Speaker, Could the Honorable Premier affirm or deny whether or not there are plans to merge customs, police, and immigration? If the answer is in the affirmative, could the Premier please tell this Honorable House which ministry will have responsibility for the merged departments?
Madam Speaker, at this time, there are no plans to merge the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force with His Majesty's Customs and the Immigration Department. I should say that His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services has been tasked with writing Volume 2 of the Law Enforcement Review, which was a recommendation of the Commission of Inquiry. The Law Enforcement Review will make recommendations as it pertains to law enforcement agencies, including HM Customs and the Immigration Department. The completed report has not yet been handed over to the Governor and the Premier, but I eagerly await its delivery. However, I can confirm that the government of the Virgin Islands is actively exploring the integration of His Majesty's Customs and the Immigration Department into a unified Virgin Islands Joint Border Control Force. Madam Speaker, the Customs and Immigration Department serve as the first line of defense in protecting our borders and safeguarding national security. While these agencies have functioned effectively within their individual mandates, the government recognizes that a more coordinated, intelligence-driven approach is necessary to strengthen border security, streamline operations, and enhance service delivery for residents, businesses, and visitors. Following a study visit to the Cayman Islands in June 2024, where a delegation comprising officials from Customs, Immigration, and the Ministry of Finance examined the Cayman Islands Customs and Border Control model, it was evident that integrating border security functions yields numerous benefits. These include improved operational efficiency, enhanced and enforcement capabilities, and a more seamless experience for travelers and businesses. Madam Speaker, the proposal to establish a joint border control force is being approached in a phased manner with due consideration for legislative, operational, financial, and human resource implications. A structured transition plan is being developed, which will include extensive stakeholder consultation, staff engagement, and a modernization of border management technology. As to the question of ministerial responsibility, the framework of the new agency is still under development, but the power to assign responsibility for the conduct of any of the business of the government of the Virgin Islands, with the exclusion of the governor's constitutional responsibilities, lies with the Premier, in accordance with Section 56 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. Madam Speaker, I wish to assure this Honorable House and the public that this initiative is not about job losses or downsizing, but rather about building a more robust and efficient border security system that enhances the safety, economic stability, and global competitiveness of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Premier for his response. Question number 5. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier please tell this Honorable House how soon the government of the Virgin Islands retirees' pension will be adjusted to align with the recent salary increase for public officers, as well as to accommodate the rising cost of living?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for this question. At its meeting of the 12th February 2025, Cabinet decided that the Ministry of Finance, by June 2025, would conduct a review of existing pensioners to determine if pension payments are at a reasonable rate taking into account the relevant factors within and relating to the economy, and would make appropriate recommendations for a rate increase of pension to pensioners and the surviving spouses of deceased pensioners who are in receipt or eligible for a pension on or before 1st January 2024. This is a part of government's overall pension reform strategy, which is being led by a steering committee. The members of the steering committee include Deputy Governor and the Financial Secretary as co-chairs, Permanent Secretary in the Deputy Governor's Office, the Director of Human Resources, the President of the Civil Service Association, the two project managers, a legal representative, a representative from the Central Statistics Office, a representative from the Virgin Islands Retired Public Officers Association, and a private sector representative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, to the Premier for his response. My final question to the Premier on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier tell this Honorable House the total funds contributed by the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Vibes Cartel concert to be held in the BBI this year?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for this question. The total funds that the Government of the Virgin Islands has contributed to the Vibes Cartel concert to be held in the territory this year is $220,000. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for his response.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon the Yes. Honorable, you may continue in relation to the questions to the Minister for Communications and Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communications and Works tell this Honorable House what is the budgeted cost for reinstating the Seacows Bay and the Hodges Creek main roads?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 2025 capital estimates allocate $1.4 million for the Hodges Creek Road project. Additionally, a total of $13 million has been designated from loan funding for 2025, a portion of which will be used to support the Seacows Bay Road project.
Thank you. Yes. I now call on the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member to ask the Honorable Premier his questions.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, given the growing concerns over food costs, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance with responsibility for agriculture please provide this Honorable House with a list of initiatives and incentives that have been provided to improve the productivity and sustainability of farmers across the territory over the past 2 years? B, what support will his ministry provide farmers in 2025? And what is the allocated budgeted amount for similar initiatives in 2025, exclusive of infrastructure development? C, a detailed list of short and long-term goals his government has for the agricultural industry, inclusive of egg, poultry, and livestock farming, along with long and short-term crops. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Deputy Speaker for this question. The initiatives and incentives provided to improve the productivity and sustainability of farmers across the territory over the past 2 years are as follows. 1. Allocated approximately 35,000 square feet of fence land at Paraquita Bay for the agricultural aspect of the registration, apprenticeship, training, employment, and development program. 2. Commence the design and project management phase of the agriculture and fisheries processing complex. 3. Commence discussions with the Recovery and Development Agency on the reservoir project for Paraquita Bay farmers. 4. Commence the surveying of lands allocated to agricultural production in Anegada. 5. Continue the annual celebrations of the Agriculture and Fisheries Exhibition and Market, allowing stakeholders to showcase and sell their produce and products. 6. Supported the mapping of soil properties for environmental, food security, and biodiversity management throughout the territory, and trained 2 officers in soil analysis through the Darwin Initiative facilitated by the Department of Disaster Management. 7. Supported farmers with fencing materials, fence posts, fence wires, and barbed wires at cost. 8. Supported farmers with animal and crop health, inspection, and development services at no cost. And 9. Supported duty-free exemption requests on equipment and machinery imported by registered farmers. Madam Speaker, we will continue to support farmers regarding the previously mentioned services in 2025. We will distribute land for agricultural development on Tortola, Virgin Gorda, Anegada, and Jost Van Dyke through a land and production agreement. 2. We will begin to fence and distribute lots on Anegada and Virgin Gorda and to implement road access. The sum of $390,000 has been allocated for these purposes. 3. Complete the water policy to provide farmers access to water at preferred rates. 4. Create and deliver training opportunities for farmers on essential animal health and management practices and promote the growth of specific crops to meet the market's needs. 5. Implement training program and demonstration sites as per the OECS Climate Resilient Project. 6. Promote learning networks among farmers throughout the Virgin Islands. 7. Develop learning network relationships with regional counterparts. And 8. Provide assistance grants for developing shade houses, hydroponic operations, and improving livestock genetics. Madam Speaker, I'll now provide my government's short-term and long-term goals for the agricultural industry, including egg, poultry, livestock production, and long and short-term crops. Our short-term and long-term goals are as follows. 1. Designate and allocate additional land for crop, poultry, and pig production. 2. Promote techniques to maximize agricultural production on limited land space. 3. Promote the expansion of broiler, layers, and duck production, reducing importation. 4. Promote the harvest program, which seeks to bring young people into the agriculture and fishery sectors by highlighting hands-on learning, advocacy, resource management, and technology integration for a sustainable future. Madam Speaker, for clarity, the acronym HARVEST stands for H, hands-on learning, engaging young people through practical experiences in agriculture and fisheries. A, advocacy for sustainability, encouraging youth to advocate for environmental friendly practices in food production. R, resource management, teaching skills in managing natural resources responsibly and efficiently. V, vision for the future, inspiring young leaders to envision sustainable agricultural and fisheries practices. E, empowerment, equipping youth with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed in these sectors. S, social engagement, promoting community involvement and collaboration among young people in agriculture and fisheries initiatives. T, technology integration, utilizing modern technology to enhance learning and innovation in agriculture and fisheries. 5, support the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Resilient Agriculture Project, which funds training for farmers who adopt production methods such as shade houses, composting, and water catchment and water saving methods. 6, promote the expansion of pollinators by supporting bee production. 7, promote the development of fruit tree orchards. And 8, promote self-sufficiency in certain cooking herbs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Premier for that vast list of incentives that will be provided to farmers, and I think they're grateful to hear that. Madam Speaker, one follow-up question to the Premier. In the beginning of my question, I spoke about the growing concerns of food costs. With all of the initiatives that the Premier has stated, is he able to give us perhaps some insight as to when he thinks we will see food costs perhaps being affected by all of these initiatives that he has listed?
Madam Speaker, indeed, we are heavily reliant on imported food. And therefore, of course, and as we see with the potential trade wars with the United States and other countries, the prices for food can be volatile, especially as it pertains to wars, Ukraine and Russia, for example, the conflict in the Middle East. So many factors can contribute to the volatility of food prices. And therefore, our efforts to build more food production, not only in the Virgin Islands, but in CARICOM countries and throughout the Caribbean, is essential to stabilize prices and to mitigate against that volatility. I can't say I can give a date when we would see enough production in the Virgin Islands to be able to make a significant difference to those persons who will be purchasing their goods. But I can say to you that we are taking the necessary steps to build the agricultural and the food production industry in the Virgin Islands. There's a lot more work that needs to be done before we see a very significant impact. I appreciate the work that the junior minister is doing in this particular area, as well as the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. And I know the member is very much focused on agriculture and fisheries, and we'll remain in dialogue on what steps we can do to kind of increase the speed and the pace. And I have to say to you, of course, that I always think that we move too slowly in this particular area because of the risks that we are exposed to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier. Just one more follow-up. In my question, I spoke of eggs, Madam Speaker. I had a lady who I bought a crate of eggs for $13 from because she told me she bought it in the supermarket. So if the Premier could give any indication as to just that one item, egg production, when does he think we might be able to see something happening with farmers with the cost of eggs? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by my junior minister that right now local eggs are cheaper than imported eggs, which is I would say a good sign. But of course, as I said in the statement, we will have a focus on egg production. The junior minister may be better placed, Madam Speaker, to speak on those because he's directly engaged on those issues. I'm not sure what the protocol as it pertains to answering questions and follow-ups. Has to go through me. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, perhaps we can engage on that further through dialogue, and the junior minister can inform about the specific initiatives that we're taking to increase egg production. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the Premier's responses. May I move on, please?
Yes, please proceed.
Question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance with the responsibility for fisheries please give this Honorable House, based on his responsibility for two budgets, details of A, the support his government has given fisher folk in the past 2 years through incentives or grants. B, what are his government's short and long-term plans to strengthen and build the industry? And C, what percentage of the ministry's budget is allocated to these incentives initiatives, and incentives exclusive of infrastructural development. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Deputy Speaker for his question. My government has supported licensed commercial fishers for the past 2 years through the Center for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science, an executive agency of the United Kingdom Government Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. 4 fisherfolk representatives participated in a 3-day fisherfolk pair learning exchange in Barbados, hosted by the Barbados National Union of Fisherfolk Organization, where they learned about how they could be involved in fisheries management and decision making. Fishers were invited to participate in a pilot project using an electronic trap recovery system to reduce ghost fishing in the Virgin Islands. Through the project, fishers were supplied with electronic fishing trap recovery systems. Training sessions were provided on the group process for registering fisherfolk organizations, the organizational structure and operation of fisheries organizations, the financial operations of fisheries organizations, and effective leadership in fisherfolk organizations. CFAS facilitated the training sessions to improve the knowledge of Virgin Islands fisherfolk on key topics related to forming a fisherfolk organization. Madam Speaker, our plans to strengthen and build the fishing industry are as follows. 1. Designate land for the development of landing sites on Tortola, Bojingoda, Anigada, and Jos Van Dyke. The landing sites will facilitate the collection of catch data and the processing and sale of fish for those fishers who choose to market directly to customers. The sum of $110,000 has been included in this year's budget for the designs for 2 sites. 2. Promote electronic monitoring devices that will enhance safety at sea and traceability for commercial fishing fleets. 3. Develop a policy to ensure recovery from hazards is quicker than that experienced after the 2017 hurricanes. 4. Develop sustainable marine-based industries such as aquaculture, fisheries, and marine tourism. 5. Strengthen fisheries regulation, including scuba and spear fishing. 6. Train young fishers in sustainable practices and promote fisheries as viable businesses. Madam Speaker, the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries budget for 2025 is $3,084,000. This represents 15% of the funds allocated under the Premier's office. A breakdown of the department's budget can be summarized in 4 broad areas. Agricultural exhibitions, $60,500. BVI Fishing Complex, $148,801. The Abattoir, $180,724. And Administrative and Support Services, $2,634,586. It is important for persons to understand, Madam Speaker, that the support services under the department include the following: animal and plant health, inspection and development services, slaughtering of livestock, consultation services, recommendations for exemptions from custom duties, recommendations for trade licenses, animal control and transportation services, and tractor services. For fisheries, animal health inspection and development services, fishing licenses, vessel registration, and recommendations for exemptions from customs duties. Madam Speaker, the government is in the process of developing an agriculture and fisheries grant policy, which will be aligned with the existing institutional and non-institutional grant issuance framework policy, which was developed under the COI recommendation B7.06. This policy document outlines the essential components necessary for creating a robust governance framework for grants awarded to various institutions within the Virgin Islands. It encapsulates best practice principles and provides a comprehensive guide for developing, managing, and evaluating grant processes. This policy establishes overarching grant management standards for all ministerial grant programs, ensuring alignment and efficient use of government resources. By promoting transparency, accountability, and effective program design, these standards aim to maximize the impact of grant funding in achieving government priorities. By adopting these principles and procedures, the government can ensure that grant funding is used effectively to address community needs, support strategic priorities, and achieve measurable outcomes. The framework represents a commitment to good governance and the responsible management of public resources. In this year's budget, the sum of $170,000 is budgeted to support grants for development of shade houses and hydroponic operations in the sector, and other fisheries and agriculture activities. Madam Speaker, if we total the sums allocated for fencing lots and implementing road access to lots, designing of the fish landing sites, training opportunities, and grants of $170,000, which is $800,000 in total, we can conclude that 16.72% of the department's budget has been allocated for initiatives and incentives in this year's budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Premier once again. Also, I would like to yield to the member for the second, according to Standing Orders 18.4, for a supplementary question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And territorial member. Madam Speaker, my follow-up comes from Part B of the original question from the Honorable Member. Could the Honorable Premier please tell this Honorable House of the plans to strengthen the industry? How soon can we expect to see the securing of the waters that we are responsible for from illegal fishing?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, our junior minister is the one tasked with this particular area and probably best suited for follow-ups. But considering the fact that it has to go through me, I'll point you to the Blue Belt Initiative. Cabinet recently signed on to the Blue Belt Initiative, and the United Kingdom will be assisting us through the Blue Belt Initiative with monitoring our waters for illegal fishing, which is one of the benefits of the Blue Belt program. But of course, internally, we've also been speaking about our ability, our local capabilities of monitoring our waters through the merge of customs and immigration, as well as, of course, the responsibility of the shipping registry in leading us in that process of monitoring our marine borders. And that is also related to our adherence to the III code. So I can't give an exact date. We sign up to the Blue Belt Initiative. I would expect that very soon we'll be able to say that we've signed on to the initiative, and we'll be able to benefit from what that Blue Belt Initiative provides. Thank you.
I rise again. I thank the Premier. One supplementary on this, along the same lines as my colleague for the second. In terms of short and long-term plans to strengthen and build the industry, Madam Speaker, does the Premier or the Junior Minister, I guess, since he was referred to, do they have any plans to collaborate with other entities in the Caribbean aside from Barbados to perhaps enhance fishing techniques, and especially in the field of labor? A lot of fishermen are having trouble getting their fisher folk into the country in order to have them assist with them when they're going out doing long line fishing and these things. So is the ministry looking at ways to perhaps expedite or assist fishermen in getting trained labor in to grow the industry and strengthen it? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I can say about it is on the CARICOM level. We've been in discussions with CARICOM. The CARICOM has its single market economy. And one of the initiatives in the CARICOM single market economy is harmonizing our regulations and our procedures as it pertains to hiring to better facilitate hiring. Now, of course, we have a different regime. We're not part of this single market economy. But of course, as it pertains to immigration, as it pertains to labor, we are seeking to make the government processes more responsive to the needs of our business people. So I would say in line with that, we want to be more efficient and effective to be able to facilitate labor where we don't have local labor. But I personally believe, Madam Speaker, that fishing and farming is areas that we can focus on local labor as opposed to the importation of labor. I think that's an area that our young persons can really thrive in. And I for one would be certainly disappointed if we weren't able to preserve those opportunities for our local fisher folk. And as you can see, of course, we are going to be introducing a rated program as it pertains to agriculture. I believe that same thing should be extended to fisher folk as well. But I certainly take the point. I would like to know a lot more about your queries as it pertains to importing labor to assist with fishing. I'm willing to speak with you as well as a junior minister about that. But to say, you know, we've been working with CARICOM. Even if we don't sign on to the CSME, some of the principles of it we agree with. And it's the same also for the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, where we are fully engaged on an agricultural and fisheries level. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier, and I will take him up on his invitation to have conversations with himself and the junior minister. I'm limited to 2 supplementaries, so I'll get the other one in another manner in the House. All right, Madam Speaker, moving on. Honorable Premier, your administration has actively advocated for the territory's self-determination. However, concerns have been raised about the lack of broad public consensus on this critical issue. Additionally, the recent United Nations visiting mission to the British Virgin Islands, should be Virgin Islands, in August 2024, gathered information from a limited segment of our population. Given these factors, how does your government plan to ensure that the pursuit of self-determination reflects the collective will of all Virgin Islanders? Furthermore, how has the UN mission's report influenced your decision to advance this agenda? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Deputy Speaker for this question. Madam Speaker, it is important to recall that the people of these Virgin Islands have long been on a journey of self-determination. Through our will and determination, we have made significant advances in self-governance. Let us not forget that these Virgin Islands were under direct rule by the British Empire for nearly half a century, until a constitution was approved in 1950 that restored the Legislative Council, which was in response to the mass protest by our foreparents against colonial neglect during the Great March of 1949. We now proudly honor their great sacrifice that set us on a path and trajectory to take greater and greater control of our own affairs. With each constitutional advance, we have done so. A new constitution in 1967 introduced the ministerial system of government that transferred the bulk of executive powers and authority from the governor, who was previously the minister for all subjects. The ministerial system gave us a local chief minister and ministers to directly run the affairs of the islands. The late Hamilton Lavity Stout was our first chief minister. Despite this progress in self-governance, the governor still retained control of the public finances, and the government relied on granting aid from the United Kingdom. Our next stage of self-governance came with the 1976 Constitution that transferred the finance portfolio from the governor to the chief minister, who at the time was the late Dr. Willard Wheatley, LLD, MBE, who became our first Minister of Finance. Through tireless efforts, his administration balanced a budget for the first time in 1978, internal and external security and defense. He also chairs cabinet. We, as a people, must aspire to have control of these remaining areas of governance that are presently not in our hands. We must believe and demonstrate to ourselves that we can effectively manage these subjects. Importantly, Madam Speaker, all of the advances in self-governance I earlier outlined have always followed consultation of the people. The Honorable House and the public can be reassured that my administration will continue this tradition. Madam Speaker, this brings me to the visiting mission to the territory that was conducted by the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization that took place from the 26th to the 27th of August 2024. The basis of the visit is that the Virgin Islands remains on the UN list of the 17 remaining non-self-governing territories that fall under the remit of the UN Special Committee on Decolonization. The territory has been on the list since 1948. The mandate given to the Special Committee by the UN General Assembly is to monitor developments on the ground, assess the progress of decolonization, and support the territory at administering power in the decolonization process with things like information and technical assistance. One of the means by which the Special Committee achieves this is through visiting missions to the territories to assess their particular situations and to gauge the views of their people and the progress of decolonization. The first such visiting mission to the Virgin Islands was in 1976 during the second Willard Wheatley administration. The 2024 visiting mission was initially requested by the government of the Virgin Islands in 2019. It was finally approved in 2024 with the mutual consent of the Special Committee, the government of the Virgin Islands, and the United Kingdom. All parties agreed that the visiting mission would not be politicized or biased in any way. For this important reason, the itinerary of the visiting mission included a broad and diverse group of local stakeholders to ensure societal engagement as balanced. The preparation of the itinerary and list of stakeholders was led by Permanent Secretary Mrs. Carolyn Stout-Igwe and her team in the Premier's office, who finalized with the UN delegation. The UN delegation met a cross-section of non-government stakeholders from across society on Tortola and Virgin Gorda, with virtual participation from Antigua and Jost Van Dyke. At governmental level, the UN delegation met permanent secretaries, representatives of statutory boards and constitutionally established offices, the Constitutional Review Commissioners, the Attorney General, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, members of the opposition, and the government. A courtesy call was also paid on His Excellency the Governor. By all accounts, the stakeholder meetings went exceptionally well, and all stakeholders had the opportunity to freely express their views, as is reflected in the report. My ministerial colleagues and I attended only the meetings arranged for the sitting government. We did not attend any of the non-governmental stakeholder meetings to respect the mutual agreement not to politicize or bias the visiting mission and ensure no one felt inhibited from expressing themselves. Madam Speaker, I commend my permanent secretary and her team for their hard work in facilitating the UN delegation and ensuring the success of the visiting mission. Madam Speaker, in terms of the official report on the visiting mission, the UN published a report just under 2 weeks ago. The report reflects the findings of the UN delegation from their interaction with stakeholders during their time here in the Virgin Islands. It is independent of the government of the Virgin Islands. It is a UN report, and we trust that it is objective, fair, and balanced. The findings and recommendations are there for consideration. In a press statement, I notified the public of the report's publication and encourage everyone to read it. I also indicated that that a public forum will be organized to permit members of the public to express their views on the report's findings and recommendations. This is because my government believes in consultation with the people and democratic accountability. In the weeks ahead, I will also lay the report on the table of the House of Assembly for debate in the context of our constitutional review, so that all legislators can have their say. Madam Speaker, the visiting mission was historic in nature and the report is an important document for consideration as it reflects the overarching position expressed here on the ground by stakeholders. It should be taken very seriously. My government considers the report a mark of progress in moving the national conversation forward on our constitutional and long-term future. We will continue to consult the people of the Virgin Islands on the path of self-determination in achieving a full measure of self-government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier. One supplementary. Premier, you mentioned your public statement, your statement to the public. In that statement, you mentioned 3 recommendations, one of which was to have educating of the public, and the second one that I can recall was also the possibility of a referendum. A referendum would allow the wider Virgin Islands territory to be able to weigh in. Now, Madam Speaker, while I agree that self-determination is necessary for our country, I also believe that we must engage the public on a wider scale and get their views. So, Premier, my question is, do you plan to have a referendum to determine the public's views on self-determination of the Virgin Islands? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, yes, of course it is stated very clearly from the United Kingdom and United Nations that, of course, before taking any steps to change status, there must be a referendum where the population express their wish and their view. The government cannot take the Virgin Islands to any change in status. It has to be something that the people of the Virgin Islands agrees with and the people of the Virgin Islands wish to see happen. The best way to do that is through a referendum. But we'll also take forward the recommendation not only of the C-24 visiting mission, but the Constitutional Review Commission in establishing a decolonization commission, which would be tasked with the responsibility of educating persons. It wouldn't be prudent to have persons take a vote on something as important as self-determination without a long sustained public awareness and education campaign. So those recommendations of the report I do agree with. We will lay the report on the table of the House and have a debate so members also can express their view as to whether they agree with the recommendations of the report, and we can take additional steps forward on this journey of self-determination. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier. I also, once again, Madam Speaker, according to Standing Orders 18.4a, I yield to the member for the 6th for this additional supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank very much the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, Honorable Mehta. Madam Speaker, self-determination and independence are not synonyms for each other. And self-determination, Madam Speaker, has various tenets. You could have self-determination where one country is subsumed into another. You could have it where there's a free association. You could have it as we have it now. You could have it as independence, or you could have it as any other form of arrangement that a free people will want to make. Madam Speaker, when the Premier speaks of self-determination, he speaks specifically of independence, which is one of the tenets of self-determination. The UN report now provides a timeline towards independence, Madam Speaker. I want to ask the Premier, who gave him the authority to determine on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands which form of self-determination they prefer? Because that should have been the very first question. These are the options, which one do you prefer? And based on what you say to me, I take my marching orders and move accordingly. The Premier seems to be taking this country somewhere else. So can the Premier tell me where did he get the authority to move forward on this mission that he's on? And he has not consulted with the people of the Virgin Islands to find out their wishes and what form of self-determination they prefer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the sixth for that supplementary question. Let me correct the member, Madam Speaker. I have expressed on many occasions in public forums that the people of the Virgin Islands have a choice as it pertains to what option they choose. And of course, what the member has stated, I have said on many occasions. I have spoken to persons about the option of free association, about integration, and about independence. And certainly, Madam Speaker, no one can accuse me of seeking to push one or the other. I can express my preference and my choice, but we all have choices as it pertains to this. The member asks where I get my authority. Madam Speaker, the United Kingdom has signed on to the UN Charter. The UN Charter says that every nation on the planet must be decolonized. And that is the remit of the UN Committee C24. The United Kingdom themselves has signed on to that obligation. And all nations around the world have stated clearly that colonization must be a thing of the past. And I'll also correct the member, Madam Speaker, in saying that our present arrangement is an option. Our present arrangement is not an option. Our present arrangement is colonialism. It is clearly colonialism, and I would refer persons to the report done by Carlisle Corbyn that speaks about the democratic deficit that exists here because we have an unelected governor assuming the authority that he does in the Virgin Islands. And I also get authority by my foreparents who've been here fighting here since slavery to advance the people of the Virgin Islands in their interests of becoming full human beings with dignity and not subject to colonialism. And we, like many other nations on the planet, should have equality. And we should be dignified. Yeah, we should have the dignity of being fully free people. Anybody who disagrees with us being having our full human dignity, they can express that. But I'll also express my views on behalf of myself and my ancestors who are buried here and who sweat and died here and who are enslaved here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier. I think that was important for all of us. Madam Speaker, may I move on with my questions for the Minister of Communications and Works?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, recently the roads on the eastern end of Tortola received a facelift. Could the Honorable Minister for Communications and Works please tell this Honorable House the details regarding the number of miles addressed and the total cost for these recent road resurfacing projects in the 7th and 8th districts, exclusive of the ongoing works from Hodges Creek to Paraquita Bay? Thank you.
Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and I appreciate the comments made by the territorial at-large member regarding the road resurfacing efforts in the 7th and 8th districts, which he describes as a facelift. However, Madam Speaker, it's important to recognize that this exercise is not merely cosmetic. The areas in question have been in a deplorable state for many, many years, both before him being elected and even before me. I must note that while sewage works are pending for the area from Paramtown to the Eastern Police Station, discussions that have been ongoing for over 20 years, we simply wanted to provide immediate relief to the motoring public. Thus, a section from the Paramtown Bridge to the Eastern Police Station has only received a scratch coat of asphalt, unlike the other areas that receive a complete overlay of 3 inches of asphalt. This measure was intended to enhance the driving experience for motorists in anticipation of future sewage works. With the increase in traffic in that area, due to both residents and visitors traveling to the sister islands, as well as a near record year for air travelers, it was a practical decision to undertake these improvements. To date, the government of the Virgin Islands has invested $783,480 in this project, which includes labor costs, paving activities, and the procurement of necessary materials. A total of 2.8 miles of roadway have been successfully resurfaced, covering key areas such as the airport stretch, Long Look Road, the section from Paramtong, Brandywine Bay, Paraquita Bay, as far as to the college entrance there. Furthermore, the total funding approved by Cabinet for this initiative amounts to $1.4 million, which includes not only raw material but also labor provided for paving. These efforts, Madam Speaker, will continue once funding is available to reflect our commitment to infrastructure and infrastructure development, and ensuring that residents and visitors benefit from safe, reliable, and comfortable roads that support the growth and resilience of our territory.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his response and the clarity. I'm sure the motoring public is, just like myself, quite pleased with the work that was done. Madam Speaker, a supplementary. The Minister said that the roadworks were about $787,000 for 2.8 miles of road. My calculations are right, that's about $281,000 per mile. So Minister, you also said that the Cabinet approved $1.4 million for works such as this. So if my calculations are right, we're looking at about another, that would total maybe 5 or 6 miles of work that would come out of the 1.4 based on this rate. So that means we have about 3 miles done. We have about 2 more miles left out of 1.4 million to do. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the follow-up, and I'm quite pleased to hear that you are pleased with the roadworks there. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm quite pleased to hear that you are happy with the roadworks done there. Madam Speaker, when we did the calculation, 1.4 million would give you 4.5 miles of roads. What we did from the area from Paramtown to the police station was just a scratch coat, as I mentioned. So it would vary based on, I'm not sure what your calculation is, but this is what was given to me in terms of the decision made through the Cabinet process. So we've done this 2.8, so we do have about half more to go.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister. I think based on my mathematics as an elementary school teacher, 2.8 is not half of 4.5. So I think we're a bit off there. Madam Speaker.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mentioned that because
We can't have both of you on your feet at the same time.
Madam Speaker,
well, I just want to answer what he said.
I didn't ask a question. I just said that it wasn't half. That's all. Minister, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned that because we did the calculation will be a bit different now since we only did half of the works in terms of the area from the Paramtong. It wasn't a complete overlay. Hence I said that.
All right, Madam Speaker, once again, I thank the Minister. And quoting him, he said it was not a complete overlay, it was just a slight overlay, which means the figure would actually increase if we're doing that more comprehensive work he's talking about. So we probably will get even less miles out of what is left. Madam Speaker, I'm going to move on this right now. Madam Speaker, question number 2 for the Minister. Madam Speaker, Could the Honorable Minister of Communications and Works please tell this Honorable House A, what is the status of the Eastern Longlook Sewage Project and when is it scheduled to commence? B, which roadways areas would be impacted in this project? And C, how much funds are allocated in the 2025 budget for this project? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the Eastern Longlook Sewage Project works are divided into several phases, with 2 outstanding phases to be completed. These remaining phases are the interconnection of the gravity and pumping main lines in the vicinity of Long Swamp Main Pump Station, which is currently being vetted for subsequent contract signing, and the connection of households to the sewage system, which is the last component prior to going live with the system. Madam Speaker, other phases are currently ongoing, which includes the repair and commissioning of the wastewater treatment plant at Paraquita Bay and the construction of the pump station at Long Swamp. These works commence in 2024 with the commissioning of these 2 components expected in the second quarter of 2025. Madam Speaker, tenders are out for the Paramtong to Long Swamp main line system for the connection to the East End area. 2, Madam Speaker, the roadways that will be impacted are as follows. Long Swamp segment in the area of the East End Police Station to the interconnection of the main gravity and pumping main lines. The contract for this component is currently being vetted at the AG Chambers. The Paramtong to Long Swamp for the main gravity and pumping main lines and pump station. This component of work is currently being tendered via the procurement unit, Ministry of Finance. And the Longlook segment, this component of work will be tendered shortly. Madam Speaker, a total of $2 million has been allocated in the 2025 budget for this project.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister. Follow-up question. Minister, do you think that $2 million that is allocated will be sufficient for this project?
Thank you for the follow-up. Based on the tendering process, I'm not sure what will come back, but I know this is a project that we have committed to get completed, and I'm sure the funds will become available once we're to that stage.
All right, Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister, and I recognize that, as he said, the situation in the Eastern Longlook has been before he was elected and before I was elected, and it's also been there since he's been the Minister for the last 6 years. Madam Speaker, I will move on. Madam Speaker, this is for the Minister as well. In light of the recently declared merger between the BVI Electricity Corporation and the Water and Sewage Department, could the Honorable Minister for Communications and Works outline the Ministry's strategy for enhancing services to residents throughout the territory who are still facing challenges because of inadequate water supply? Additionally, what specific measures will be implemented to safeguard the interests and ensure the equitable treatment of the dedicated staff of the Water and Sewage Department during this transition to a statutory board? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to address what the member said in his last rapport pertaining to the time that I have been there, but I'm proud to say that we have been working feverishly to get those addressed. Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable member for the question.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing utterance. Is there an issue?
They always disturb me when I'm speaking, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure why. But, Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable member for the question. The merger between the British...
I'm sorry, Honorable. Is there an issue that needs to be addressed, members? If not, then I'll ask the Minister to continue.
Madam Speaker, it was just something that we were trying to correct the member on. Because the territorial at-large member asked a question, and the member went back on the previous question to play last lick. That is not what we do in the House. If a question is on the floor, you answer that question. You don't go back to the previous question.
Minister, continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member seemed like he's a House police, so I just need to make mention that he made a comment. So I was just addressing the comment, what he said.
The member.
The member.
Which
So,
member?
not the police, the other member.
No, Honorable. Let's be respectful now.
The member for that large member who was speaking to me at the moment.
Honorable member for the
I
sixth.
apologize for the
Please
police comment.
take your seat, Honorable member for the sixth, please. Minister, I was asking a question. Can you rise, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Madam
raise on a
Speaker,
point
I
of-
humbly
Madam Speaker, I'd like to raise on a point of order.
apologize to the
I would
member
like
for
to
the
raise on a
sixth
point of
Honorable-
order.
for calling the police.
Honorable member
Speaker.
for the sixth, just give me a moment. Let me just finish address the minister before I hear you on your point of order. Member, yes, Minister for Communications and Works. I asked the question at the time. Who were you referring to?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going in to answer my question, but the member made a comment.
And I asked which member?
No, the at-large member. The Deputy Speaker. My apologies.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure that we're respectful in terms of addressing other members within the House.
I do apologize for not addressing him by his title. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I just want to take back my comment about the police comment
Thank
to the
you.
member of the sixth.
Thank you. Member for the sixth, I'll hear you on your point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wanted to raise on that matter because if we are talking about respecting the House, we have to be consistent. The member for the second was pulled up, much to the delight of the government, by the Minister for Education. And now here you are today, 2 days later, the same level of disrespect being levied on this side, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to rise to say that. It is very unbecoming. Every member of this House has the right to speak. And I was speaking on a matter to make sure that the procedures of the House are being followed. And here I am being embarrassed and bullied by the member for the
Well,
fifth.
I understand what you're saying, member for the sixth, but he has since, before you were able to verbalize your complaint, he has apologized.
That's like saying sorry before your mother beat you with a belt.
Deputy Speaker, are you rising on a point of?
Has happened. Would you please give me the privilege of reading over my question?
I don't know why we would need to read the
Okay,
question
Madam Speaker.
over. Minister, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable member for his question. The merger between the BVI, EC Corporation, and the Water and Sewage Department is a step aimed at enhancing service delivery and operational efficiency across the territory. Madam Speaker, in 2022, I think this honorable House overwhelmingly approved the transition of the Water and Sewage Department into a statutory body. This transition includes the establishment of a board of directors, a new organizational structure, additional staff in a pension plan as mandated by law, and an entirely new payment platform, amongst other initiatives. However, as we have recognized, implementing these changes requires significant injection of funds. Therefore, the declared merger capitalizes on the synergies between the both utilities. The BVIEC, Madam Speaker, is a proven business model with a functioning board and the necessary infrastructure to run successful operations. Madam Speaker, by merging the agencies while maintaining separate business model, the aim is to share resources and best practices leading to improved responsiveness to service disruptions and faster implementation of infrastructure projects. While enhancing services is a priority, we are equally committed to safeguarding the interests of the dedicated staff during the transition. Madam Speaker, although it's important to note that this merger has not yet been debated, the pending plans remain just that until approval. Nevertheless, the ministry will establish clear guidelines to ensure that all employees are treated fairly throughout the merger process. Staff will have opportunities to remain in government or transition into roles within the new statutory body without compromising their existing employment benefits or job security. Madam Speaker, regular consultations and open communication channels will be implemented to keep staff informed and engaged during the transition. Their feedback will be invaluable in creating a smooth and transparent integration.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for his responses, and I yield to the member for the second according to Standing Orders 18-4.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member. Madam Speaker, in hearing the minister's initial response, the question I have requires an example, because you have the BBI Electricity Department or corporation, Madam Speaker, that is trying to function as best as it can, given all the persons that owe it. One of the main entities being the government. And then you have Water and Sewage Department that has over the years and consistently come into this house and before Standing Finance, spending $25 million but not being able to collect more than $5 million. Madam Speaker, it is like you have a limping horse and a crippled horse, and you're putting them together without fixing the structure. My question is to the Minister, Madam Speaker, how does he intend to address the issues in the Water and Sewage Department and the BVI Electricity Department, rather than just combining them and expecting it to happen because it is a statutory board?
Madam Speaker, again, I just want to refer to my original answer where I spoke to the fact that this idea of water and sewage going into a statutory body has been passed and approved in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, again, I will refer to the answer in terms of using different business models under the BVI Electricity Corporation, where they'll be separated, and at that stage, we will speak about the business plan for this merger. So, Madam Speaker, we understand the issues with Water and Sewage Department. We understand that it will fall under a new management structure, and we will work to address those pending matters from there.
Madam Speaker, I still didn't get an answer to the question, because I asked what the minister plans to do to address the issues before they are merged together. And I'm hearing him say that once they're merged together, then the issues will be addressed. Then you have another problem on top of the problem that already exists. So, Minister, do you have an answer to the question, or do you not?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, my answer is not what you want. So I guess when we get to the debate stage, and you'll place those and those concerns. But I know that the plan for the merger is under a different management structure, shared resources. A lot of the concerns there, lack of human resource, lack of the structure that it needs to operate. And it will be done so with the merger of the Virgin Islands Energy and Water Company.
Madam Speaker, follow-up number 2.
Follow-up to a follow-up?
One moment.
I was clarifying, Madam Speaker, that was a follow-up number 1. I was clarifying, when I just stood up again, I was to clarify the question that I originally...
No, I understand that, but didn't Honorable Mehta ask a supplemental question?
No, he didn't,
before?
Madam Speaker.
Okay,
He didn't.
so you're asking...
I'm asking, yes, Madam Speaker.
All right, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, even though I still didn't get the answer to the question, follow-up question number 2 would be, given the state of water to its department, given the state of the BB electricity and the challenges that are faced, Madam Speaker, is the minister willing to have discussions with the public to be able to explain what is expected to happen and how this merger will benefit them and their pockets based on what is happening?
Madam Speaker, I have no problem with that.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister of Communications and Works for his responses to my questions. And with your permission, I would like to move on to the Minister of Social of Health and Social Development, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House of the plans to address challenges residents of Anegada, Virgin Gorda, and Just Van Dyke face in accessing quality health care over the next 6 months, and what short-term and long-term plans are in place to improve their quality of life? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, permit me to just go a little lengthy. That's a very profound question that has been asked. I wish to provide a very thorough response to him. Madam Speaker, this government is fully committed to ensuring residents from Just Van Dyke to receive quality health care, and we are very optimistic about our progress. Previously, Madam Speaker, I informed the Honourable House of increased capacity at Just Van Dyke and Virgin Gorda clinics with the addition of 2 physicians, expanding physician coverage. Additionally, the Virgin Gorda physician also provided medical services to Anegada. However, Madam Speaker, due to staff turnover, we have lost 4 nurses and 2 physicians. Currently, 1 locum physician has been hired for 4 months, and physicians from Tortola are filling gaps where recruitment efforts continue. 3 nurses are in the hiring pipeline to replace the last ones. The BVI HSA currently provides physician coverage on Just Van Dyke twice a week, while Anegada receives medical and nursing support from Virgin Gorda. The loss of a physician from Virgin Gorda has posed challenges, but recruitment efforts are ongoing. The 3 nurses in the pipeline will be assigned to Virgin Gorda and Anegada. In the meanwhile, Virgin Gorda services are being supplemented by staff from Tortola. To enhance emergency care, the BVI HSA has received a new ambulance donated by YCCS solely for Virgin Gorda, staffed with 2 paramedics and support personnel. Efforts to streamline emergency call handling on the sister islands are ongoing, with a focus on strengthening the 911 system to ensure efficient resource allocation and accountability. To enhance response effectiveness, all emergency calls should be made through 911 rather than local numbers or personal cell numbers. Additionally, BVI HSA and VISA have signed an MOU to enhance cooperation, staff training, and emergency response. Madam Speaker, I must say it is working very well. I've seen great improvements in that. The addition of a new VISA vessel, evacuation capacity for Just Van Dyke and Anegada has improved. Emergency evacuations from Anegada are primarily handled by fixed-wing aircraft, and NHI covers medical transport services. Residents across all islands have access to visiting mental health services and specialist diabetes care. Nutritionist consultations and daily pharmacy services are available on Virgin Gorda. The Virgin Gorda Clinic also has an in-house phlebotomist for blood draws, and laboratory services are available on Tuesdays when a lab technician is present. On other days, samples are transported to Tortola for analysis. Other clinics use point-of-care analyzers. Emergency services, which were temporarily paused, will resume next Friday. The BVI HSA maintains robust primary care services on the sister islands, covering child health and immunization, maternal health, chronic disease care, and elderly care. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with PAHO, will implement the Better Care for NCDs in Primary Care program, an extension of the Global Hearts Initiative to prevent cardiovascular diseases and the CARFA's diabetes guideline. Our healthcare goals, short-term goals, which are ongoing: increase medical and nursing coverage in Anegada despite recruitment challenges. Improve pre-hospital care on the sister islands. 2 EMTs are now stationed on Virgin Gorda. An MOU advisor has been signed, and a new ambulance has been donated for Virgin Gorda. Enhance community engagement through public meetings on Virgin Gorda. Improve by maximizing available resources. Immediate goals by third quarter 25. Recruit and fill vacant nursing positions for Anegada and Just Van Dyke, addressing staff turnovers and compensation concerns. Work with PAHO to implement a better care for NCDs in primary care program. Long-term goal by 2026 and beyond. Strengthen community participation through regular engagement. Expand staffing and services on the Sister Islands, including dental care, physiotherapy, and home visits. Enhance pre-hospital care. Procure an ambulance for Jos Van Dyke and collaborate with the fire service. Implement a comprehensive telemedicine program in partnership with PAHO by fourth quarter 2025. Madam Speaker, this government remains steadfast in its mission to enhance healthcare accessibility and quality across the Sister Islands. Through strategic recruitment, infrastructure improvements, and community engagement, we aim to deliver sustainable, high-quality healthcare for all residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, yes, Honorable, I agree with it. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for his response, and I appreciate the timelines that he's given here. Madam Speaker, I noticed that in his response, he mentioned services and recruitment and everything else, which I appreciate. Madam Speaker, I would like to know if the Minister could give perhaps a timeline. Jos Van Dyke has been suffering in need of a facility. There's not much mention here about infrastructure. Where would that fall into the plans that you have here in terms of Jos Van Dyke receiving what they need over there in terms of infrastructure?
Thank you for the follow-up. Madam Speaker, the member for the 8th asked a similar question, and we are looking at how best and what timelines to facilitate Jos Van Dyke improvement. As you know, through the loan, can only work on the hospital here, Dr. D. Orlando Smith. So we have to get those works moving, and thanks to our data, should be moving very soon, before we look at further expenditure into Jos Van Dyke, Eastern, Western, and Enegada, and Virgin Islands. We have some funding, but I don't think the funding we have can currently do all of them. But we have not taken our eye off of Jos Van Dyke expansion, just like we did with the school over there. The clinic too will see a similar thing. I cannot give a specific timeline. Minister of Finance is here. If you give me the money tomorrow, I could start before the year is done. But just, you know, we have a limited budget. We can't do everything at the same time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response. The second supplementary, Minister, based on what I see here, would you say that we have a nursing shortage? I know it may be something worldwide, but what is being done to try to address the shortage of nurses? And I think we may also have a shortage of doctors in the territory. How aggressive are we trying to fill those gaps right now?
You're quite right. It's not a BVI phenomenon. It's a global phenomenon. We have to get creative, Madam Speaker, with how we address the issue of attrition in healthcare. Persons tend to move north, particularly Bermuda, Canada, UK, US, and so forth, Canada. Madam Speaker, one of the things we are looking at is how do we incentivize particularly BVI scholarship recipients who have not even worked a day in their life in the BVI, persons who have received hundreds of thousands of dollars. One of the things we're looking at is providing housing. We can never compete financially directly with these bigger countries, but I think if we offer them something like housing and a little better salary than they currently receive now, it would certainly slow down what we are doing. Madam Speaker, I also plan to visit all the schools in this territory, secondary schools, to encourage our students here to really consider healthcare as a career path. So we don't have to always be depending on persons coming in. Madam Speaker, we are going to see later on this year the opening of a medical school in the BVI. It's a good start to get people prepared, more prepared. I must commend the Minister of Education for all the work she did in making sure this happened. We're going to put on our thinking caps and really incentivize to bring people back home, encourage those there to go and study medicine, and then say, listen, we can't pay you $100,000, but we can give you some kind of housing and a little better salary than you're currently doing. Madam Speaker, I'll make a statement later about what we are doing to enhance what we are doing here in the BVI. So in my statement, I'll answer some of the questions you may have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This House now continues the sit-in. Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Speaker, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to my people of the Virgin Islands and to my colleagues in the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my questions to the Honorable Minister of Education and Youth Affairs and Sports. First one. Madam Speaker, with the overwhelming concerns of the wider community on the difficulties faced among youth in our communities, could the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please share with this Honorable House the statistics on dropout rates in our public secondary schools over the last 6 years? This data should include the names of the institutions as well as information on gender, age, the highest grade level completed, and any other indicators that the ministry has collected. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. The Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports recognizes the importance of collecting and analyzing data on dropout rates in our public secondary schools to guide informed decision-making and targeted interventions. However, at present, accessing and collating this data in a comprehensive manner remains a challenge due to the limitations of our existing data management system. Currently, we utilize the Power School Student Information System, which primarily tracks attendance and grades. However, the version that we currently use does not provide the level of detailed insight and analysis needed to fully assess trends in student retention, dropout rates, and related indicators. Madam Speaker, to remedy this, one of the most critical features we have prioritized since January is the multi-tiered system of supports aspect within Power School once procurement is finalized. Madam Speaker, once procured, this will significantly strengthen the ministry's ability to collect, collate, and analyze data across the territory. It will allow us to quickly ascertain trends using various criteria and visual displays such as graphs and tables. This capability is essential for supporting data-driven decision-making in a timely manner, particularly as it relates to monitoring student progress and identifying early warning signs for intervention. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is therefore taking deliberate steps to secure this enhanced functionality, which will improve not only our ability to track dropout rates, but also our capacity to intervene more effectively before students disengage from the education system. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, while our data collection processes require modernization, we will endeavor to provide the requested statistics to the extent that it is currently available. Madam Speaker, a dropout is defined as a student who discontinues their education before completing the prescribed secondary school program without transferring to another recognized educational institution. Dropouts are students who are no longer enrolled and do not complete their final grade level due to various factors. These may include academic and personal struggles, challenges related to family instability or financial hardship, limited interest in the curriculum, peer pressure, and involvement in gang activities. Madam Speaker, the data collected regarding the dropout rates of public secondary schools speaks to the school, number of dropouts, and the dropout rates, all disaggregated by sex as seen in Appendix 1. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just for the wider public, would the Minister of Education mind reading out some of the statistics, at least so the general public would know what we're talking about?
Sorry. 1 second, Madam Speaker, apologies. Madam Speaker, in relation to the Brigado Flax Educational Center Secondary Division, from the 2020 to 2021 school year, there were 5 persons in total who were considered to have dropped out of the system, 4 males and 1 female. 2022 to 2023, 2 males, 2023 to 2024, 1 male. Other years, there would have been 0. The Claudia Creaky Educational Center Secondary Division, 2019 to 2020, 1 male dropout. There are no other dropouts considered over that period. Elmore South High School, 2020 to 2021, 7 males and 1 female. 2023 to 2024, 1 male. The other years, as I have it, are 0. The Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies, 2021 to 2022, 1 female dropout. For the other times, 0.
Madam Speaker, I thank the minister, and I understand that she has endeavored to provide the information as best as the ministry could have provided it. I'm quite disappointed that we're not tracking these things. Madam Speaker, the minister alluded to the fact that Power School, which is the established system they have for management within the schools, is missing an element. And they were endeavoring, she said, in January to try to make something happen. Is it January that they started, or January next year they'll have it in? I'm just trying to get clarity on that statement, Madam Speaker, before I ask my supplementary.
So, Madam Speaker, the point raised specific to the timeline of January, it was raised specifically in reference to January of 2025, when our actions started regarding the procurement. So it is in process, and I want to clarify that data is collected as given to you. I think the explanation was around potentially some of the areas that you requested in your list of items within the question. But as I have received from my ministry, this is the information that I have to provide. And it is recently that it was brought to my attention that the version of Power School that we have is quite outdated. It would not have been updated over a number of years. And we found that out really when we were seeking to add on the special needs part of Power School, which we procured and we had. And when they were trying to engage, when the technicians were trying to engage, that's when they realized that the system, based on that modern addition, was not up to date. And so we took swift steps to start to move forward to ensure that we upgrade the current version that we have, and even more so since January, after meeting with Power School and engaging with them, we realized that there are even more areas like the MTSS that really, I saw for myself the level of data that can be taken at the click of a finger across the territory is very much possible. It's just that at this time we do not have that function.
Madam Speaker, I thank the minister for that clarity. If the minister could, Madam Speaker, is there a cost for this? How much is it estimated to cost to get the system up to where it needs to be able to gather this information at the click of a button and be able to give us this data?
Madam Speaker, at this time I do not have the cost, as the process is still ongoing, but I have communicated to my team that regardless of the cost, given the seriousness of the need for data and to make data-driven decisions, we will make the requisite changes and prioritize as necessary to make sure once we do receive the figures that the addition is procured.
All right, Madam Speaker, I will endeavor to ask this question hopefully in the next couple of months or so when the minister has updated us, and probably we can get some more information. I'll move on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, with the growing concerns within our community regarding crime and violence among our youth, could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please provide this Honorable House with statistics on truancy rates of all the schools, of all public schools over the past 6 years? Please include statistics on the names of institutions as well as the data on the gender, age, grade level, and any other data that the ministry has collected. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. The Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports recognizes the growing concern regarding crime and violence among youth and acknowledges the role that school attendance plays in shaping the future of our students and the wider community. Madam Speaker, data on truancy across public schools over the past 6 years is presented in Appendix 2. This data reflects instances where students were identified as being persistently absent without valid justification. Madam Speaker, while these figures provide an overview, it is important to note that the ministry continues to refine its data collection methods to include a more comprehensive breakdown of truancy by school, gender, age, and grade level. The ministry acknowledges the need to invest in technology that enhances our ability to collect, analyze, and interpret truancy data, enabling us to generate more meaningful insights and drive more effective interventions. However, Madam Speaker, from our existing records, we can report that truancy is more prevalent in certain grade levels, particularly among students in the lower secondary levels. Additionally, there are noticeable trends in male students being reported more frequently for truancy. Madam Speaker, the ministry remains committed to addressing truancy through several strategic initiatives, including enhanced monitoring and reporting, greater interagency collaboration, parental engagement, and support services. Madam Speaker, the ministry continues to take this issue seriously and will further analyze truancy trends to implement evidence-based solutions that keep our students engaged in education and reduce the risk of them becoming involved in negative activities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence. I'm just going over the information that was provided by the minister. And unless I am incorrect, I think that I asked for the names of the institutions. I have numbers here, 85 reported cases, 40, 40, 24, 24, and 30. But I was wondering, unless I misunderstood the minister, maybe she can repeat it. I was looking for institutions, public institutions, to see if there's any trends. I'm just looking to gather some information, data-driven questions, results, actions. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I understand the need for clarity. I explained in this question, in the answer, that the details presented are the details that are currently available to me. And also, I have stated in the statement that the system, the technology that we need, which is the same Power School system that I refer to, will be able to, at the click of a dime, really be able to give the requisite data. It is unfortunate, I agree, that we are not in a position to do so at this time. Things seems to have been paper-based for a very long period of time, and it is just not a very practical thing, because as the member has requested the information, we should be in a position to deliver it. But I have to say that that detail is not accessible at this time, and hence why the information that you have received is what was available by the truancy unit at this time, I have been advised.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate it, and I would ask the minister if it's possible at all to at least perhaps provide some additional information in terms of, I was not able to get institutions, but the names of the institutions, but perhaps given the situation with the secondary school, especially the one adjacent to us, maybe some of that data which points primarily towards secondary education to give us some insights as well into that. So if she could in any way provide any additional data along that vein, I would be very grateful. I understand it may not be possible today. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, just to clarify, I understand the member's question, and it is a necessary one that needs to be answered in detail. However, I do have to reiterate that based on what I have received, this is what has been understood to be available. I can seek to press further, but I know that once we, as I said, procure the new system, the add-on, we will be in a position to be able to subsequently share the requisite data but I want to agree without any apology that the technology in our schools should be such that we should be able to access data readily so that we could be in a better position to do our jobs. I'm certain that once the truancy unit is able to access Power School in this upgraded way, they will be more effective in their work, and the ministry itself will be able to support students a lot better.
Madam Speaker, I thank the minister once again. I guess what I would have liked to have probably articulated better was that perhaps if it's not quantitative data the ministry could give me or the minister could give me, maybe some qualitative data, which is more so a conversation coming from the truancy officers who are in the field and might say that perhaps we see our trends over the last 6 years with Elmo Stout High School, for example, have grew, and it would identify an area of concern. But again, I respect the minister's statements, and I thank her, and I look forward to quantitative data as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 3 to the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports. Madam Speaker, as we know, not all students can complete secondary education requirements due to various reasons. Could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please provide this Honorable House with statistics on ages, gender, grade level, that school was discontinued, and graduation rates of the alternative education or night school, as it is commonly referred to? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. The Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports recognizes that not all students are able to complete their secondary education within the traditional system due to various personal, academic, and socioeconomic factors. To address this, the Alternative Secondary Education Program was established in 2002 to provide a second chance opportunity for individuals that seek to complete their secondary education. Madam Speaker, ASEP operates as a 3-year program designed to support students who have left the traditional school system, while also offering enrichment courses for the wider community. For the 2023-2024 academic year, total enrollment stood at 62 students, 32 males and 30 females, with age ranges spanning 18 to 51 years old. Of these 24 students, 13 males and 11 females were newly enrolled at the beginning of the school year. Of the 62 students enrolled, 49 transitioned from local secondary schools, having discontinued their education at various grade levels and at various times over a period of several years, as seen in Appendix 3. Madam Speaker, over the past 22 years, more than 330 individuals have successfully completed the program, many of whom have gone on to secure more meaningful employment, attend the local college, or pursue other personal professional goals. Upon completion, graduates receive either a secondary school certificate or a technical vocational certificate, depending on their area of focus. At the end of 2023-2024 school year, 15 students graduated, which represented 100% of the senior class. Recognizing the diverse needs of ASEP students, the ministry has taken steps to enhance the support structures within the program. In the last 2 years, a trained counselor has been added to the staff to provide socio-emotional support to students, ensuring they are equipped to overcome personal challenges while pursuing their education. Additionally, Madam Speaker, an apprenticeship program has been introduced, allowing students in technical fields the opportunity to gain hands-on experience within their respective industries, refining their skills and increasing their employability. Madam Speaker, the ministry remains committed to ensuring that every individual has access to quality education regardless of their circumstances. ASEP continues to serve as a vital pathway for students to achieve their academic goals, and we will continue to strengthen the program to meet the evolving needs of our learners. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister. If she could expound on the apprenticeship program that they have within the night school, I'm keen to have to understand if it is something that happens during the day and then they go to the night school in the evening. How does it take place, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the apprenticeship program for persons who enroll in the night school does happen during the day, as I understand it, because they attend the courses in the evening, because they would do the general courses, but they also do the specialized technical areas that they want. And so they have full range in terms of the hours of activity, in terms of the hands-on learning, and then ultimately the theory in the evenings.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for that response, and I would like to encourage her, as I've said in the House of Assembly, perhaps many of our young people would be quite interested in a program like that, where they're going and doing work during the day and they're doing their academics at a different time, whether it's in the late afternoon. I really think that's something that we should expand on. Moving on. Minister, thank you for that. Madam Speaker, question number 4 to the Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honourable House what is the current status of the Althea Scatliff Primary School rebuild and when construction is expected to begin? Additionally, have there been any wide stakeholder consultations with past principals, alumni, and the larger community? If so, when did these meetings occur? If not, when are they expected to take place? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, in collaboration with our dedicated partner Unite BVI, has been diligently working on the redevelopment of the Althea Scatliff Primary School. Madam Speaker, for context, Unite BVI, established in 2016 by Virgin Unite and Virgin Limited Edition, has a commendable track record of delivering impactful projects across the territory since 2018. In the education sector, Unite BVI has completed several educational initiatives, including the installation of new playgrounds at 5 primary schools: Willard Wheatley, Joy Samuel, Alexandrina Maduro, Ebenezer Thomas, and Inez Adams. Madam Speaker, additionally, in direct response to the devastation caused by the 2017 hurricane season, Unite BVI played a critical role in providing Chromebooks to students to ensure greater access to digital learning resources at a time when traditional learning environments were severely disrupted. The organization also spearheaded the rebuild of Block A of Brigado Flax Educational Center, Secondary Division, the build-out of the second floor at Inez Adams Primary School, and the refurbishment of the newer building of Francis Letson Primary School, demonstrating an ongoing commitment to restoring and enhancing the territory's educational infrastructure. Madam Speaker, in the pre-design phase of the Althea Scatliff Primary School rebuild, consultations were conducted with stakeholders, including immediate past principals, teachers, and staff. These sessions were instrumental in shaping the design brief, ensuring that the new facility aligns with the school's aspirations and educational needs. Madam Speaker, currently the project is in the design phase. There have been some delays, and Unite BVI is currently in the ongoing process of finalizing project costings and securing approvals from relevant stakeholders. Both the Ministry and Unite BVI remain steadfast in our commitment to this collaboration. We anticipate that once the designs are finalized and approved, we will be in a position to provide a more definitive timeline for the commencement of construction. Madam Speaker, we remain committed to keeping this Honourable House and the public informed as we progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister. I yield to the member for the 6th, according to Standing Orders 18-4A.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Member at Large. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the Minister for Education could tell us if there was a structural assessment done to determine that the Althea Scatliff School needs to be demolished, and if there was one done, if you could present that to the House. And also, secondly, what was the cost to demolish the building?
Madam Speaker, just for clarity, that's 2 questions? Right? Okay.
Well,
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, it's really one. It's joined together by hand.
Madam Speaker, the member knows I'm a student of the English language, so really and truly, that is 2. But Madam Speaker, in relation to the first part of the question, a structural assessment was done on the Althea Scatliff Primary School, and once the ministry received the official report, days later, the school was closed because of the gravity of the concerns regarding the Altes Catliff Primary School. Madam Speaker, I do not have the numbers currently regarding the demolition, but it is something that I can request from my ministry and give to the Honorable House. But Madam Speaker, I want to make it very clear that the ministry had to be extremely expedient because there were significant challenges at the school. I recall one incident when the teachers came into school in the morning and the entire roof had fallen in on the tables and in the classroom. And we could only imagine what would have happened had students and teachers been in that classroom at this time. So, Madam Speaker, for quite some time, the institution was challenged, and it reached to the point, based on the assessment of the experts, that it needed to be demolished, and the ministry moved full steam ahead in seeking to secure donor support in the rebuild of Altes Catliff, and I look forward to seeing that come to fruition, and I'm confident that Unite BVI track record will ensure that that happens.
Madam
Thank
Speaker,
you.
I think the member forgot a little part of the question. Can she provide a copy of that report to the House, please?
Madam Speaker, I am willing to provide the copy. I will have to get it from my team, and it will subsequently be dispatched to members.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, that was my two supplementaries.
Yes,
I thought
it was joined by and. So it was joined by
It's joined by Ann. All right, Madam Speaker, moving on. There was a part of my question that wasn't answered, but I'll address that another time. All right, Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Education please provide this Honorable House with a summary regarding the total number of overseas trips undertaken by the ministry in the last 2 years? Could the Minister also provide a breakdown of the travel costs for each trip, as well as the total time ministry staff spent outside of the territory on official travel during that period, including associated expenses? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to provide requested details on overseas travel undertaken by the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports over the past 2 years, as transparency and accountability remain key principles of our operations. The ministry has been deliberate in ensuring that all official travel aligns with our strategic objectives to enhance education, youth development, and sports in the territory. Every trip undertaken is designed to bring back tangible benefits, strengthening our policies, programs, and institutional capacity. Importantly, the ministry's travel includes ministerial or senior officials, heads of departments, education officers, principals and teachers, students, and youth representatives who engage in meaningful development opportunities abroad. Madam Speaker, the impact of the ministry's strategic travel has been undeniable. In the area of STEAM education, for the first time in history, the Virgin Islands participated in the first Global Robotics Championships in Singapore in 2023. This event provided the delegation with opportunities to engage with event organizers and regional counterparts, resulting in several... Madam Speaker, can I...
I'm sorry, unless the member yields. Is the member yielding?
Madam Speaker,
Are you writing on a point? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Madam Speaker, can I continue with my response?
Well, a point of order has been raised. I have to hear what the point of order.
Why the travel took place and the other things, well, I understand that that's not part of what was asked.
So you wish for to be specific?
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You raise a point of privilege?
This is a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I've gone through all these questions. And in these questions, there are statements, there are inferences, epithets, statement of facts, all these things, and they've been allowed. So where are we right now at this point telling someone to acknowledge the standing orders regarding answering questions?
Not now, Madam Speaker. It's too late for this particular sitting.
Honorable, unless an objection has been raised, then we proceed as usual. But when an objection has been raised, I have to take it into consideration. Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point to explain. I understand the question that has been given to me, and as a part of the question, I believe it is important, as I did with every other question that I've answered for the member, to give the context and ensure that there is understanding regarding the data. I think that is something that a responsible minister has to do, and I crave the indulgence of the House, who will be able to benefit from the explanation given. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I understand, but I'm just looking at a reply shall be confined to the points contained in the question, with such explanation as only will render the reply intelligible, and may, with the consent of the House, be taken as read. And Deputy Speaker, could you repeat your question for me?
Madam Speaker, I will, but I also just wanted to point out, Madam Speaker, that I said I do have a copy of the minister's response.
No, I understand that, but could you just read your question for me?
All right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Education please provide this honorable House with a summary regarding the total number of overseas trips undertaken by the ministry in the last 2 years? Could the minister also provide a breakdown of the travel costs for each trip, as well as the total time ministry staff spent outside of the territory? Madam Speaker, I'm being interrupted.
One moment, please, members. Continue, Honorable.
On official travel during that period, including associated expenses.
Okay. All right. So, Honorable Minister, could you provide the summary of what was asked for?
Madam Speaker, I am providing a summary.
Without any additional.
Madam Speaker, a summary is an explanation. And I'm giving a summary, and while I'm explaining, the number of trips will be, the cumulative number of the trips will be associated as seen in the appendix to the question. So, Madam Speaker, I have no challenge in providing that information, but the summary is the first part of the question, and I'm getting to being able to provide that data. Madam Speaker, what I want to say, if you just oblige me, is that I know that travel is being questioned in a lot of ways, and I think it is in the public's interest to understand why the ministry has sought to engage, which is a responsibility of the ministry, due to affiliations with OECS Ministers of Education, UNESCO obligations, and so forth. And that is why I was seeking to not only explain the engagement, but to also give information to the public that is in its interest regarding the outcome of the trips and how the school system in the Virgin Islands would have been impacted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bear with me. I understand. Let me look at the question myself. All right, so Honorable Minister, could you please provide this summary regarding the total number? It's clear, the summary regarding the total number of overseas trips undertaken by the ministry in the last 2 years. I do believe that aspect of it is clear. Just a summary regarding the total number of overseas trips, please. And before you stand, I believe, members, we have to be mindful. I don't appreciate the tit for tat, and that is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that, and I don't appreciate that. I do understand that there are times members will use the standing orders, of course, when it favors them. I do understand that, but let's be mindful and just give the due respect to all. So if you wish for specific information and it can be elaborated on to ensure there's clarity in what is being said, I just ask that you bear indulgence. And then when it comes to asking questions, if again, that it be across the board. So that way it's fair. Otherwise, we're going to go into a realm that we really shouldn't go into. And it becomes disappointing. Minister?
Oh, yes. Madam Speaker, I think that you've been placed in an untenable position to enforce rules that have hitherto been ignored for the entire day as far as this question and answer session is concerned. I've seen supplementaries that are long going out the gate, and the supplementaries only to elucidate the answer. And it has been allowed. I think that we need to go forward as it is today, and going forward, we institute the rules. But I don't see it being fair instituting the rules now, Madam Speaker.
Well, Honorable, while I understand what you're saying, again, no objection has been raised during that time. So if no objection has been raised, we can proceed business as usual. But once an objection has been raised, I have to take that into consideration. Yes. Minister for Education.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address, though not all of the question in my mind, some of it. And I'll begin by saying, Madam Speaker, that in 2024, all ministry officials, including minister senior officials, education officers, heads of departments, principals, teachers, students, and youth representatives would have in total engaged on 9 trips, Madam Speaker. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, that given the debate that we're currently here having, of course it brings to mind the reality that those 9 trips, Madam Speaker, in 2024 was almost the entire value, Madam Speaker, of the cost of 1 trip for the House of Assembly in that same year, Madam Speaker.
And this is exactly what I'm hoping that we would avoid. Let's stick to specific questions, specific answers, please, members.
Speaker,
otherwise, once this happens, then you will be forced to address and ensure that the proper information is given. It has to then go in context.
Madam Speaker, I have to support what has been said, right? And I want to give clarity behind why I am taking the approach that I am. Madam Speaker, I've sat here and I'm the 5th member, or the 4th, Honorable Fraser didn't have any answers to questions. And I listened to every single answer and question. And Madam Speaker, what I have done is given an explanation, because I believe it is important that while we ask for numbers, numbers have value and context. And so I think it's important that when we speak and try to enforce certain things regarding travel, that it is clear that the Ministry of Education's budget for 2024 for travel was $157,837.94. That's the entire budget for 2024. And Madam Speaker, the budget for the House of Assembly was $304,447.30. Double.
I understand, but I'm not, I don't get why the House of Assembly is in this at this
Madam
moment.
Speaker, here's why the House of Assembly is in it. And I try to be reasonable in my approach, and I'm hopeful that I'm not coming off as combative because it's not my intention. As Minister of Education, I'm asked to stand here as the person who has oversight of the ministry and speak to the travel in the ministry. The member who asked the question is the Deputy Speaker, who in your absence has the same oversight over the House of Assembly. And so I have taken this opportunity in context to elucidate and really help persons to understand that I believe that whether it is the House of Assembly, whether it's the Premier's office, whether it's the Ministry of Communication and Works, whatever it is, as much as we have drilled down into the details of the number of trips, the cost and all these things, which is prepared here and is submitted, there are some things that we have to speak about regarding how we as members here in the House portray to the public travel, especially when the House of Assembly as well, which all of us are members first, engage in travel. And Madam Speaker, I'll end by saying I am certain that the House has brought back receipts, significant impact from travel continuously on the numerous trips that have taken place. And I have never questioned that reality. So, Madam Speaker, I just believe that it is appropriate, given what has transpired, for me to bring that level of clarity. And I respect, Madam Speaker, that in some instances, I mean, I'm an English teacher, so I know how to run my mouth and try to at least explain as much as practicable. But it's really on the fundamental principle that we have a question here before the House, and I have taken the opportunity to provide the requisite details and also explain what it is the ministry's position has been regarding travel and ensuring that we be very strategic with the government's force. And I expect that everybody, regardless of the number in terms of what percentage higher or not, I believe that every ministry is able, and constitutionally established body, is able to speak to the reality of why their travel was necessary in the best interest of children of this territory in my context, but in the House as an example to build the institution which I'm proud to be a part of.
So may I ask, Minister, are you not then preempting whatever questions the member might wish to ask? I mean, you're assuming that this question is going to lead into something else, and I assume that's why you are trying to clarify. I'm just trying to understand equally.
Madam Speaker, I respect your point, but Madam Speaker, I think the track record is clear. On every single question that I have just read in this House, I have given clear information, more information that has been required of me, and I have not been stopped. But on this particular point, Madam Speaker, I have been stopped. And it makes me question some things, Madam Speaker. It does. And I want to say to you that that's why the question was done in the way that it was, because I think it's fair for us to really speak to the people in a way that is fair, transparent, and just. And just as I have provided the information, I challenge all members of this House, including the member who asked the question, to really speak positively to the reality of travel and to potentially, yes, challenge us. But I am certain, Madam Speaker, that the member has been on some of those trips in his capacity, and I have been on some of mine, as I explained, in my capacity. And it behooves us, if it is that travel is a concern, when we are here in the House, passing the budget, this is when we have to speak of it. Because, Madam Speaker, I did some additional research.
All right, before you, I don't believe you should proceed any further in terms of going outside. I understand the point you're making. Thank you for that, Deputy.
Madam Speaker, on a point of information or order, the minister has preempted, as you have said, any other further supplementary questions. She's also she's had the liberty of making quite a lengthy statement. And as I said, Madam Speaker, at this point in time, I will remove my question because I do have the answer here. It is 12 paragraphs long versus the other ones that were 6 and 7. And I'd also like to point to the minister that I've been in the House. Late last year, I challenged the Premier to have a travel policy for the government. I have spoken about travel. I've spoken about how I've traveled via premium economy. And perhaps if the minister were to listen when I'm speaking, she wouldn't be making those kind of statements towards me. I ask this in my capacity as a territorial representative and not that of Deputy Speaker. She has spoken about the House of Assembly and compared the House of Assembly to the ministry. And my answers, the answers to her questions are here. And I was asking for data, just like I asked for data for the others. The others, when she gave them to me, it was not a 12 paragraph response. And Madam Speaker, I stand by what I said. My objection stood, and I will take my seat.
So what, before you sit, are you withdrawing the question
Madam
that you
Speaker,
wish for the minister to answer? That's what I'm trying to
Yes, Madam
understand
Speaker,
now.
at this point, I'll move on to my next question. Thank you.
Proceed with your next question.
Madam Speaker, like many developed and developing nations, we recognize that the importance of engaging future leaders through our youth parliament. Could the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports inform this House of the last date that the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament convened? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question regarding the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament. Madam Speaker, the period for the last Virgin Islands Youth Parliament ended in 2023. At that time, the Youth Parliament was under the purview of the House of Assembly. However, following discussions in the 5th House of Assembly, it was agreed that the Youth Parliament, which was initially enacted as part of the Virgin Islands Youth Policy 2014 to 2019, should return. Madam Speaker, I apologize. I didn't realize that with your indulgence, I'll start the paragraph again. Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question regarding the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament. Madam Speaker, the period for the last Virgin Islands Youth Parliament ended in 2023. At that time, the Youth Parliament was under the purview of the House of Assembly. However, following discussions in the 5th House of Assembly, it was agreed that the Youth Parliament, which was initially enacted as part of the Virgin Islands Youth Policy 2014 to 2019, should return to the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports under the remit of the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, where it was originally housed from its inception. Madam Speaker, the National Youth Policy calls for the creation of a National Commission on Youth and stipulates that a National Youth Council should be established. This council serves as the implementing body for the National Youth Parliament. Madam Speaker, to date, the ministry's primary focus has been on the revision of the National Youth Policy, with support of UNESCO, given that the policy was slated for review since 2020. Additionally, I have been advised that the National Youth Commission and the National Youth Council, which are essential components for effectively implementing the Youth Parliament, were never formally established. Given these circumstances, the ministry deemed it necessary to prioritize the revision of the policy before proceeding with its enactment. The revision of the National Youth Policy remains a priority for the ministry. Once this process is completed this year, we will move towards the appropriate enactment of the policy, which includes the re-establishment of the National Youth Parliament. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister. The Minister said that we can look forward to this once the National Youth Commission and the National Youth Policy has been done. The National Youth Policy, as the Minister said, was slated to be done in 2020. We are in 2025, Madam Speaker. Given everything that's going on in our country, I think it's urgent that it should be done. Minister, is there an estimated cost for the policy development? Has a committee already been established? Please, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. And I'm happy that in this question, he appreciated all the fluff, and I wasn't stopped because I gave some. But Madam Speaker, what I'll say is that, yes, the policy period would have ended in 2020. And Madam Speaker, upon taking and assuming office, really more so given the challenge that was given to the ministry to retrieve the youth parliament, given that it was inappropriately placed and those things, the ministry engaged to be able to do the youth policy. UNESCO is fully funding the youth policy. The ministry has engaged consultations last year, and the additional steps in the process of policy development continue this year as a high priority for the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports. So, Madam Speaker, the direct cost I'm unaware of. I know that UNESCO has fully funded it, and I would have to find out from my team whether they gave us a specific cost. But a consultant was in the territory and engaged with various entities, a lot of the youth organizations that we have, the Rotarians, the Interact clubs, the karate clubs, the Youth Empowerment Project. All of these persons would have been in the room when we were engaging in consultation on this youth policy. So it is on the way, and we're moving speedily to make sure that this year we pick up the pace, because we understand the urgency, given what's taking place in the territory, to have a credible framework as established from top to bottom instead of bottom up, regarding making sure that we follow the policy as directed, but that we use this opportunity to even strengthen the policy, because it would have been dated given when it was implemented.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for her initial response, which was 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs long, so it wasn't much fluff. And I asked the Minister, in the interim, while many countries have their youth parliament, is there any immediate steps to engage the young people of the territory when it comes to the legislative process and everything that falls within the National Youth Parliament? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, we have been engaging. I know that in inception it would have started really on the primary school level. We've seen individuals, students, as well as, classes come into the House, or we've seen members go out and engage regarding the legislative process. And we hope, Madam Speaker, because what we didn't want to do was to keep doing things the wrong way, as I was advised. And so that is why we really honestly have not engaged in the context of what mandates within it, but we've used the education mandate as a whole to seek to see how we can really educate persons, since that's where we are in terms of the going through still the process. We're using other initiatives through the other arm of the ministry, which is education at this time. And until the policy is complete, we would have to use what I would consider to be informal ways, which I believe has been happening. And I look forward to potential suggestions on other ways that we could increase that engagement, Honorable Member. I really would take any advice that you have. The door remains open for you to enter, because I know that you love the young people in this territory. And I want to extend the invitation once again for you to come and meet with me, so that we can sit and potentially elucidate some of these opportunities for young people to engage, and you can stand with me and be a partner with me in these initiatives. So my request to meet, as you would have said in the last House, that the Minister and I will meet. We still haven't met, so I'm hopeful that this interest in youth development through the question of the Youth Parliament will assist us in bridging that gap and help us to communicate effectively.
Madam Speaker, I rise and I thank the Minister for her response. I am aware, I was here when that one primary school visited last year, and I'll be keen to look to see where else some of these initiatives the Minister spoke about exist. And in response to the Minister's mention, I am happy to meet with the Minister, and the Minister also knows where my office is, and we can definitely make that happen. I'm eager to have that meeting and discuss it. Also, for clarity, the member did mention the Youth Empowerment Project, which I have a direct responsibility. We haven't been engaged in those conversations. I look forward to being invited to those. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have to clarify, because I can go back to the list of participants if I have to, for the meeting and the engagement that happened at the moorings last year, Madam Speaker. But the reason I'm going to just take this final opportunity in the spirit of camaraderie in the House, I have extended the olive branch to the member because the member wrote me and requested a meeting of which the date was set. The member did not show up. I've subsequently, I'll ask the member that he can come. The minister said the member said we will meet. And all I'm saying is, while I'm willing to answer these questions, Madam Speaker, discourse outside of the House is important.
Minister, I do have to
Madam
interject
Speaker, I'll
at
just
this
respond.
point.
So, but I'll sit because I won't disrespect you in your house.
Deputy Speaker, you have any further questions?
Madam Speaker, I have no further questions as far as I can see here. Thank you, and I thank all the members of the government for their responses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Say that again. Oh man, blood must pump. Blood must pump.
Yes, I call on the member for the 6th District to ask his questions to the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier and Minister of Finance gave the territory the impression that an investigation into the $20 million underestimation of salary increases to public officers was being conducted. However, during the recent standing finance sessions, we discovered that this was not so. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance advise what is the status of the investigation into this matter and provide tangible proof of his efforts to have this investigation commence? A, if the investigation has not commenced, could he say explicitly why this has not commenced? B, could he state when he discovered that the investigation was not being conducted? And C, why did he advise the public that the investigation that he gave them the impression that was being conducted was not being done? And Madam Speaker, I would very much appreciate if I do not get a question all up. I don't want a word salad. I want point by point the response to my questions, please, so that I can respond or ask my supplementary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the 6th for his question. Madam Speaker, on the 17th October 2024, Governor Daniel Cruz sent a memo to the Financial Secretary Jeremiah Frett, confirming that he had discussions with internal audit and that the investigation had commenced. I was surprised to hear during standing finance information contradicting what the governor wrote. This was the first time I understood that the investigations had not commenced, as the governor had confirmed by memo. However, I can confirm that I was informed by the governor that the Auditor General has taken on this task and started an investigation. Madam Speaker, as is customary, the report of the Auditor General will be made available to this Honorable House at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, that response is woefully inadequate. The Premier has answered.
What aspect exactly, member, did the Premier not answer?
I asked him, for instance, could he state when being a date, he discovered that the investigation was not being conducted, and C, why didn't he advise the public that the investigation that he gave them the impression that was being conducted was not being done. I didn't get a response in that. I had a senior moment.
Madam Speaker, the member's comprehension is woefully inadequate. When was Jerry Sandin...
Okay, let's take a break. I think we need a break. This House will now resume its sitting. Yes. Premier? Yes, sir.
A while ago. He needs to apologize.
So you're
Madam Speaker.
rising on a point of...
I'm writing on a point of order because this House and the same respect that you've been talking about all day, Madam Speaker, I'll put it to you very strongly. Your authority would be under threat if the Premier is not reprimanded in some manner for what he said to me today.
Why do I feel like I've just been threatened?
In threatened, Madam Speaker, I would never do that. I'm speaking about the integrity of the House.
I
Madam
understand,
Speaker. That's what I
Honorable.
meant.
I'm
The
making...
Premier cannot insult members like that. I am asking questions on behalf of my constituents and I'm being embarrassed. Madam Speaker, I can't accept that. And you should not accept that. This is your
Premier,
House.
yes, Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I'm so disturbed by what member for the Sixth just said to the Speaker of the House in making a point about respect, at the very same time threatening the Speaker and her authority. That is, in my view, Madam Speaker, in very poor taste. But having said that, Madam Speaker, let me say to the member, the concept of saying that my response was woefully inadequate elicited a response. So I would appreciate if the member would examine himself, be a mirror, and look at his own behavior that might elicit that type of response. And I'm hopeful, Madam Speaker, that as we go through this question and answer, we can have a much more mature exchange rather than what I've been witnessing here today, Madam Speaker. I think the people of the Virgin Islands deserve much more, Madam Speaker, than what we are giving them today. Madam Speaker, I'm hopeful that we can have just a question, answer. If there's follow-ups, we just do that, Madam Speaker. But let me be the bigger person, Madam Speaker. I apologize to you. I apologize to the member for the 6th District for saying that his comprehension was woefully inadequate. I never should have said that, Madam Speaker. And I'm hopeful that we can have a very mature exchange today.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Perhaps I should speak about, reiterate when. Madam Speaker, 2 things were asked to be clarified. When I realized the investigation had not commenced was during standing finance. That was in my response. And in terms of why I did not go to the public and tell them that the investigation had not commenced, Madam Speaker, my interest is to ensure that the investigation was done. So my first thing when I realized that the information that the governor gave me and that was given in standing finance conflicted, I had a conversation with the governor and we were able to come to a point where we were to get an investigation going. And that was my primary focus, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, member for the 6th.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier indicate when, to his knowledge, was the Auditor General advised or stated, or it came to his knowledge that the Auditor General was undertaking this investigation?
Madam Speaker, I don't have an exact date, but it was soon after standing finance. Madam Speaker, soon after standing finance, I engaged with the governor and the governor gave me that information. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, public officers received an increase in salary and the minimum wage in the territory is currently under review. However, the pensioners of this country
did not receive any increase whatsoever, and they face the same challenges that we all face currently with the rising cost of living. I asked a similar question to the Premier several months ago, and he indicated that this matter was being addressed by his government. Could the Premier advise on the status of his actions or inactions to address this matter? Additionally, could he provide tangible proof, not just talk, about the steps taken to bring some relief to the pensioners?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. The government acknowledges the financial pressures that pensioners face, Madam Speaker, particularly in light of the rising cost of living. As such, this administration is actively working to address these concerns in a responsible and sustainable manner. At its meeting of the 12th of February 2025, Cabinet decided that the Ministry of Finance by June 2025 would conduct a review of existing pensioners to determine if pension payments are at a reasonable rate, taking into account the relevant factors within and relating to the economy, and would make appropriate recommendations for a rate increase of pension to pensioners and the surviving spouses of deceased pensioners who are in receipt or eligible for a pension on or before the 1st January 2024. This is a part of this government's overall pension reform strategy, which is being led by a steering committee which includes the Deputy Governor and Financial Secretary as co-chairs, the Permanent Secretary in the Deputy Governor's Office, the Director of Human Resources, the President of the Civil Service Association, project managers within the Ministry of Finance, a legal representative, a representative from Central Statistics Office, a representative from the Virgin Islands Retired Public Officers Association, a private sector representative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if the Premier could clarify something for me. You said, Premier, that a response should come by June.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I stated that the Ministry of Finance would conduct a review of existing pensioners to determine if pension payments are at a reasonable rate. Okay, so by June, this review would be conducted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm having some difficulties comprehending this, and perhaps the Premier can assist me. A review was done to determine that the existing civil servants should receive more money because of cost of living. I would go out on a limb, Madam Speaker, to say most civil servants, their monthly salary is more than what pensioners currently get. So why do we need an investigation to see if the monies that the pensioners get, that is less than the salary for civil servants, why do we need to get an investigation or some sort of study to be done to see if it's adequate? Our common sense alone should tell us, Madam Speaker, that if the salary for the civil servants
Honorable,
is inadequate...
let's just remember this, please.
Yeah.
We said today we're gonna try to keep it respectful. Let's not do anything or say anything that may attract another objection.
I know, but Madam Speaker, I don't think saying common sense does that.
Well, again, it's how it's perceived. So let's stay away from anything where it seems like sense is separated from the individual.
No, I'm not saying that at all. And if I get that impression, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that if the basis for the civil service increase was on the fact that they're not getting a wage or salary that meets the living demands in the country, and the pensioners receive less than that, why are we doing a study?
That is better.
That is a question. Why are we doing a study? Why are we not just addressing the problem? Because we know there's a problem.
Madam Speaker, it has been the practice of this government when making a decision to always make a decision in a scientific way, taking into account all necessary factors and also taking into account government's ability to be able to pay. So we have implemented an increase through social development to various categories of vulnerable persons. That was done based on a scientific approach involving consultants from UNICEF, etc. The same thing was done as it pertains to civil servants and the living wage with PwC. This will be no different, Madam Speaker. We will take a scientific approach. We know that individuals had not received an increase in quite some time, and certainly that is something that we will ensure that we have this review done so we can make the appropriate determination. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, my second follow-up on the matter. Once the review is received, Premier, can you give an undertaking to the pensioners now that if the review reveals what we all know it will reveal, that the pensioners' monthly pension is way below cost of living, can we get an undertaking on behalf of the pensioners that the remedy would be provided for in the 2026 budget estimates?
Madam Speaker, a very good question, but I prefer not to preempt the results of the review, but what I can say is that pensioners should be able to look at the commitment the government has made in several other areas, including some I mentioned already, increasing the benefits for those vulnerable persons through social development, our ambitions to increase the minimum wage, our raising civil servants to living wage as examples of this government's commitment, and certainly being able to address outstanding concerns in the 2026 budget would be something that we would aspire to do, pending the results of this review. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, question number 3. Madam Speaker, it was announced last year by the then Minister of Labor, who's now on my left, that the minimum wage would have increased in November 2024. When the Premier took over the portfolio of Labor, following the removal of the then Minister, he announced that the minimum wage increase would be postponed until a later time. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance state what necessitated his decision to halt the implementation of the increase? A, could he advise whether he was a part of the discussions with the former Minister of Labor before the decision was taken to increase the minimum wage in November 2024? B, could he state what was the difference between his reasons to postpone the implementation and that of the concerns raised by the opposition at the time of the announcement? And C, could he state what tangible steps, not talk, have been taken to mitigate the concerns that he adopted from the opposition on the matter to allow those persons who will benefit from the minimum wage increase to have more disposable income in their pockets? And again, I would really appreciate it if I get my answer. A, this is the response. B, C, and of course the substantive response in the question itself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I want to assure the member and assure the public that I fully support the decision to increase the minimum wage. This government recently made a decision to increase social benefits to the Social Development Department. Minister of Health will certainly say more about that. This government also gave a salary increase to public officers to lift them up to the living wage, and similarly, we will implement an increase to the minimum wage. My decision to postpone was to ensure that we can take additional measures to mitigate against inflation due to increased costs to businesses, which would most likely be passed on to consumers. A, this policy decision was approved by Cabinet. As a member of Cabinet, the policy-making body of the government, I am bound by collective responsibility I should also say that I genuinely believe the minimum wage is too low, and we should take responsible steps to increase it. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what the concerns of the opposition were. The member will have to remind me of that. Madam Speaker, as I said before, I'm not sure what the concerns of the opposition were, but my goal is to establish a basket of goods and to extend the payroll tax exemption. Discussions are ongoing to make this a reality, among other things that we have to do, Madam Speaker, to mitigate against inflation. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, is the Premier saying to this Honorable House and to the public that those suggestions that he raised in terms of addressing the issue of cost of living and also addressing and adjusting the taxable amount, that he did not hear the opposition raise those matters, Madam Speaker? Is that what you're saying, Premier?
Madam Speaker, I don't often, get the opportunity to watch, JTV and the long press conferences sometimes. Madam Speaker, I'm busy doing my work. So I tend to stay focused on what I have to do, Madam Speaker. And but I appreciate that the opposition has an important role in bringing these matters to the attention of the public. And if the member agrees with my decision, well, you just have to say that you made a good decision, and let's work together to make sure that we implement an increase in minimum wage in the most responsible way possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I will give way to the member for the second to ask a follow-up in accordance with the standing orders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the sixth for this opportunity to ask the follow-up. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance provide a copy of the report that was done that would give the need for the minimum wage, together with the same report from how it would affect the business community and other persons involved?
Madam Speaker, I believe the document is a public document. I can be corrected if I'm wrong. It is a public document, and of course I can get the member a copy.
Madam Speaker, sorry, not just the initial report on why the minimum wage needs to be increased, but the part that deals with the business community, which is what you were inferring to in terms of your response to the member for the city. That's not covered in there.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure I understand the report you're speaking about. You say there's a report from the business community?
If there is in fact a report from the business community on how they would be affected based on the proposed increase, because the report that is there does not incorporate that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have a formal report from the impact on the business community, but certainly I think that is something prudent. The former minister who led the process, I'm sure, has a lot of information in terms of how the business community will be impacted. I know that a survey was taken. A lot of this information is in the report, but if further information is needed, Madam Speaker, we can see if we can get the further information which is needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House on what date and in what manner did he receive a letter from MPs of the United Kingdom's Parliament in relation to the issue of the open register of beneficial ownership of companies registered in the Virgin Islands? A, would he furnish the House of Assembly members with a copy of the letter? B, could he state why he did not immediately call for an informal meeting of the House of Assembly to discuss this matter based on the huge implications that it has for the financial health of the territory? And C, What actions has he taken, not just talk, to mitigate the dangers ahead for the territory in this persistent attack on our financial services sector by the United Kingdom officials?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, I have not received a letter. I checked every email, and I still haven't seen this letter which was being spoken about. But Madam Speaker, the letter was published on Twitter, which I believe is now called X, and it is available online for members to view. I can share it via WhatsApp if necessary. Madam Speaker, members would be aware of recent articles published in the UK-based media houses criticizing the Virgin Islands and its financial services sector, particularly alleging that the jurisdiction facilitates illicit finance. Members would also be aware that, as Premier of the Virgin Islands, I have responded strongly and unequivocally to these accusations which do not accurately reflect the Virgin Islands financial services industry. Despite these misleading claims, UK law enforcement agencies have repeatedly confirmed the Virgin Islands' strong track record of cooperation. This was even verified in oral evidence provided by the private sector before the UK Foreign Affairs Committee on the UK Sanctions Strategy on the 4th February 2025. During that session, it was explicitly stated, and I quote, "If you speak to people at the National Crime Agency, the Serious Fraud Office, or other relevant agencies, they will tell you that whenever we want information from those jurisdictions and request it under the exchange of notes, we get that information." The reference to those jurisdictions included all overseas territories, including the BVI, that have a formal exchange of notes arrangement with UK law enforcement. Madam Speaker, this statement directly contradicts the false narratives being promoted in the media and some UK parliamentarians, which would have been included in that letter. On the specific issue of beneficial ownership, the Virgin Islands is currently in the consultation phase on the policy on the rights of access to beneficial ownership information. This consultation proposes a draft definition of legitimate interest and outlines categories of persons who may be eligible for access provided they satisfy the relevant criteria. The consultation, which commenced on the 17th January 2025, is scheduled to close on the 28th of February 2025. The results will be instrumental in shaping the final policy on access to beneficial ownership information. Following the consultation process, the government will engage stakeholders to discuss the findings and the policy outcome. Madam Speaker, the final policy must strike a careful balance, ensuring transparency and accountability while protecting privacy rights and maintaining the Virgin Islands' competitive position as a reputable financial center. Even as this consultation progresses, the Virgin Islands continues to engage with the UK and overseas territories' counterparts while closely monitoring global developments, particularly in the European Union and other jurisdictions implementing legitimate interest access frameworks. With respect to the CFATF Mutual Evaluation Report, the Virgin Islands is near the end of its post-observation period and is scheduled to defend its post-observation period report before the Financial Action Task Force in the early second quarter of 2025. Significant efforts are ongoing to further strengthen our AML-CFT regime, ensuring compliance with international standards and effectively addressing the recommended actions from the Mutual Evaluation Report. The government remains steadfast in its commitment to upholding the highest standards of financial integrity and strengthening our reputation as a well-regulated jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, in light of these developments, it is clear that the Virgin Islands must take control of its own narrative. To this end, the government is finalizing a consultancy engagement to appoint a public relations firm to support efforts in managing the Virgin Islands' constitutional, administrative, and political relationship with the United Kingdom, safeguarding the Virgin Islands' reputation as a leading international business and financial center, developing a strategic communications approach with financial services at its core, and strengthening both international and domestic communications on government affairs and financial services matters. This engagement will be crucial in ensuring that accurate information about the Virgin Islands is effectively represented at the international stage and in combating misconceptions about our financial services sector. As part of our UK BVI engagement strategy, the BVI London office will be spearheading the re-establishment of the BVI all-party parliamentary group. This group will serve as a direct channel for engagement with UK parliamentarians, ensuring that they are well informed and positioned to provide a knowledgeable and supportive voice for the Virgin Islands. The APPG will play a vital role in facilitating dialogue with UK parliamentarians, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and other key UK stakeholders. As we move forward, ensuring that accurate fact-based information about the BVI is being discussed in the UK Parliament, ensuring information about the BVI is discussed in UK Parliament. Ensuring that accurate fact-based information about the BVI is being discussed in the UK Parliament remains a top priority. Madam Speaker, the Government of the Virgin Islands remains resolute in its commitment to financial transparency, good governance, and international cooperation. We will continue to defend the integrity of our jurisdiction, actively engage with international partners and stakeholders, and take the necessary steps to ensure that our policies align with international best practices while safeguarding the interests and reputation of the Virgin Islands financial services sector. Madam Speaker, on the question about calling an informal meeting, Madam Speaker, these attacks on our financial services sector are not new. And of course, periodically we have informal meetings on financial services. I expect that that will continue on the mutual evaluation report and other areas. Madam Speaker, I'm strongly considering, of course, along with yourself and members of the House, starting a committee that will directly engage on financial services matter from a House of Assembly perspective. And certainly I would expect stalwarts like Honorable Lorna Smith, Honorable Marlon Penn, and others to play a role on that committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can the Premier indicate whether he took any steps to verify that the letter was authentic? And if he took such steps, did he reach out to the MPs to try to have a conversation with them to understand better what sort of services we offer here in the BVI?
Madam Speaker, very good question. Of course, we are investigating. The letter is authentic, but what we are verifying is whether it was ever sent to myself. The person taking the lead on this is the director of the London office, Ms. Tracy Bradshaw, to verify whether the letter was sent physically and has not arrived yet, or exactly what form the letter was supposed to be provided to me, by what means it would be provided. And of course, we are also crafting a response, carefully worded response to those MPs, to let them know that what they have characterized of the BVI is far from the truth. And of course, I would have responded to the articles of The Guardian as well, but we certainly also will respond. And as I said before, we're going to engage our parliamentarians and through our all-party parliamentary group, engage with parliamentarians to give them much better understanding and information as it pertains to what we do as a jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, my final follow-up on the matter. The Premier has just indicated that he was able to verify that the letter is authentic. Why is he not moving more expeditiously to deal with the matter? It's been weeks now, and we haven't had an informal meeting on the matter. The financial services sector, as the Premier has indicated in this House when he brought the recent bills to get laid, is the bread and butter of the territory. you have MPs from the administrator of the BVI, the United Kingdom, fighting against the financial services sector, and weeks after that, after authenticating the letter, no response via letter, or no contact has been made with the MPs who are somehow trying to damage the financial health of the BVI? I find that mind-boggling. Can the Premier explain a little bit more? I don't know if I heard well.
Madam Speaker, it would not have been weeks, as the member is saying.
It's been about that notice, that article is post 2 weeks.
Madam Speaker, the article was responded to. I did issue a statement in response to the article specifically, but we were still trying to track down this letter. Yeah, just last week the article came out and it was responded to, Madam Speaker. But as it pertains specifically to this letter, we're still trying to verify in what form it was supposed to be delivered to me. But rest assured, Madam Speaker, we will write a carefully crafted letter. But the member is right, it's important for all of us to be expeditious. And Madam Speaker, that is the reason why you would see us come in and introducing bills on the House at short notice. And we want, because of course we're working very hard, because you have to move quickly as it pertains to financial services. And I would appreciate his support and other members' support. And I'm grateful that, you know, good sense prevailed and we allowed this sitting to proceed in the good of, in the best interest of financial services. And I'm hopeful, Madam Speaker, in the future, if we have to move quickly again and we don't have the required 10 days notice, that members will give consent for the meeting to go forward, as has been the tradition with financial services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Who did you respond to, Premier, if you said that you didn't speak to the MPs who wrote it? Who you respond to?
Madam Speaker, we had a statement in response to the Guardian article.
Ooh.
Yes, Honorable, your next question.
Question 5. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House what are the short-term, medium-term and long-term plans to diversify the economy of the Virgin Islands, particularly more so in light of the sustained attacks on the financial services sector, which contributes more than half to the government's annual revenue? And I appreciate, Madam Speaker, if I could get short-term, medium-term, and long-term, not everything looped into one, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, my administration recognizes the critical importance of economic diversification, especially given the challenges faced by the financial services sector. Our plans to diversify the economy span short-term, medium-term, and long-term horizons. In the short term, we are focusing on expanding our tourism offerings and supporting small businesses. The Small Business Development Grant Program, which offers financial assistance to MSMEs, has been successfully administered to help 24 local entrepreneurs overcome financial barriers and invest in their growth. Given its positive impact, the program will be continued and expanded to ensure sustainable support for our business community. This ongoing initiative aims to stimulate economic activity and create new job opportunities across various sectors, contributing to the long-term diversification of our economy. For the medium term, we have developed the 2025-2027 medium-term development strategy, which outlines our approach to fostering a diversified and globally competitive economy. Key focus areas include advancing a smart and digital economy by embracing technology and digitization to improve efficiency across sectors and create new opportunities for innovation. Developing the blue and green economy sectors with an aim to increase economic contributions from marine resources, fisheries, and sustainable practices while protecting our natural environment, and strengthening and diversifying the financial services sector by modernizing the regulatory framework, expanding financial services offerings, and cultivating a thriving fintech ecosystem. In the long term, we are implementing several strategic initiatives. The development of a comprehensive investment policy to attract value-added services to our local economy. This policy will work in tandem with new investment legislation to make the BVI more attractive to investors. The launch of a residency by investment program to attract direct investments and boost government revenue. This program is designed to diversify our economic landscape by attracting investments aligned with our territory's economic goals and standards. Exploring new opportunities in emerging sectors such as renewable energy and technology. These efforts align with our strengths in financial services and our commitment to sustainable development. Continuous improvement of our regulatory framework to maintain our competitive edge in the global financial services industry. This includes adopting new standards, enhancing consumer protection measures, and implementing beneficial ownership reforms. Additionally, Madam Speaker, tourism represents a significant contributor to our economy, not only representing accommodations, travel, and related services, but also construction of new hotels and facilities. Training programs delivered by the Tourist Board and the East Lavity South Community College are providing Virgin Islanders the skills and capacity to enter the sector and advance in critical roles within the industry. My administration is currently engaging tourism partners in a dialogue to better understand much needed policy, regulatory, and legislative reform from their perspective to enable growth and diversification as part of the formulation of the National Tourism Policy. The policy will clearly identify those areas where targeted investment by government will ease doing business, engender business opportunities, and grow our economy. Madam Speaker, plans for the establishment of the Gaming and Betting Control Commission presents opportunities for the integration of this sector into the expansion of tourism initiatives. It is important to also recognize that the redevelopment of Prospect Reef portends great opportunities for increasing the stock of overnight accommodations, while creating new venues for conferences and business meetings. The Prospect Reef Board has extended the expression of interest to elicit proposals from interested investors to redevelop the facility, and we anticipate the impact that it will have on our economy. Madam Speaker, these diversification efforts are designed to create a more resilient and sustainable economy for the Virgin Islands by fostering innovation, attracting investment, and developing new sectors. We aim to reduce our reliance on any single industry while creating new opportunities for our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier tell me what is his understanding in terms of timelines for short-term, medium-term, and long-term?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if I could break down specific dates for each of those categories, as each category involve a number of initiatives with varying timelines. But of course, I would say short term would be, of course, immediately over the next year or so. Medium term, perhaps maybe the next 2 to 3 years. And long term, I would say 3 years plus. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier tell me whether this is his way of saying he's not going to get any of those things done? Because the timelines here really span the election. Unless he knows something that I don't know, that he'll be returned to office. He's calling out things, Madam Speaker, that he perhaps might not be in a position to deliver on. Did the Premier just give me an answer just for the sake of an answer, Madam Speaker? I'm getting that feeling.
Madam Speaker, life and death are in the power of the tongue. So I speak life, I speak success. But of course, Madam Speaker, these are things which need to be done, and a lot of them are long outstanding, Madam Speaker. Administrations have come and gone, and some of these things have been undone. So of course, what is important is that, as the member has said, with the time that we have, we do as much of them as possible. And then what we are able to do later depends on the democratic process, Madam Speaker, and we trust the people of the Virgin Islands to make the right decisions when those times come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, one more follow-up. Can you, Premier, you said quite a bit. Could you say what category the Prospect redevelopment fell into? Is that your long-term plan? Is that one of those things that perhaps we may not see you do in your term, even after you've spoken about it so many times? Can you tell us where it fell in your plan?
Madam Speaker, I'm so pleased that after some painful wait, I would say, and many back and forths between myself and the member in the 6th District, we were able to issue that expression, that request for expression of interest, which should be coming back, I believe it may be the beginning of April. Madam Speaker, the plan is to expeditiously have a short listing that where persons can give full proposals, and it is my aspiration and goal to have an investor or developer selected this year, and that we can actually break ground on the project this year. That is my ambition, that is my goal. It is quite ambitious, but of course we have to push so that that project can get started. Extremely important project for the Virgin Islands. So I would put that from the short to the medium term. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in the recently passed 2025 budget, government's revenue that is estimated to generate for 2025 stood in the region of $407 million US. The government's current expenditure for the same period also estimated to be in the region of $407 million. Could the Premier of this Honourable House what accounts for this situation, and if he recognizes the danger to the financial health of the territory that this causes? A, could he state what is his immediate plan of action to remedy this situation? And B, could he fully state what revenue-raising initiatives or cost-cutting measures his government has planned for 2025 to maximize government revenue and he intends to raise from each initiative?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. As a point of information, Madam Speaker, the Appropriation 2025 Act 2024, which was approved by this Honourable House on the 19th December 2024, included projected revenue for 2025 of approximately $410,963,200, with recurrent expenditure forecasted at $411,729,600. So, of course, the point remains the same.
This is actually worse.
Yeah, the point remains the same, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in acknowledgement of the unpredictable nature of global markets, we are intensifying our efforts to implement new revenue-generating strategies and cost-cutting efficiencies, as outlined in Section 4, the fiscal strategy of the medium-term fiscal plan, including implementation of the good standing policy, which is expected to increase income from payroll taxes by an estimated $3.16 million. Full implementation of the tax collection platform, SIGTAS, is expected to result in an increase in the collection of income payroll taxes projected at $3.21 million. Madam Speaker, this Honourable House passed an amendment to Section 96A2 of the Financial Services Act, which would implement fees associated with the use of the parables. This change is expected to generate approximately $21.79 million in revenue. The Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development and Digital Transformation will continue to implement this policy decision, which commenced in 2024. Madam Speaker, there is enormous potential to generate more revenue from stamp duty if certain administrative changes are made to the issuance process for non-belonging landholding licenses. If these changes are made, it is expected that at least an additional $2 million can be made for this revenue category. The Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change is expected to implement necessary changes to ensure that the additional gain envisioned is realized. Madam Speaker, there's a projected $2.84 million to be collected under other revenue in 2025, which comprises of implementation of new fees, increase of existing fees, and collection of arrears. These revenue arrears are to be implemented. So these revenue areas are to be implemented across various ministries. Madam Speaker, the fiscal strategy section of the MTFP also includes government's plans for realizing expenditure efficiencies in the medium term, that is 2025 to 2027. Madam Speaker, the MTFP is designed to set a clear fiscal trajectory, balancing development priorities with fiscal responsibility. Revenue earning initiatives and programs include introduction of the Standard & Poor's rating, the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport expansion, initiatives for domestic foreign direct investment, such as hotel developments like the Joma Hotel and Marina, Prospect Reef expansion at Nanny Key, project at Norman Island, among others. Expenditure efficiencies and cost-saving measures include contributory pension scheme, a green pledge initiative focused on alternative energy, among other things, the R.T. O'Neill Central Administration Complex completion, digital transformation and e-government initiatives. Madam Speaker, I'm including for honorable members the fiscal strategy section of the MTFP, which supplements and further details my response to the question posed by the honorable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I don't think the Premier answered the first part of the question. And I'm even more eager now to hear the answer, since he corrected me and said that revenue is really 410 and expenditure recurrent is really 411, which puts us in a worse position. First part of the question asked him if he recognizes the danger to the financial health of the territory, and if you can say what accounts for this situation. I don't think you answered that part.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. That is an oversight. Inadvertently, that part of the question was taken out, so I'll have to put it back in. But just speaking from memory, Madam Speaker, the recurrent expenditure has been rising over time. When I was given my contribution to the budget debate, I would have spoken about how much the recurrent expenditure has risen over the last few years. I think it may have risen by almost like $100 million over 10 years. Somewhere around there. It's been going up very quickly, Madam Speaker. You have some significant developments which has been able to contribute to that. I would point to, for instance, when we built the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. Immediately the cost of healthcare went up by several tens of millions of dollars. We also can speak to salaries. We recently implemented a salary increase which has cost upwards of $20 million. And of course, salaries have continued to increase through increments, automatic increments, and persons moving up on their steps. So the wage bill continues to go up. You also have, of course, things you can point to like statutory boards, which continue to, especially those which are not revenue generating statutory boards, continue to increase. And we can also look at our failure over years to be able to fix the water distribution system so we can offset the cost of water, which is upwards water production is upwards of $20 million. And a number of other things we can point to where the recurrent expenditure has continued to increase, and it's created a challenge because generally, Madam Speaker, we fund our capital expenditure out of our recurrent surplus. Of course, since the hurricanes, we've had to rely primarily on loans to be able to execute a very ambitious capital agenda precisely because the hurricanes destroyed everything. And it's created a very tight situation for us. And as I said, in terms of addressing it, the only thing that we can do is we have to raise more revenue, and we have to have measures to cut expenditure. And we're looking at, as I said before, the central administration complex, so you can reduce the amount of rent you pay. And of course, the Minister of Communications and Works has said to us that even when we go back into that complex, we're not going to cut as much as from rent as we need to. So that is why he's planning to build another administration complex. And there's a number of other things that we have to do. I mean, our pension liability is phenomenal. So we can't underestimate the impact of having a contributory pension scheme. And of course, we have the deputy governor implementing a system where persons will be compensated for good performance, as opposed to what had become, automatic increments. So those are a number of steps, Madam Speaker, to address the immediate situation we face. But just to summarize again, the reason why we are where we are was because of some of those policy decisions which were made. And of course, remarkably, revenue has continued to increase over the years as well. But we've gotten to a place right now where we're not going to continue to increase the amount of revenue from the existing regimes that we have. Our companies have reduced, while we've increased fees, which has mitigated against the reduction, and we've gone for more quality over quantity approach. We have to recognize that we have to diversify in financial services, offer more services, implement the recommendations of things like the McKinsey report, etc. Build hotels, extend the runway, which will add value to our financial services sector. Develop talent here, also attract talent from abroad to build the financial services sector and offer the services needed. I'll stop there, Madam Speaker, but more can be said about that.
Madam Speaker, before I go on to my supplementary, the other part of the question, I just want the Premier to tell me whether he recognizes the danger to the financial health of the territory based on where we are, that he understands that we are in very dangerous territory. Have you recognized that as Minister of Finance?
Madam Speaker, without a shadow of a doubt, I recognize the danger of not raising more revenue. And that is why when persons tell you that you don't have to extend the runway, airport runway, we are wondering what planet persons are living on. That's why when we're hearing some talk now about why we have to increase the cost of licenses for persons who are doing it in the charter industry. We have fees from 1992. Persons are right now paying fees from 1992. And they essentially, our waters, that's our oil, that's our gold. And persons want you to give it away for free. So, Madam Speaker, it is urgent priority. And I'm hopeful that members will support some of these areas where we have some level of increases, and that we'll go ahead and we'll champion the extension of the runway. and all of the other things we're doing, Prospect Reef, all of these other things. These things are urgent. That's why we're working hard to get these things done. It's an urgent priority. And I also speak to our public officers who I love, but I need to let them know if we want to continue to be able to pay their salaries, public officers have to assist us in being able to stimulate growth in the economy, so that when persons are coming here and they're becoming frustrated with doing business in the BVI, and then perhaps they'll choose to do business elsewhere, and that we're not welcoming, and we don't provide that welcoming environment, we are putting our own selves at peril. Everybody has to work together to ensure that we stimulate the growth and development of our economy. And I guarantee you, if we do not, we will suffer here in the Virgin Islands. It is an urgent priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, follow up. From what the Premier says in terms of remedying the situation in the first part of the question, or should I say the second part of the question, it seems as if his intention is to tax the people of this country. The people of this country are already having a difficult time. The Premier lists out a list of tax measures to address the problem that perhaps primarily he caused by giving a $20 million increase without thinking about how he's going to pay for it. Is that fair to the people of the BVI who are already having a difficult time to pay for something that you didn't think out properly before you did it, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, I know we're liberal on the follow-ups, but I mean, I'll give as many as follow-ups as possible, even though I'm traveling
No, that
tomorrow.
was not follow-up. You didn't answer the first question properly. So the two questions were to get the answer, and now I have two follow-ups.
Okay.
Yes.
Two follow-ups,
Yeah,
Madam
this is
Speaker.
the
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, yes, Madam Speaker, you're looking at me, but remember when I got up on my feet, the very first part of the question was not answered, and so I invited the Premier to answer the question, and he gave his long response. So this is my very first follow-up on his response that he gave substantively. If you look at the question, you would see.
Bear with me.
Thank you.
In terms of when
I'll go ahead, Madam Speaker.
I'm very right.
I'll go ahead. Yeah, Madam Speaker, you will notice that some of the question, Madam Speaker, has to do with tax collection. Madam Speaker, the member for the second, rightfully so, often reminds us that we have a lot of money on the street because we haven't put adequate measures in place to collect taxes. So certainly we're not saying that we are just increasing taxes on the backs of the hard-working people of the Virgin Islands, but there are some persons in the community who don't intend to pay tax at all. So we are going to ensure that those persons pay tax. And we have a good standing policy coming, Madam Speaker. And in this good standing policy, we'll make provision for persons to be able to work once they're in a payment plan. Because right now, unfortunately, many persons have been shut out. If they owe some taxes, they can't get any contracts or anything like that. So we want persons to be able to have the ability to pay back the taxes, or we'll never be able to collect the taxes if these persons don't have the ability to be able to get work. And then we have taxes in areas, Madam Speaker, where it's not the hard-working people here. You know, a good example of that was, as you spoke about, charter industry. You have persons who come from the outside of the territory, persons who have disposable income. They have the money to be able to pay. And of course, we have our natural resources here, and we want persons have to pay a little bit to be able to access the natural resources here. So it's not just taxes on the backs of the people, Madam Speaker. In fact, just earlier I spoke about payroll tax exemption. We speak about increasing benefits for the most vulnerable in our society. So the general concept, Madam Speaker, is we want to grow the economy, we want to expand the pie, we want the pie to get bigger, as opposed to simply taxing persons. I agree with the member, we cannot just tax persons. No, but we have to collect tax, and we have to have mechanisms to collect tax. but we cannot just tax portions because, of course, after a while the well will get dry. So we have to get more visitors. That's why we are expanding the airport. Because right now, 2024, we had the second most visitors in the history of the Virgin Islands. This year, 2025, most likely we will have the most visitors in our history. And of course, we will have more overnight guests than we did in 2024 this year. And we want to get as close as possible to our record for overnight visitors in 2016, which is 400,000. This year we are at 305,876 overnight guests. And we will improve on that this year, Madam Speaker. So no, the strategy is not just a strategy to tax, Madam Speaker. It's a strategy to grow the economy, and then of course you get more taxes and more fees. And we'll ensure persons pay their taxes and their fees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, question number 7. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House how much money is in the Environmental Fund? And could he also state, based on the enabling legislation, how should the fees collected from the environmental levy be apportioned? A, could he state how much of that money has he distributed in the manner prescribed since holding the portfolio of Minister of Finance? And B, could he state how much of this money has been given to the BVI Tourist Board to be used for marketing and product development since holding the portfolio of Minister of Finance? And C, could he state whether he made any payments out of this fund besides any direct funds given to the Tourist Board for marketing, product development, etc., and to government agencies charged with the protection of the environment? And again, Madam Speaker, if I could get the responses in the order, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. To date, the balance in the environmental fund is $8,001,506.76. In accordance with the Environmental Protection and Tourism Improvement Fund Act 2017, Section 4 establishes the fund and the applications of monies of the fund. Therefore, the fees collected from the environmental levy should be apportioned as follows: 40% to be split between environmental protection and improvement and climate change and other matters affecting the environment. 40% for the maintenance and development of tourist sites and other tourism-related activities throughout the territory, and 20% for the marketing of the territory as a premier tourist destination. Madam Speaker, since assuming the portfolio of Minister of Finance, $4,292,000 has been distributed in accordance with the prescribed apportionments via schedule of additional provisions in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024. That's $4,292,000. Madam Speaker, the BVI Tourist Board has received the following funds for marketing and product development since the Minister of Finance took office: $936,000 via SAP in 2024, $1,448,000 via SAP in 2023, and $800,000 via SAP in 2022. These funds have been allocated and paid as requested. Madam Speaker, besides the direct funds allocated to the Tourist Board for marketing and product development, the following additional payments have been made. $250,000 was allocated to the Recovery and Development Agency for a water optimization project in 2023 and 2024. An advance of $858,000 was made to the National Parks Trust. I think that's it, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, a follow-up. The Tourist Board received a little over $10 million in 2025, in the 2025 budget. And the director of tourism, when he was here, before he knew he got $10 million or a little over $10 million, came with a plan of somewhere up to $17 million. Having regards, Madam Speaker, to the competitive nature of the tourism industry and the fact that we really have fallen behind our competitors. The Premier has $8.1 million in the environmental fund. Wouldn't it be prudent, Madam Speaker, to at least advance money to the BVI Tourist Board for marketing, so at least they can start to market so that we can have a very strong 2026.
To the proper way to be able to administer and transfer funds to these statutory boards to execute these works. Most times, the agencies themselves don't even know that money has been allocated for the particular purpose. And that's something that I've indicated to the Ministry of Finance that we cannot do any longer. We must improve in that. That's not the right thing for us to do. And indeed, the concept is that we'll be able to supplement the regular subvention they get. So if Tourist Board gets 10 million on a regular basis, that we would use this environmental, this money from the environmental levy to be able to increase the amount of money that they get. That is generally the idea. But of course, there are challenges as it pertains to that, especially considering we have a limit in terms of the amount of money we can spend in our recurrent expenditure based on our liquid assets ratio, which states that we have to have liquid assets of 25%. So we can only go spend so much money in our recurrent expenditure, which would be four times our liquid assets. And if our liquid assets stands at somewhere around $100 million, then we can only spend about $400 million, which limits the way that we can allocate things for recurrent expenditure. Now, the purposes for this fund include capital expenditure. So I would like to see a lot of these funds used for capital expenditure, especially for like National Parks Trust, where you have all of these sites where you have capital projects which need to be done. So that is something that I have to, and we as a House of Assembly have to get a handle on in terms of how these environmental levy monies are being apportioned and administered. And that's something I'll take upon myself, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, follow-up. Madam Speaker, the Premier just indicated himself that the enabling legislation indicates how that money is supposed to be used. 40% for environmental and climate change, 40% for tourism, and 20% for marketing. In accounting, you call that contra. The money comes in, it's supposed to. Am I hearing the Premier say that the money from the environmental fund, that the legislation said that should be paid out in a certain amount, which means that the money in that account should almost be all close to zero because you're supposed to pay it out? Are you using that money to balance the imperatives of the protocol for effective financial management? That's what you just said. Is that what you're doing, Premier? You just said that. You started to speak about that.
No.
Unless I heard something different.
I can explain.
Word salad? You got me confused there.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me explain. What I'm saying is, if you increase the subvention for the Tourist Board, for instance, that will take your recurrent expenditure higher. And therefore, you know, let's say, for instance, your recurrent expenditure is 400 million, and you want to use monies from that fund to give Tourist Board an additional 5 million. That will make your recurrent expenditure 405 million, which will take you outside of your ratios. So what we would need to do is have a strategy to be able to increase the liquid assets so that we can spend more recurrent money.
Yes, but this is the last follow-up. The money is earmarked for a specific purpose. So even outside of the $10 million the tourist board would have gotten, based on the legislation, Premier, there's nothing that prevents you, for instance, for giving money to the tourist board towards product development. We don't have any bathrooms on most of the beaches here. We have the tourists coming in on the buses with absolutely nothing to do but to go to the beach and look at views that is highly obscured because we haven't cut the bushes. So in terms of helping to develop our historical sites, why haven't we been able to take some of that money to start to do some of that stuff, to improve the product of the country?
Actually, Madam Speaker, I'm agreeing with the member. Absolutely, that money can be available to do capital projects. So I'm actually agreeing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, question number 8. Madam Speaker, we are currently witnessing a trade war between some of the major food and other human essentials producing countries. Most of our imports in this territory come to the United States of America. If these threats of increased tariffs are implemented, it will further create cost of living issues for the people of the territory. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance please present to this Honourable House, not talk, but tangible plans in motion that have been taken to reduce the current cost of living in the territory, and further plans to buffer the cost of living, buffer the cost of living hikes for residents in the event that these tariffs are implemented?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Regarding the potential impact of international trade tensions on the cost of living in our territory, I assure the public that we are paying keen attention to this issue. There is no doubt that increased costs of goods in the United States will have a direct impact on this territory, considering we are heavily reliant on imported goods from the United States. To make it clear, there's nothing we can do to influence prices in the United States, but we can control what is within our control. Allow me to outline the tangible steps our government has taken and plans to take to mitigate these challenges. Over the recent years, our government has implemented several concrete measures to address the cost of living. These include customs duty reductions. As late as 2022, we had a customs duty reduction, a flat rate of 5%. We also had fuel and construction material duty concessions. It is my goal to have a discussion with my forthcoming Economic Council on proposals to provide duty concessions in a way that will ensure that savings are passed on to the consuming public. We've had zero import duty on green energy equipment. We have eliminated import duties on most equipment and supplies needed for sustainable energy sources, such as solar power. The elimination of import duties on equipment and supplies for sustainable energy sources will be extended shortly, and as the sector evolves, as the government has set a target of becoming at least 60% green by 2030. Looking ahead, we have several initiatives in place to address potential cost of living hikes. Ongoing duty review. We are continuously reviewing our tax and duty regime, particularly for essential items. Many essential goods are already zero rated or below 5% duty, and we are committed to further adjustments as needed. Local food production. We are developing a comprehensive plan to boost local agriculture and fisheries. This will reduce our reliance on imported food, potentially stabilizing domestic prices and reducing inflationary pressures. The harvest program. We are exploring the possibility of training young farmers to use innovative agricultural methods, which will contribute to increased local food production and food security. Consumer Protection Act revision. We are revising the Consumer Protection Act 2020 to address emerging consumer concerns, particularly regarding pricing. This will strengthen good business practices and ensure that consumer protection remains a priority. Inflation monitoring. We are closely monitoring inflation trends, particularly in the United States, from which we import most of our goods. We project a decrease in inflation from 3.3% in 2024 to 2.15% in 2025. targeted relief measures. We are exploring options for targeted relief to insulate our people from the negative impacts of inflation. Economic diversification. Our 2025 budget includes investments in critical infrastructure projects, education, and healthcare, which will contribute to our economic diversification and resilience. Our government has planned a trade mission to the Dominican Republic, scheduled for the near future. This mission has several key objectives: explore alternative supply chains. We aim to diversify our import sources, reducing our heavy reliance on the United States market, establish new trade relationships by fostering connections with Dominican Republic suppliers. We hope to create more competitive pricing options for essential goods, learn from their agricultural sector. The Dominican Republic has a robust agricultural industry, and we intend to gain insights and partnerships that could benefit our local food production efforts. We are actively considering the implementation of a basket of goods approach. This would involve identifying a set of essential items that are crucial for our residents' daily lives. By focusing on this specific set of goods, we can more effectively monitor and potentially control prices on these critical items. This approach allows for targeted interventions to keep the cost of living manageable for our citizens. I can confirm that our ministry team is scheduled to meet today to develop a comprehensive strategic approach to address the potential impact of tariff increases by the U.S. President. This proactive step will ensure that we are prepared to assess the direct and indirect effects of these tariff increases on our economy, develop contingency plans to mitigate any negative impacts on our residents, and identify alternative sourcing options for affected goods to maintain price stability. And I can confirm that that meeting did take place. In addition to exploring trade opportunities with the Dominican Republic, we are committed to further developing our trade relationships within the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Regional sourcing, we will investigate opportunities to source more goods from OECS partners, potentially reducing transportation costs and tariff impacts. Collaborative initiatives, we aim to engage in joint initiatives with OECS countries to enhance our collective bargaining power in international trade negotiations. Knowledge sharing, by strengthening ties with our regional partners, we can share best practices in addressing cost of living challenges and economic diversification strategies. Madam Speaker, I want to assure this Honorable House that our government is not just talking, but taking concrete action to address the cost of living in our territory. These measures demonstrate our commitment to a multifaceted approach in addressing the cost of living concerns. We are not only reacting to current challenges, but also proactively preparing for potential future economic pressures. Our goal is to ensure the economic well-being of our citizens through diversified trade relationships, strategic planning, and regional cooperation. We remain vigilant and ready to implement additional measures as needed to protect our residents from potential economic shocks resulting from international trade tensions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Premier for his question. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Premier tell us whether or not, as the Minister responsible for agriculture, whether he called a meeting with the farmers and the poultry and egg producers in the territory to see somehow if he can offer a subsidy to them to increase production in the short term? Could he tell us whether he took such an action?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, of course, Junior Minister is the one who deals with these particular affairs. I do have confidence in him in dealing with these areas, and of course I know that he's been in touch with the poultry producers in ways that he can support them, and as of course a substantive minister, I'm willing to support these efforts taken on by the junior minister. Certainly, and I can say, of course, we did support our poultry producers. Of course, in the recent past, let some brothers got a grant back probably somewhere around 2021, 2022, somewhere around there. Of course, we also have Brother Pickering, who we made land available. Of course, we also had duty concessions, etc. So, we have taken measures to support them to get to the point where they are today. But of course, more needs to be done, and I'm certainly willing to do more, especially considering potential trade war.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for his response, but my question, Premier, was more geared towards a meeting to provide assistance as a result of the recent situation. I know you talked about the grants that were given years ago. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your response to the potential trade war, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by my junior minister that indeed he did have a meeting with a meat producer, not necessarily poultry, and I'm sure that he has plans to have additional meetings on a particular subject. I do think it's a good idea. Yeah, chicken for me. Okay. Right. Sorry, you did have a meeting with a poultry producer. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure that there are additional meetings which are being planned along these particular lines, which I give my full support to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we have 30,000 persons in this country. And since President Trump has mentioned these issues of imported tariffs and so on, we had one meeting we're going dead for hungry in here. We had one meeting, Premier. I mean, that's not good enough at all. But you sound a little tired. You want to take a break? You sure? Okay, no problem. The other question, the other follow-up, Madam Speaker, the Premier mentioned his basket of goods plan. I'm wondering if he recognizes that his basket of goods would also increase by the tariff. You recognize that, Premier? Which, again, necessitates the need for urgent movement to try to get food, as much food as we can get produced locally right now. Because the baskets of goods will go up. The tariff is going to affect that.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the follow-up. First to say, this is why we have to put in the necessary investment to build the agricultural and the fisheries industry. And of course, it's all our responsibility because we have to recognize successive administrations, going back to the time when, of course, our economy would have changed and focused more on tourism and financial services. Since that time, we haven't put in the investment necessary to build the agriculture and fisheries industry. So, and then when things pop up, it could be a Y2K, it could be a hurricane, it could be a pandemic. You know, we start talking about investing in agriculture. And now we have trade wars and it's the same kind of discussion. But we'll never be able to build the agriculture and fisheries industry overnight in response to some sudden crisis. So when we're not in crisis, that's when we have to make the investments. And I'll say it again, even during this term and the term before, I'm not satisfied with the progress which has been made. And I think more progress needs to be made. The same type of urgency we spoke about as it pertains to the finances and budgeting, we have to take that same type of urgency. Therefore, I am going to be lighting a fire, so to speak, upon everyone responsible for implementing what is a very clear vision for agricultural production. But, Madam Speaker, sorry, can you remind me of the supplementary? Me question again, please. I lost my train of thought.
I actually want to take a break. I think you should, because I recognize that you're not, you're getting a little tired. But anyhow, the second question was about your basket of goods,
Yes, okay.
right? And the fact that the tariff would affect it. So you should move it quick haste. So that's what we can do
Madam
here.
Speaker, this is a part of the reason we want to go to the Dominican Republic. I think we have to explore some markets outside of the United States, establish partnerships outside of our partners in the United States. A lot of the food in the Dominican Republic would end up going to the United States. Probably some of that same food that goes from the Dominican Republic to Miami would come across to us back in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, Dominican Republic is a big food producer. We also have other food producers in the OECS, Dominica, St. Vincent. Of course, you have CARICOM countries like Guyana, which are big food producers. We are securing partnerships with these countries, and I believe that we'll be able to secure a basket of goods from outside of the United States. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Now, Speaker, question number 9. Madam Speaker, during the recent standing finance deliberations, I inquired about the maintenance and upkeep of the Omaha Fisherman's Wharf in Walvis Bay. It was at that time I learned that the wharf was not under any ministry in government. This wharf has great revenue generating potential for the government and for private enterprise. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell his Honourable House what steps has he taken since learning of this situation to get this piece of government real estate properly situated under a ministry so that it can be regularly maintained and its true revenue earning capacity realized?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for this question. Madam Speaker, it is my intention to have the Omaha Fisherman's Wharf in Walvis Bay transferred to the Recreation Trust. And I must add, along with the necessary funds, the Minister of Education will want me to say that publicly, along with the necessary funds to ensure its proper maintenance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this is one question, joined by Anne. Could the Premier say when this transfer will happen, and also what happens in the intervening period until it's transferred? That's one question, joined by Anne.
Madam Speaker, let me just say, the Minister is here. Recreation Trust, I believe, has maintained a number of facilities, even though they were not officially a part of the Recreation Trust remit. It would be my intention via SAP to give them the resources necessary so that even if they are able to maintain it, and that takes resources away from later months of the year, that we can use a SAP to supplement that money. So that would be my my solution, which I would publicly committing to. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I yield my second question to the Deputy Speaker and Territorial at-Large member.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the 6th. Madam Speaker, the Premier, as the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, have you considered perhaps putting the Fisherman's Wharf with the marina that's there, the docks that's there, and negotiations with any of the adjacent landowners, or maybe reclamation, perhaps putting a fishing complex there so that the fishermen can pull up there and have their catch there, similar to the fisheries complex that actually existed there, versus having the ministry deal with the docking situation and Recreation Trust dealing with docks, please.
Madam Chair, I'm thankful for the supplementary so I can clarify. The aspect that we would like for the Recreation Trust to manage is more like the park area, because indeed it's like a park along with there's a wharf there. But certainly we'd want a landing site there. And Madam Speaker, we'll really have to explore whether the junior ministers can answer questions or not, because I believe Dr. Dawson, this is something that he's been thinking about and working on for some time, and he would certainly want to speak about what he, the ideas he's had. But of course, we're exploring the possibility. There is a piece of land there that is currently being occupied by a businessman, and who will be transferring to another area. And I believe the junior minister is exploring whether that land would be available for a landing site. We do have to speak to the port, so we have the Minister of Communications and Works here. We'll have to have a conversation with the ports as to whether there were any intentions for the ports to expand that far, because that was the case with the fisheries complex. But it would be a rather good idea for us to have a landing site in that area. I would, I do support that. And I was, before I had a junior minister, when I had a portfolio in education, we did do a site visit there, and we were exploring ideas for a landing site, actually on the wharf itself. But I think that other areas are a much better idea. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Question number 10. Madam Speaker, the government recently held a series of town hall meetings with the public, advising on the governmental and legislative changes made as a result of the Commission of Inquiry. The Premier and colleagues, in their haste, accepted all the recommendations from the COI report without understanding their ramifications, and this was evident from their lack of understanding of the many legislative changes that had to be made to facilitate the recommendations. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House why he did not consult the people of this territory first in a similar town hall meeting to discuss the recommendations, to hear their views before accepting them, and A, as a servant of the people, if he did not think he was obligated to tell the people about the major changes that these recommendations would make to their lives before accepting them? So it's like really two questions. You got to answer the first part, Premier, so you don't miss that, and then A, right?
Madam Speaker, we were doing so well with these question and answers after a rocky start. I hope that we don't get off track here. But anyway, Madam Speaker, the Commission of Inquiry report published in April 2022 recommended the immediate suspension of democratic governance in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands was portrayed as corrupt, and our reputation sustained severe damage. Madam Speaker, while I defend the integrity and good nature of the vast majority of the citizens of the Virgin Islands, we must acknowledge that our systems of governance were in desperate need of reform. Facing the threat of direct colonial rule, I, along with the other members of the unity government, took decisive action, successfully persuading the United Kingdom government to allow us to undertake these reforms under a democratic framework. The only alternative would have been to accept colonial rule. After 2 years of doing the rigorous work of reform in collaboration with the people of the Virgin Islands, improving transparency, accountability, adherence to the rule of law, establishing a much stronger integrity framework, there are still those who continue to promote an old, tired narrative that we have sold out the Virgin Islands. Contrarily, through our determination to improve our systems in a transparent way that ensured participation and representation, we have set our people on the path to increased autonomy on the heels of another constitutional negotiation. The people of the Virgin Islands can be proud of what we have accomplished together and not allow anyone to manipulate us into believing that remaining in the state we were in would have served our best interests or preserved the hard-earned gains of our ancestors. So, Madam Speaker, just to speak very specifically, as a similar town hall meeting to discuss the recommendations, to hear their views before accepting them. Madam Speaker, as I said in my answer, we were faced with colonial rule or doing this under a democratic framework. We acted quickly and decisively, and we put us on the path to maintaining our democracy. As a servant of the people, I was obligated to protect the people's best interests by persuading the United Kingdom government to allow us to do this in a democratic framework, and through Cabinet, through the House of Assembly, we ensured that the changes through the Commission of Inquiry were consistent with the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can the Premier clarify something for me? So, because he was faced, Madam Speaker, with colonial rule, he decided to act like a dictator and not speak to the people of the territory? I'm picking that up. Is that what you're saying, Premier?
Is that a question or clarification?
It's a question, because the question, Madam Speaker, asks why he did not consult the people of the territory first in a similar town hall meeting to discuss the recommendations, to hear their views before accepting them. He said that he was faced with colonial rule, so he acted.
No, I understand, but you had said you wanted to clarify.
No, I'm asking a question.
You're asking a question.
So now, faced with colonial rule, is he saying that he decided to act like a dictator and not consult with the people of the country before accepting the recommendations? Which one is better?
No, Madam Speaker. I was seeking to protect the persons from dictatorship, Madam Speaker. And we are over 2 years on, and we're in a much different place than before, Madam Speaker. I don't want us to get stuck. Madam Speaker, we are not a full democracy in the Virgin Islands. The United Kingdom has power to be able to do as they wish based on our constitutional relationship. We were faced with the possibility of the governor being the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Communications and Works, the Minister of Lands, the Minister of Ecclesiastical Affairs. The governor would have had all executive authority. The governor would have the power to make all the laws in the Virgin Islands. Based on what I hear the member saying, is he's making it seem as though we go to the people as though we have a choice as to whether the United Kingdom would take over the country or not. Yes, we have an order in council that would immediately have suspended democratic governance. So what we're doing is giving the illusion of a choice. Now, as it pertains to informing the people, Madam Speaker, the record will show from throughout the entire process, Madam Speaker, we kept the people informed and engaged, because our goal was to do this under a democratic framework. And Madam Speaker, history has proven us right. We have gotten through the majority of these recommendations, and every member in this House has had a meaningful input on the legislation which was passed. And our ministries and departments have had meaningful input on the content of policies. These policies and these laws were heavily consulted on. I personally went on consultations for Crown lands, for immigration policy. Yeah, we had a number of consultations on a number of areas in the COI, and persons had opportunity to be a part of the process. I value consultation, I value democracy, Madam Speaker, and I don't think we need to get stuck in what took place when we were under direct threat of colonial rule. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, I believe when history looks back on the situation, it will be a critical moment where we avoided we avoided colonial rule, we avoided dictatorship, and we put ourselves on a path that ultimately will lead, it is my hope and my fervent wish, to increased autonomy. And that would be like night and day to where we could have been. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, several months ago, I raised the issue of job opportunities for the adult differently abled persons in our community. This group in our community has been marginalized and thrown to the side because no opportunities exist for them outside of primary and secondary education, which does not properly cater to their needs. I asked the Premier if his government would lead the way by making it a policy to employ differently abled persons in government offices and encourage the private sector to do the same. He advised that his government would do something about it. To date, absolutely nothing has manifested. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please outline a comprehensive and documented plan with timelines to this Honourable House, outlining how this marginalized group in our community would be integrated into jobs in the government sector and the private sector?
Madam Speaker, I thank you. I thank the member for the question. The Honourable Member asked a similar question at the second sitting of the first session of the 5th House of Assembly on the Thursday, the 29th June 2023. I will give a similar response. The member is aware that employment in the public service falls under the remit of the Governor. Therefore, the Governor is the one to whom our advocacy should be directed. As it pertains to the private sector, Madam Speaker, very soon we will be discussing a new labor policy and, of course, reviewing the labor code. Through that consultative process, we can have a discussion on how we should deal with the matter of differently abled persons. But let me say that I agree that differently abled persons we must make specific provisions for in terms of how we deal with them in society. Many of them have the ability to able to work in particular types of jobs, and all efforts should be made to do so. But as I said before, Madam Speaker, terms and conditions of employment directly fall under the Governor's remit. As it pertains to the private sector, that matter can be taken up in our labor deliberations very soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I am very concerned that the Premier of the Virgin Islands would pass the buck on such a vulnerable group in our society on to the Governor. We have the rated program that addresses or seeks to address persons who are unemployed in the country. That is not under the governor. A special dispensation, Premier, you have the authority to make a special dispensation the same way you did with the rated program to address the issue of differently abled adults in the community who want to make a difference. Do you or do you not have that authority, Premier?
Madam Speaker, rated program, persons who participate in a rated program are not public officers. But of course, we can, through the rated program, perhaps come up with some means of being able to deal with the issue of differently abled persons. I think that is a worthy option to explore. I think that's a worthy option to explore, Madam Speaker. Perhaps maybe we can be creative, as the member for the Sixth said, in finding a means of being able to do this beyond government policy on hiring. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sergeant. But Madam Speaker, just in the event, and I hope the Premier does his best and takes my advice, but in the event that you see the governor, this is a resume from somebody from my district who is differently able, who typed up a resume that wants a job. If you can't fix it, give it to him when you see him in cabinet. Madam Speaker, question 12. Madam Speaker, the territory is currently grappling with a wave of criminal activity that involves a number of young people in this territory. It cannot be denied that a lack of job opportunities can be one of the factors that affect crime in a country. There is a considerable number of young persons in the territory that are unemployed. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honourable House with a comprehensive plan to tackle the issue of rising unemployment, particularly among young people?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question, but I must categorically reject the concept that a lack of jobs in the Virgin Islands is the cause of criminality.
Madam Speaker, that's not what I'm saying. Premier, you're misrepresenting the question. So if you're misrepresenting the question, your answer wouldn't be reflective of the question. That's not what the question says. It says that it cannot be denied that a lack of job opportunities can be one of the factors that affect crime in a country. It did not say conclusively that that is a factor that affects crime, and it did not say specifically BVI. It says it's one of the contributing factors. So if you know your answer, if you want a chance to answer properly, I can put it on the next order paper. But you have to answer correctly to the question I have.
Madam Speaker, on average, the Virgin Islands issues between 10,000 and 11,000 work permits a year. Many of these jobs can be filled with locals who have the attitude, aptitude, skills, and character to add value to a place of employment. Madam Speaker, the breakdown of the family, the eroding of the moral fabric of society, the law of fast money and a luxurious lifestyle all contribute to the challenge of crime. Our foreparents had very little. There was no tourism sector. There was no financial services sector. They did not have the modern conveniences we now have at our disposal. But they had faith and devotion in God. They had strong family units. And they were some of the hardest working people on the planet. And they fished, they farmed, they made boats, they sailed, and they made a way where there was no way. Madam Speaker, we continue to send young people the message that everything must be given to them. And if the government does not give them a job, they have a license to commit crime. Having said that, Madam Speaker, we recognize that many young people need support in achieving their ambitions of joining the workforce, and therefore we have put mechanisms in place. Madam Speaker, in an effort to tackle the rising concern of the considerable number of unemployed young persons in the territory, the Department of Labor and Workforce Development is working on a job readiness program framework, which encompasses a holistic view, considering not only the immediate needs of employers, but also the long-term career prospects of individuals. Through targeted training programs, continuous learning opportunities, and robust industry partnerships, the department aims to build a resilient and versatile workforce. The framework will outline a strategic workforce development program aimed at enhancing job readiness and closing the skills gap to foster economic growth and improve the quality of life for BVI residents, including the youth. The program will focus on developing soft and technical skills and career preparation with the use of training modules, workshops, and online learning. It is expected that the program will enhance skill sets, increase employability, grow the economy, provide training opportunities, reduce the unemployment rate, and strengthen partnerships. Madam Speaker, the primary goal of the Job Readiness Program is to create a well-prepared and highly skilled workforce to meet the current and future demands of the Virgin Islands economy. By investing in the development of our workforce, the department will not only be preparing individuals for immediate employment opportunities, but also equipping them with the ability to navigate and thrive amidst future economic shifts. Madam Speaker, the Job Readiness Program framework is in the final stages of completion. Madam Speaker, from a rated perspective, the Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development, and Digital Transformation will seek to engage the services of a consultant to provide hospitality and soft skills training, which will also assist the youth in being workforce ready. The focus will be on ensuring that young people are ready for the workforce so that they can remain employed. Other sector-specific training, including construction, agriculture, will also be provided. These measures, along with collaboration with the H. Lavity Stowe Community College, will enable the young people to be better positioned for not only obtaining employment in the short term, but also for building a career in the long term. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for his response. But Madam Speaker, the situation with unemployment, particularly among young people in this territory, requires a much more urgent response. Madam Speaker, I remember when I served as Education Minister, there was a very successful program called the Youth Unemployment or Employment Services Program. It was a program that the government collaborated with the business community. The government paid 50% of the salary. The private sector paid 50% over a 3-month or 3 to 6 month period. And the majority of those persons after 6 months were taken on by the employer with a support mechanism or network put around them, Madam Speaker. That program was dismantled because it was a program that Myron started, and they came with something called 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, and nobody get no job. And now we are back to square one with rising unemployment. Premier, what is the problem with going back to the Ministry of Education? The permanent secretary is still there. What is the problem in going back to her to ask a question about that program and start a similar program? We have a major issue with unemployment in this country, and the response by the government, Premier, is lethargic at best. Can you go back and find out about this program, Premier?
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't agree that our response is lethargic. But what I would say is, you know, a good idea is a good idea no matter where, where it comes from. And of course, actually the concept of that youth employment service is one actually that we were adapting with the same rated program apprenticeship aspect of it that we were speaking about. So you can expect to see something similar soon, especially as it pertains to hospitality, as it pertains to agriculture, and of course we will follow soon with also construction. But yes, the program, I would say, was a good concept, and it's one that we can build on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this is my final thought. It's not a question, but it's a comment. I want to encourage the Minister for Youth Affairs as well, because the biggest issue facing young people in this country is unemployment. I want to encourage you as well to try to get that program. It was properly managed under the ministry. I want to encourage you to take a look at it because it's a major problem in the country. Thank the Premier for, I know I tired you out, you look a little tired there. But I thank you very much for your responses. Madam Speaker, can I go on to my questions?
Yes, please proceed.
You sure you don't want a break, Madam Speaker?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good. No, I'm just being considerate. I'm just being considerate, that's all. I good to go. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell its Honourable House what was the cost for the asphalt plant that is owned by the government? A, could he state what is the complete cost for daily operations of the plant? B, could he state how many loads of asphalt the plant produces at high capacity per day? C, whether he thinks it would have been more cost efficient overall to negotiate with the existing privately owned asphalt plant to produce the asphalt for the government, and if he thinks not, then state why. And D, whether he thinks the plant production capacity at the moment has anything to do with the slow action in resurfacing the roads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government-owned asphalt plant was acquired for $1,300,000. This investment was intended to play a crucial role in supporting our major road paving initiatives across the territory, especially given the extensive repairs needed after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Since its commissioning in September 2023, the plant has been operated solely by the Public Works Department. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that since the commissioning of the plant, this Honourable House would have been aware of the operational challenges faced, including the subsequent health challenges of one of the workers at the plant. In order to carry out the approved works from April 2023, covering 4.5 miles of road, it was suggested and agreed that the asphalt plant be operated by an experienced firm familiar with operating and maintaining a similar asphalt plant. This firm would also conduct necessary training for public work personnel. The daily cost for training, operating, and maintaining the government-owned asphalt plant is approximately $4,230, which includes both labor and all the aggregates and diesel expenses. B, Madam Speaker, the government-owned asphalt plant has a production capacity of 120 tons per hour, which translates to about 80 cubic yards or 4 20-yard truckloads. However, during current paving projects, the plant operates on a needs basis as requested by the paving operations and public works. C, Madam Speaker, the operation of the government-owned asphalt plant has proven to be more cost-effective than outsourcing the asphalt production. D, Madam Speaker, in 2025, the government-owned asphalt plant, in collaboration with private contractors, successfully paved 2.8 miles of roadway in just 17 days, demonstrating the efficiency of this partnership model. And I'm pleased to report that the paving exercises have progressed at a satisfactory pace without significant delays. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the Minister could tell me. He said as from April 2023, an outside firm has been operating the plant at $4,230 $230,000 to $4,230 per day. So you're saying that you've been paying this from April 2023, is that what you're saying? Just for clarification? That's not a follow-up, it's clarification.
No problem, Madam Speaker. From April 2023, we were approved to carry out asphalting works. The firm was hired recently. I think it was about now 20 days ago that a new firm has been hired that started doing the new asphalting works that we spoke about earlier.
Thanks much. That's not what is written here, but if you read it again, you'll see that it's kind of a little misleading, right? And you said it started 20 days ago, Madam Speaker. How long is the contractual arrangement for?
30 days. Madam Speaker, 30 days with hopes of extending. I think the director is working to extend.
Based on, Madam Speaker, based on your overall plan, Minister, you said you expect to extend. How long do you think you're going to use the asphalt plant contractors for?
Well, Madam Speaker, we don't have a time per se. We were having some challenges with getting some aggregates, hence we had some delays. But while the firm has been operating, there has been some training going on to gain more familiarity with the asphalt plant.
Would you say about a year or so?
Well, I'm just reminding you
That's about
of your question.
I didn't answer them, Madam Speaker, so
Let me again answer them.
I asked you how long. You can't tell me. So I have to now narrate to get you to say something to me, but I can't take them answers, Madam Speaker.
Is it that in your substantive question it was not answered?
No, it's not answered because my real question ain't even come yet. But I am trying to get the preliminary one out.
to ask the question you want to
I want to ask how long the minister expects to have
the question.
the contractors for. A truthful answer, estimate at least. Say something to me.
Madam Speaker, I mean, we are confined to a budgetary allotment, so we'll monitor what the funds are available. We'll refer back to with the personnel at Public Works, and then we'll decide on the way forward.
6 months? 7 months? 8 months? Give me something, Minister.
That's 8 follow-up. 7. That's
I
7 follow-up.
haven't got the
7
response to the
follow-up.
question. The question is how long, in your judgment as minister, because you must know what your work program is. You should be able to estimate it if you're on top of your job. I'm not holding you to still specific, but give me an estimate. You should be able to do that, Minister.
From top of my job. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have a timeline.
You don't have a timeline? Fine. Well, Madam Speaker, I did some quick calculation. If they stay here for 307 days at $4,000, that is going to be the cost you spend on the asphalt plant. Would it make sense then, Madam Speaker? Question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honourable House what was the basis for the plan to build such an elaborate building at the Western Ferry Terminal, rather than modeling what currently exists at Red Hook in St. Thomas in terms of size and usage? Could he tell us the estimated amount budgeted for this project?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is now widely recognized that prior to the devastating hurricanes of 2017, West End was the busiest seaport in the Virgin Islands. In 2016, an impressive 41% of all sea arrivals and 31% of total arrivals into the territory were processed through this critical facility. These figures underscore the vital importance of the Western Ferry Terminal to our tourism and trade sectors, serving as a key gateway for both residents and visitors. The proposed design for the new Western Ferry Terminal reflects our commitment to enhancing operational efficiency and passenger experience. The terminal is being designed to accommodate a minimum of 3 ferries berthing at the same time. process 200 passengers per hour and accommodate up to 200,000 passengers annually. This aligns with the specific requirements outlined by the Ministry of Communications and Works and the BVI Ports Authority, who is the owner and primary end user of the facility. Madam Speaker, our friends in the U.S. Virgin Islands are also in active discussions to upgrade their facilities, focusing on enhanced security measures, including the separation of domestic and international travel and the need for additional holding space. This reflects a regional commitment to improving travel experience and safety for all passengers. The new ferry terminal will feature a detention center to manage individuals who may display erratic behavior or be denied entry into the territory, as well as separate quarantine areas for both individuals and animals in accordance with health requirements. Madam Speaker, the new terminal will be fully compliant with the International Ship and Port Facility Security ISPS code, ensuring enhanced security through the clear separation of passengers and baggage cargo for both domestic and international arrivals and departures. Given the increasing number of passengers, included day trippers and participants in events like the annual Christmas in July celebration, the terminal's dock will accommodate up to 6 private charter vessels or water taxis, each up to 40 feet simultaneously. In keeping with our commitment to public engagement and inclusivity, the external facade of the terminal was selected through a public voting process. 3 design options were presented to the public: West Indies design, classic modern design, and futuristic and organic. The public vote resulted in a tie between classic, modern, and futuristic and organic designs. To reflect this community input, elements from both styles have been combined to create the final facade of the design currently being tendered. This approach ensures that the terminal will not only serve functional needs, but also embody an aesthetic that resonates with the people of the Virgin Islands. The full tender process for the Western Ferry Terminal is still underway. As such, I am unable to provide a specific details regarding the cost of the project at this time, to avoid any risk of prejudicing this process. However, I can confirm that the government of the Virgin Islands has secured funding through the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, under the Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Loan to support the implementation of this crucial project. I would like to take the opportunity to publicly thank the RDA and their team for their unwavering commitment to excellence on this major project. Their close collaboration with the ministry has been instrumental in advancing the progress of this transformative development. Madam Speaker, Western Ferry Terminal is not just a project, it's a symbol of our territory's resilience and forward momentum, ensuring that the Virgin Islands remain a premier destination and a thriving hub for commerce and travel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communication and Works at least give a ballpark figure as to the estimated cost? It's a public project.
Yeah, but it's going through the tender process.
I understand it's going through the tender process. Give me a ballpark. Can I ask you for the specific figure? Is it somewhere upward of $11 million?
Madam Speaker, as it's going through the tendering process, it'll be difficult to state that answer that the members is asking. Huh? Yeah.
So, Madam Speaker, when would the public know how much of their tax money is being spent on a seemingly very oversized building? When would they know that? When they don't spend and the contract don't sign? Who pays out the truth?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for me to just list some milestones with the project. I think it may seem like it's a project being done in isolation, but Madam Speaker, what I can say is that the started in 2021 with a contract signed for design and construction management. There were community meetings for the design and the consultation, and in August 2021, the designs were revealed at public meetings. February 2022, there was a voting period for the designs. July 2022, December 22, the winning design was revealed. April, there was a pre-qualification issued. August 2023, pre-qualification reissued as initial 9 forms did not meet the criteria. They had a presentation to the First District community on August 29th, 2023. The launch of the Rebuild campaign to reintroduce the optimized design to the public was done in August 2023. 4 forms were successfully shortlisted in October 2023. The residents of the First District received the project update at a community meeting July 2024. July 2024, CDB reviewed the procurement process and granted a no objection, allowing the bid process to proceed. The bid documents were issued July 30th, 2024. Madam Speaker, 2 bids were submitted January 17, 2025. And Madam Speaker, the financial bids are scheduled to be open tomorrow, 14 February 2024. And that is when the public would be aware of what the cost for this building would be. And I know you say it's big and elaborate, but when you compare it to what is, as you mentioned, the Red Hook Ferry Terminal, they are busting at the seams there, and they are actually in the process of redeveloping the area to accommodate their passengers as well as to be compliant.
Minister, did you just say that the bids were already received?
The bids were received on the 17th of January. They did one aspect of the bid, and the cost would be open tomorrow.
So what you said previously in terms of prejudicing the position.
Honorable, how many
But Madam Speaker, I get into the real meat of the question because I asked the minister a question, and now the answer is coming out. When I asked, no, it's not latency. Madam Speaker, if I can explain myself, I'm being disturbed. I asked the Premier, the minister, for a figure for the cost, the estimated cost of the project. He said to me that his response to me would prejudice the process. But and in the other side of his mouth, he said he don't get the bids. So there's no process to prejudice because who don't bid, don't bid. So I'm asking the minister a question because, Madam Speaker, I had an assessment done, and I understand it's somewhere close to $20 million we're going to be spending in West End. So I want to hear from the minister.
Well, Honorable, based on standing orders, you're only allowed 2 supplemental.
I know, but Madam Speaker, but ministers must also answer the questions that is put to them, Madam Speaker.
I cannot give you more than the 2 questions unless the member yield to give that answer.
You have to understand my point.
I completely understand.
I asked a question. The minister said to me that the response would prejudice the process, but then he turned around and said he had the bids already. So there's nothing to prejudice. You don't have to bid them. Nobody can bid over again. The bidding closed.
If I recall correctly, it was in relation to the amount. How much in terms of the amount is what you were seeking?
Yes, roughly what would be what is the cost?
Correct.
Roughly is my.
Which he indicated he could not give that amount because it would prejudice. And so from my understanding, even though the bids are received, the process hasn't been complete. Is that correct, Minister?
Yes, ma'am. But Madam Speaker, the bids them done in. Nobody can send in no more bid again. So there's nothing that prevents him from answering the question.
But there is a process when bids are received. You have to go through that process. If someone isn't successful, I assume it would have to be retendered. Am I correct?
Madam Speaker, we supposing, we're playing lashing dogs, so are we supposing?
No, well, again, Honorable, I'm putting it out there, but at the end of the day, you have been able to ask your 2 supplemental, so let's move on.
Thank you, Minister, for answering those questions that you chose to answer.
You're much welcome, member, and I guess tomorrow we'll know what the cost is. Yes.
I take it that's your questions for the minister?
Yes, but the Minister for Health, like he has absconded.
I believe he did give some sort of information to the clerk, so if we could just take a brief recess. We'll take a brief recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Member for the 6th, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House when the Allied Health Council Board will be reconstituted? A, could he tell this Honourable House why, after almost 10 months, that this board has not been reconstituted? And B, could he advise if he is aware of the fact that many medical technicians cannot be registered to provide much needed services such as x-rays, etc. to patients because the board is not in place?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, Cabinet at its meeting on 5th February 2025 approved the appointment of members to serve on the Allied Health Professional Council. Customary, the Attorney General's chambers have been asked to draft the instruments of appointment. Once received, the instruments will be signed, gazetted, and issued to the newly appointed members. Madam Speaker, the term of the previous council expired on 6 June 2024, with the exception of the ex officio member. Prior to the expiration, the ministry reached out to the sitting members to determine the interest in serving another term. While they all initially expressed willingness to continue, the responses to requests for letters of interest and updated CVs were slow. Despite multiple reminders, one by one, the members ultimately decided not to seek reappointment. They cited various concerns, but did not submit these in writing when asked to do so. Madam Speaker, the series of events resulted in a delay in advertising the council's vacancies. Nevertheless, the positions were subsequently advertised multiple times, but initially received no responses. However, with the assistance of the acting chief medical officer, a few applicants were eventually willing to submit, and interviews were conducted. With Cabinet's approval now secured, the newly selected members will be duly appointed. Madam Speaker, once the instruments of appointment have been executed, the council will resume reviewing applications for allied health professionals. Madam Speaker, I just want to say it's quite unfortunate that we had this lapse in time, but we at the ministry, we put things in place to make sure that this never happens again. That because these boards are too critical to the functioning of HSA and the whole medical fraternity here in the BVI. So we're going to make sure this never happens again. It's very unfortunate. Again, I thank the member for his question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister said that he has put things in place at his ministry to make sure this doesn't happen again. Could he tell us what those things are that he has put in place?
Madam Speaker, we have a listing of all the boards that's posted and all the expiration dates and a 6-month reminder when they're about to expire. So we know in 6 months that's going to expire, 6 months in the future to start get the ball rolling.
And if in 6 months, in the 6-month period, everybody says to you, yes, we're going to renew, and when the time comes, they say, get lost, we're not going to renew, what are you going to do? Because that is a similar situation you found yourself in. Going through the normal procedure that you went through, that your staff mentioned about through standing finance did not work. What if you're faced with that same situation again? What are you going to do?
Madam Speaker, we'll have no choice but to go back to advertise. If we advertise 6 months and nobody responds to the advertisement, like I did last time, possibly call person and say, we need you to solve. I think the new requirements under the Act, some people are hesitant to give the information. Madam Speaker, these boards aren't paying a lot of money. In fact, they don't pay the money at all. So persons feel funny actually giving service. I mean, asked to submit all kind of information that some don't really like. So we have to have an effort to make sure we find persons willing to serve. It's a very, very important role. Going back and we start to compensate these persons to incentivize persons to serve on this board. But what you described is a reality. It could happen. But we'll jump it early enough to get it remedied. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Thank you, member. And the point I want to really get at is that we have to recognize when something is not working. We made a change in the way that we do things with boards. It has gotten worse.
Yes.
We got to go back and it is not working. What works in the UK doesn't necessarily work in BVI. That's the point I want to get at. So I hope you all will take a look at it. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House what is the status of the proposed cancer centre at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital? And A, could he state whether an approach was made to the Social Security Board for financial assistance? And if this was done, what was the response? And B, could he provide a copy of any correspondence with the Social Security Board on this issue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member again for his question. Madam Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands, through the BVI HSA, Health Service Authority, remains committed to advancing efforts towards the establishment of a cancer treatment center at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. In working towards this goal, a proposal for a cancer treatment center was submitted to BVI HSA to the Social Security Board. In response to the submission, the Social Security Board indicated interest in the initiative and requested additional information to facilitate their review. The request for information underwent several revisions and was submitted to the Social Security Board in late November 2024. Subsequently, a follow-up meeting was convened with the representatives from the National Health Insurance and BVI HSA to discuss the proposal further. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of this Honourable House, I have included a copy of the correspondence between BVI HSA Authority and the Social Security Board in this matter as Appendix A and Appendix B, respectively. Hopefully the member had a chance to review the two appendixes.
I didn't get a chance to review, Madam Speaker, but I thank you very much, Minister, for your response. I don't know if within your review, if you can say when this will become a reality, that we cut a ribbon and we can start to provide cancer care to people in the BPI. What is your vision? A realistic one, please.
Madam Speaker, the cases of cancer seemingly very high, and a number of persons battling now with NCDs, which naturally leads from NCDs into cancer. The need for cancer treatment is ever so pressing. Madam Speaker, it's not a very cheap proposal to do. As you know, we are currently struggling with staffing as it is, and we have to be very careful. We don't build these centers and then can't run them. So once we are through the current renovations, people look into the possibility of this. I cannot give a timeline, and we have a lot of problems that must be fixed before this can be put into place and be a successful venture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I hope that this matter, Madam Speaker, is sorted out soon. You got $40 million from them, you didn't do much with it. But I hope when you get this money, you can move very swiftly and you can get the cancer center open. Thank you very much for your question, for your responses, Minister.
You're welcome.
Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Premier? I call on the member for the 2nd District to ask his questions.
To the empty seat, Madam Chair?
Yes, let's move forward with the Minister for Communications, unless the Premier is here.
The Premier is here.
He's here.
My good classmate and friend won't let me ask questions to our empties. Premier, you ready? Yes. Okay. Go instead. Like that first kissing just went like. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with what is his government's plan to help our retired seniors, the men and women who are the nation's backbone, who have contributed significantly to the development of this territory, cope with the rapid and continuously increasing cost of living in the territory, and why are they being forced to choose between basic necessities and being able to live with dignity? A, provide a copy of the plan. B, how soon will these plans be effected? And C, when could our seniors expect to see an increase in their retirement benefits?
Madam Speaker, I want the member to forgive me. I just
That's what I'm
want to
asking.
clarify. When we say seniors, are we talking about pensioners from government? Or?
Sorry. Madam Chair, thank you for that clarification. Madam Speaker, I'm talking about retirees, anybody 65 years or older.
Madam Speaker, I believe the right minister to direct that question to would be the Minister for Health and Social Development. I believe is responsible for seniors. Am I right? Does seniors fall under Health and Social Development? Okay. I like this. I'm talking about like the seniors programs.
No,
and
not that premier. Madam Speaker. No, the retirement. Okay, so anybody over 65 in this territory who would have retired from the central government, from the statutory boards, even retirees who would have served in those other boards like BVI, yeah, but over 65, they're receiving Social Security, they're receiving whatever their age pension would have been from education or whatever the case may be, health services.
Madam Speaker, I wasn't confident it was for me, but I'll go ahead and answer. Madam Speaker, I am acutely aware that this territory is built on the foundation that our seniors have laid for us. This is why I take personal pride and honor in serving them. Madam Speaker, I serve our seniors dutifully, faithfully, and compassionately, and that duty of service permeates and cascades throughout my government. I know this to also be especially true for my minister, whom I've entrusted with the portfolio for health and social services, whose personal life and former professional roles, but especially as a minister responsible for those portfolios, works incessantly to support our seniors and their day-to-day living. Virgin Islands Social Security Board operates on a defined benefit model, which is designed to provide predetermined benefits to contributors. These benefits are calculated based on a comprehensive formula that considers several key factors, including the contributor's earnings history, average index monthly earnings, and the total number of years worked. This structured approach ensures that benefits are not only equitable but also reflective of the contributions made by individuals throughout their working lives. To maintain the integrity and sustainability of our social security system, the design is guided by actuaries who compile and analyze relevant statistics. These expert financial professionals assess various risks and help determine appropriate premiums to ensure that the system can meet its obligations to retirees and beneficiaries. The current trends show that benefits are outpacing contributions due to annual inflationary adjustments that are applied to the long-term pensions, while contribution rates have remained unchanged since the inception of the Social Security Board. Additionally, pensioners are qualifying at higher pension rates, further straining the system. To ensure the long-term sustainability and viability of the fund, a comprehensive review is imperative. Madam Speaker, the importance of having a well-designed, governed, and properly administered social security system cannot be overstated. Such systems are crucial for ensuring financial security in retirement, mitigating risks, promoting social equity, reducing poverty, and contributing to workforce and economic stability. Additionally, a well-designed system plays a vital role in ensuring a fair distribution of intergenerational equity, all while maintaining simplicity and clarity in their operations. It is important to note that social security systems across the Caribbean region, including the Virgin Islands, are currently at a crossroad. There is a pressing need to reevaluate the trajectory of our social protection systems to ensure we remain effective and responsive to the needs of our population. In this context, the Social Security Board is actively engaged in a thorough review of the recommendations presented in the latest actuarial report. In addition, Madam Speaker, the Board is conducting a comprehensive legislative review aimed at enhancing the adequacy of benefits while safeguarding the long-term sustainability of the fund. This dual approach is essential to address the evolving needs of our contributors and beneficiaries and to ensure that our social security system remains robust and viable for future generations. The Virgin Islands Social Security Board is committed to ensuring that our social security system not only meets the current demands but is also strategically positioned to adapt to future challenges. We recognize that this is a critical time for our social protection framework, and we are dedicated to making informed, data-driven decisions that will benefit all stakeholders involved. Madam Speaker, I believe all of us in this Honorable House were taught from a very early age to honor our mothers and fathers, that our days may be long upon this earth. And Madam Speaker, I believe that this inherent promise from God is not just a quid pro quo. It's literally a commandment to us, and it helps me to recognize and understand that the sustainability of our society is dependent in large measure on how we treat and support our seniors from whom we came. And this is why, Madam Speaker, my government will continue to always advocate, protect, and provide for our seniors. We are commanded to do it by God, and that is a higher duty than even to this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, as I would have mentioned, the British Virgin Islands Social Security Board is currently in the process of reviewing the recommendations from the latest actuarial report and conducting a comprehensive legislative review. This review is crucial for identifying necessary adjustments to improvements, the adequacy of benefits while ensuring the long-term sustainability of the fund. While we are committed to moving forward with these plans, the timeline for implementation will depend on several factors, including the complexity of the recommendations, the legislative process, and stakeholder consultations. We aim to progress as swiftly as possible, but it is vital to ensure that any changes are well considered and effectively addresses the needs of our contributors and beneficiaries. Madam Speaker, members of this Honorable House would well know the Social Security Board benefits are not static. They in fact increase every year by at least the cost of living percentage. This is deliberately done to ensure that all beneficiaries, including seniors, get a little more of their benefits and to counter any increases in the overall cost of living. Madam Speaker, for the last 10 years, Social Security Board contributions have gone up cumulatively over 20%, a measurable increase on average of approximately 2% every year. Madam Speaker, I recognize this may not be enough. This is why I have charged Social Security Board to accelerate the work to deliver the necessary reforms. But I trust the honorable members of this House appreciate that sustainability of the fund is paramount, and not only to be able to sufficiently provide for our current seniors, but for all our future seniors and beneficiaries of the plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, to the Premier for answering the first part of that question. I see why the Premier was asking whose responsibility is for, because you answered the social security side of it, but not the retiree side of it, which deals with those persons who would have served in the government service, which I guess you call them pensioners. So what I'm trying to ascertain, Premier, and I appreciate the answer given from the social security side, but what I'm trying to ascertain is what and when will the government do something about the portion that they are responsible for from the pensioners that have served this territory and have retired, let's say 20 years ago, they are receiving the same benefits that they would have received at that retirement. So if it's a more comprehensive answer, Premier, I don't have a problem bringing it back. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At its meeting of the 12th February 2025, Cabinet decided that the Ministry of Finance by June 2025 conduct a review of existing pensioners to determine if pension payments are at a reasonable rate, taking into account the relevant factors within and relating to the economy, and would make appropriate recommendations for a rate increase of pension to pensioners and the surviving spouses of deceased pensioners who in receipt or eligible for a pension on before 1st January 2024. This is a part of government's overall pension reform strategy, which is being led by a steering committee, and the steering committee includes someone from the Virgin Islands Retired Public Officers Association. So just to summarize, Madam Speaker, as it pertains to government retirees, the Ministry of Finance has been tasked with doing a review by June 2025, which will look at the rate at which these retirees are being compensated or paid pension, and recommend an increase, considering all the relevant factors taken related to the economy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Premier. Madam Speaker, my follow-up, I guess this will be number 2, I guess, because it was a misunderstanding. Madam Speaker, this is the same Ministry of Finance that is undertaking the review for the defined benefit plan that the government currently undertakes, that have been going on for the last 2 years. Yes. And now they're going to take on this review for seniors in June and expect it to finish when, Premier? And Madam Chair, I'm just trying to understand what happens in between that time, between now and June. What happens with our seniors who are facing this grave difficulty?
Madam Speaker, if indeed you have seniors who are not able to make ends meet, they do have the option of going to the Social Development Department and being able to access social benefits once meeting the required criteria. But of course, we are hopeful that once the review is completed and a recommendation is given, that recommendation can be acted upon by the next budget cycle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, would the Premier and Minister of Finance explain to this Honorable House when his government intends to purchase marine safety vessels to respond to the medical and fire emergencies throughout the territory? A, could he give the cost of the vessels identified? B, when do they expect to be operational to serve the people of Just Van Dyke and other neighboring islands?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure as well if this one should have been directed to me. It may have, if you're looking at it from a shipping registry perspective, perhaps. But I'll give the answer I have here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this question should have been appropriately addressed to the subject minister. I note that a similar question was asked by the member for the 8th District in May last year to the Minister for Health and Social Development. As the minister indicated at that time, addressing the complexities of inter-island medical evacuation continues to be a critical issue that has challenged successive governments for many years. He indicated that the BVI Health Services Authority maintains contractual arrangements that allow for the use of a private vessel for emergency evacuations from Virgin Gorda and a helicopter service stationed in the United States Virgin Islands for airlifts from Anegada when available. He also stated that while there is no similar arrangement in place for Jost Van Dyke at this time, invaluable support is provided by VISA, and when necessary, the Marine Police or His Majesty's Customs provide support by using their marine assets. Since the Minister's answer was given, Madam Speaker, the BVI, HSA, and VISA have now signed a memorandum of understanding that outlines their response procedures. Madam Speaker, the Minister noted that recommendations were previously made for the procurement of an ambulance boat, which remains the best solution for improving emergency evacuations from the sister islands. The Minister noted that his ministry was considering various options, such as the purchase of a dedicated boat and procuring an operation contract or improving the finance of emergency transfers through various sources. Madam Speaker, there has been no further progress to date with respect to securing a dedicated vessel, but the matter of responding to medical emergencies on the sister islands remains a priority on this government's program agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I asked the question to the Honorable Premier because when I asked the question to the Honorable Minister for Health, the answer that I received was that there was none at the time, and he would need funding. So I'm asking the Minister of Finance to to help me understand, not just for the medical side, Premier, Honorable Premier, but also the fire emergencies that happen in those emergency situations. So while I appreciate the answer given from when the member for the 8th asked it by the Minister of Health, I'm trying to ascertain now, are we moving towards identifying a vessel or vessels and have the costing provided for it? Because just when Virgin Gorda has and Igada has, but Jost Van Dyke does not have. And that's where a lot of the problem lies currently. And I've been asking this question for the last 2 years, Madam Speaker.
Well, Madam Speaker, considering it's been out for the past 3 years, I think 2 years, I certainly would like to see if we can bring it to a positive resolution. Unfortunately, I'm not as familiar with the issue because, of course, I think is somewhat under health, or in the case of fire, I'm not quite sure of whether that would be under communications and works under the fire department or not. But I do know that, of course, Virgin Islands Shipping Registry does have a vessel with capabilities for to put out fires. So Virgin Islands Shipping Registry does have a vessel like that. But as it pertains to ambulance boats, as it pertains to evacuation procedures, perhaps what I can do to be helpful is sit down with the Minister of Health, see what the needs are, and see how I can support, Madam Speaker. And I'll give my pledge to the member for the second, that we will ensure that we have adequate arrangements in place to support the people of Jost Van Dyke and also the people of the Virgin Islands. We recognize the vulnerabilities of those who are on the sister islands as it pertains to medical services, and that's something that we need to do in a hurry. So I will put that on my list of urgent priorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for his response. And if I haven't exhausted my 2 follow-ups, I'd just like to ask, Madam Speaker, regarding the marine, what is it, the one from Shipping Registry? Is that vessel supposed to cover all islands, Madam Speaker?
I think you've exhausted
2?
your 2. Am
Okay.
I wrong, Clark? Madam Clark, 2? You had 1? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm willing to. What the one, is it one marine vessel from Shipping Registry that deals with, you said, fire? Is that expected to deal with the entire all the islands in the territory?
Madam Speaker, that is something that I would have to clarify in terms of the exact rules of shipping registry as it pertains to fires. We know that search and rescue is a responsibility, that there was somewhat of a gulf in government and Visa fulfill that role. But we know that we have to, the government itself, central government, has to have a capability for search and rescue, which I think would include the ability to be able to put out a fire. And I know that shipping registry, under the leadership of John Samuel, is and going through our III code compliance. He's extremely serious about government meeting all aspects of the code, including those related to search and rescue. In terms of the capabilities and the coverage of that one particular vessel, I'll have to get back to you on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point I was just making, if there's one vessel for the entire Virgin Islands, is not adequate enough. Question number 3, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given the continued increase in the expenditure of the government and its debt, based on the most recent budget estimates from Standing Finance Committee, could the Premier and Minister of Finance inform this Honorable House on the status of the public service pension reform and provide what steps have been taken to move from the existing defined benefit plan to a defined contributory plan? A, state when he expects this plan to be implemented. B, what would be the cost savings amount from implementing the contributory plan?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for this question, and of course, I know the member has been for many years championing the cause of pension reform. So I know he'll be very pleased to know that we're making some progress in this particular area. Madam Speaker, I rise to address the Honourable House on the matter of public service pension reform, a matter of significant financial and social importance to the Virgin Islands. The government has long recognized that the current non-contributory defined benefit pension plan is unsustainable and as such is taking steps to transition towards a contributory pension scheme to ensure the long-term viability of public sector pensions. The Ministry of Finance, in collaboration with the Office of the Deputy Governor, has undertaken a comprehensive review of the public service pension scheme with a specific focus on financial sustainability, workforce trends, and actuarial assessments. The most recent actuarial study conducted in 2009 by PricewaterhouseCoopers reported an unfunded liability of $201.2 million. Since then, pension expenditures have increased significantly, with the 2023 pension outlay amounting to $27 million. In 2024, pension and gratuity payments totaled $29.6 million. The 2025 budget anticipates a 10.3% increase to $32.7 million, which is not sustainable. Therefore, we must move towards a contributory pension scheme. To address these concerns, a pension reform steering committee was established in September 2023. Co-chaired by the Deputy Governor and the Financial Secretary. The committee has been tasked with advancing pension reform by creating a framework for a contributory pension scheme. Technical assistance was sought from the government of the Turks and Caicos Islands, which successfully transitioned to a contributory scheme in 2022-2023. Several key steps have been taken to facilitate the transition. Engagement of stakeholders. The Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Deputy Governor have engaged with key stakeholders, including the Civil Service Association and relevant government agencies, to ensure transparency and broad-based participation in the reform process. Review of previous pension reform efforts. The government has examined previous reform attempts, including the 2010 proposal for a 3-tiered system based on years of service It was ultimately not implemented due to stakeholder concerns. Legislative and policy review. The government is currently reviewing legislative amendments required to facilitate a contributory pension scheme. Actuarial review. The Ministry of Finance is in the process of engaging an actuarial firm to determine the total pension liability and project cost savings under a contributory model. Technical assistance and benchmarking. The steering committee has been reviewing the legislative and policy frameworks of regional counterparts, including talks and CAICOs, to guide the transition process. The government is working diligently to put these plans into action. The Ministry of Finance, along with the Office of the Deputy Governor, advanced a comprehensive plan to Cabinet on the 12th February 2025. Given the complexities involved, the government aims to finalize the framework for the contributory pension scheme by the end of 2025. Subject to stakeholder consultations and legislative amendments, phased implementation is expected to commence in 2026, with a full transition targeted for completion within a medium-term time frame. The transition to a contributory pension scheme is expected to yield significant long-term cost savings by reducing the government's financial liability. Preliminary estimates suggest that implementing a contributory scheme could reduce annual pension expenditures by at least 20% over the next decade. However, a precise cost savings estimate will be determined following the completion of the actuarial study. Madam Speaker, pension reform is a necessary step to ensure the sustainability of the public service pension system and to protect the long-term financial health of the Virgin Islands. While past efforts have not resulted in tangible changes, this government is committed to taking decisive action. We will continue to engage stakeholders, conduct necessary analyses, and implement policy changes to achieve a fair and sustainable pension system for public officers and employees. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has given a lot of information that I try my best to digest. But what I did capture is the numbers given for 2021, 2022, and 2023, which amounts to roughly about $89 or $90 million. What I'm trying to ascertain, Honorable Premier, Mr. Speaker, is this for persons that will possibly retire, or is this the cost of the overall retirement benefits that we are paying? Because it's two different numbers. So the numbers that you give, Mr. Speaker, from 2021 are 27 million, and then the 29.6, and then the 37.2. Are those for just the pensioners who are expected, the cost for pensioners who are expected to retire, or is it the overall cost of pensions for those years?
Madam Speaker, my understanding, of course, is...
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. My understanding that this is the total liability in a given year. But I can confirm that, Madam Speaker. Potential liability.
Mr. Speaker, I think, Premier, that might have been what the liability is for each year, because based on what I saw in the budget estimates, I think the pension debt was somewhere closer to $200 million when you encompass everything. So this might be a running number of what they expect each year. My follow-up, number two, Mr. Speaker, the report you said is expected to be completed, or the exercise is expected to be completed in 2025. How soon should persons expect this change to take implementation? Or are you going through a tender process to have companies bid and put in for to provide these services, or is the government going to take on this mandate just like the FSC did?
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I've been advised, we will procure an actuarial to give us the necessary information, and possibly an additional consultant. So there will be some level of procurement. Mr. Speaker, my aspiration is that this should happen as soon as possible. I'm actually disappointed, I know many others are disappointed, that this was not ready to be introduced when we actually did the compensation review and implementation. And certainly it would have been most prudent to do it at that time. So the longer we take to do it, the bigger challenge we create for ourselves in terms of our pension liability. So we would like to have this accomplished yesterday, so to speak. But I'm going to push the Ministry of Finance to see if we can get everything ready by the end of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 4. Mr. Speaker, during the deliberations of the Standing Finance Committee, we continue to see that key posts within the government service have individuals who have been acting for years upon years. Could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell his Honorable House why his government is not moving expeditiously to have these high-ranking officials confirmed to better contribute to the territory and serve the people of these Virgin Islands?
Madam Speaker, I don't want to seem as though I'm passing the buck, as was said before, but terms and conditions of employment, including and also appointments to the public service, are under the remit of the governor. Therefore, it is not the role of this government to move expeditiously to have high-ranking officials confirmed in positions. I do accept, Madam Speaker, that of course certain positions will go to PSC, require consultation with the Premier, and I have been given consultation on a number of positions, but ultimately it's a decision for a recommendation for the Public Service Commission and a decision for the governor in terms of conforming persons. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, that it is cause for concern that you have so many persons with acting appointments over such a long period of time, and we need to take steps to ensure that once we believe we have the right persons in these positions and we've gone through a competitive process, that these individuals can be confirmed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Premier, you would agree with me that you are in fact the leader of this territory. And with your insistence to some of these key positions, and if I would name some of them, Mr. Speaker, for example, customs and immigration and survey and the places that we saw, if we are not insistent and your government is not insistent in having these positions confirmed by persons who are qualified BVI landlords and have the expertise. Mr. Speaker and Honorable Premier, aren't you wary that persons will be placed in these positions and given all the justifications of why they are needed over our people?
Mr. Speaker, I believe the government of the Virgin Islands definitely should lead by example. We do have a provision in our labor code that says that belongers should be preferred once, of course, they have the requisite qualifications. And I would always champion the rights of our people who have the qualifications and who have all the other characteristics to be successful, to be the ones to get these jobs. So yes, I think we all have a responsibility, myself as leader and all of us, to ensure that we have, once Virgin Islanders are qualified, that we ensure that the law is adhered to and that the public service the public service is a good example of adherence to that provision of the labor code. And that principle that, of course, this House of Assembly would have enshrined. As it pertains to key departments who are acting, of course, I know in some instances they have persons who may have legal matters, they may have other reasons why decisions are not being able to be made on those particular issues. And of course, I do think that those things take too long to play out, and they should be handled more efficiently. That's my view from the outside looking in, but generally, I don't have a role to play as it pertains to matters such as that. But I will communicate with the governor / deputy governor and see how, because of course the work of the government is hindered when we don't have the proper personnel in place. I will emphasize to them on the need to have these matters resolved more efficiently. I can give that pledge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify before I ask my supplementary that I may have mentioned customs, and I understand the inference that you just made, Honorable Premier, so I want to remove the customs as one of the key departments understanding the nature of what is going on. My follow-up too is listing, Honorable Premier, immigration, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, which is now a hot topic, and all these other positions. I believe it is important that while you lead the government and you lead this territory, all of us in the House of Assembly play an active role to ensure that the vision that has been cast is realized, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that that can be done with haste and without reservation, so that we don't have the challenges, because when other people come into our position, we get, this is who they brought in, and we have to accept it. And I don't want to accept it if I can protect it from, or prevent it from happening, Mr. Speaker. I'll move on to question number 5. Mr. Speaker, horse racing has long been a cherished national sport in our territory, contributing to our cultural heritage, economic activity, and community spirit. However, its absence has been deeply felt by stakeholders, including industry participants, fans, and the wider public. Could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance provide an update on the status of any ongoing negotiations or new plans being pursued to facilitate the return of horse racing to the territory? A, what measures are being considered to ensure that the sustainability and long-term success of the sport Mr. Speaker, once reinstated? So let me just read A again. What measures are being considered to ensure the sustainability and long-term success of the sport once reinstated?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. My administration recognizes the importance and cultural significance of horse racing in the Virgin Islands. It is woven into the fabric of celebrations of national importance, such as our Emancipation Festival celebrations, and in the past, it derived economic benefits as it engenders community participation. This Honorable House would know that the ownership of the lands where the Ellis Downs racetrack is located is mixed. Government and private landowners have partnered to make the racetrack viable over the years. Mr. Speaker, the government has invested capital in the development of the facilities and has partnered with the Horse Racing Association in managing races. Government continues to explore the options available for a horse racing facility that benefits all and provides returns to the private and public sectors. My administration aims to analyze those benefits as part of a broader effort to address gaming and betting in the territory. Therefore, great emphasis will be placed on updating the Gaming and Betting Control Act by establishing a commission that will regulate the sector and will be empowered to negotiate the best options that maximize benefits to all concerned. The Ministry is accelerating the update and modernization of the Act to address horse racing and other opportunities to enhance economic growth and to restore this cherished sport to the community. The Gaming and Betting Control Commission called for in the Act will ensure that the regulatory needs and business opportunities are aligned to ensure the sport's sustainability and long-term success once reinstated. And just to emphasize again, Mr. Speaker, we have not yet able to secure the existing facility to continue horse racing or any other facility. So that is an ongoing effort which is being made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Premier for his answer, and I think he answered the key part of the question in the last sentence of his answer, because the gaming and betting and all of that nice stuff is only a complement if you have horse racing in return. So I was trying to understand, for an update, Madam Speaker, the question, Mr. Speaker, the update on the status of the ongoing negotiations or new plans to facilitate the return of horse racing. But you went into legislation and gaming and betting. So where are we with the negotiations with the landowners, if you can say so, and what can be done?
Mr. Speaker, the only reason I went into gaming and betting is because a portion of the question spoke about the sustainability and long-term success of the sport once reinstated. But indeed, the member is correct. We cannot get to reinstatement without having a facility to be able to have horse racing take place. And the present facility where Ellis Thomas Downs, we have not been able to yet secure any agreement between the government and at least one of the owners of the property at the racetrack. So we continue exploring options for a site that could facilitate the return of horse racing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my final follow-up would be, could the Premier please tell us then when would have been the last set of correspondence or meetings or negotiations that have taken place regarding the one landowner that you said is providing, I don't want to say challenge, but I guess where the negotiations are with that one. What was the last date of the meeting or negotiations?
I can't recall the last date. Of course, there would have been phone conversations, intermediaries, letters, meetings. I can't recall the last date where any contact was made, but of course it was made very clear with the last exchange that we were not on the same page. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Question number 6, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime is becoming a significant growing concern for the people of our territory, particularly in the increasing number of young people who are being drawn into criminal activities instead of pursuing meaningful employment or entrepreneurial opportunities. Could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with an outline of his government's current crime reduction strategy and detail the specific prevention and intervention measures being implemented to address this issue? A, what plans are in place to create sustainable pathways that will encourage our youth to choose education, employment, and entrepreneurship over crime?
Mr. Speaker, as the Premier and as a father, I too am very concerned about the growing risk of young people in this territory becoming associated or committing criminal acts, and the adverse impact on businesses, homes, schools, communities, and other persons. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that various government departments have developed their respective crime reduction strategies, and while there have been successes, this results in a fragmented approach in the fight against crime. Therefore, under the ambit of the National Security Council, in collaboration with the Premier's Office and the Cabinet Office, a summit on crime is being planned for the month of March to bring together key stakeholders with a view to developing a comprehensive crime strategy. Following the summit, we will embark on a series of community engagement meetings across the territory from Jos Van Dyke to Anegada for ideas and workable solutions that would help to inform a government community crime strategy. Madam Speaker, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force's crime prevention strategy has yielded effective prevention and intervention measures such as stop and search operations, increased foot and mobile patrol in our capital and in hotspot communities, and they recently reported a decrease in burglaries. Following an upsurge of break-ins to private and rental vehicles, under the leadership of the Acting Commissioner of Police, Jackie Vanterpool, the police increased their community policing interactions by sharing crime preventative tips to residents and to owners of vehicle rental businesses on how to effectively secure their vehicles, which was well received. Just last week, the National Security Council invited the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, Honorable Shari De Castro, and her team to provide an update on discussions she held with authorities at the London Violence Reduction Unit and the UK's Department for Education on ways to address crime and violence among young people and students in our territory's secondary schools. Madam Speaker, the NSC welcomed and commended the Ministry of Education for their efforts in the ongoing implementation of safety and security strategies, school-based interventions, and the collaboration with the police to eliminate criminal acts by and against young people and others. Madam Speaker, over the coming weeks, I will endeavor to update the Honorable House on a continued prevention and intervention measures in our fight against crime as we work towards developing a government community crime strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Premier, for the first part of his answer to the question. Mr. Speaker, I heard more on the prevention side and even the operational side to address the criminal activity, but I haven't heard measures for intervention, and I'm guessing that's where you touched on the Minister of Education's involvement. Is there any information that you could provide that we can have persons in the different districts or communities to address their minds to, so that they could be have young persons involved in those types of intervention programs?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the question. What I can say in addition to what has been mentioned here is that I am intent on approving in Cabinet a community development policy, which would empower communities to empower young people and other persons in the community, empower them to solve some of these challenges on their own through community action, through partnerships with churches and non-profits, non-governmental organizations, collaboration with the police, collaboration with educational institutions, collaboration with social development, and crafting strategies, community-based strategies that can mitigate against the attraction of crime. This would involve sporting activities, mentorship activities, institutions like the Youth Empowerment Project and other institutions which are committed to ensuring that the youth are properly engaged and that their programs that they support their growth and development. I could say I'm happy to see that in communities like Virgin Gorda, you have a youth empowerment project. Happy to see that there are other youth programs which are taking active steps to be involved. And it is my desire to see a strategy that will incorporate all of these players to work together with a specific focus on crime reduction, a specific focus on education, skills, mentorship, a specific focus on entrepreneurship and employment. So I would say let's work together on it. A community development strategy, I would envision that all the representatives of the House of Assembly would play a key role in the policies formulation, but also in the implementation of the policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Premier, for that part of the question. I move on now to my final question, Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Premier. Mr. Speaker, now that the Tourism Summit has concluded, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance provide this Honorable House with an update on the specific new initiatives that will be implemented to develop the comprehensive tourism strategy and plan for the territory? This has been a long-standing request since the elections of 2023, and stakeholders are eager to see a clear roadmap for strengthening and expanding our tourism sector. A, how does your government intend to ensure that this strategy is both actionable and sustainable for the long term?
Mr. Speaker, the recently concluded Tourism Summit convened more than 200 private and public sector partners to chart the way forward for the sector's growth and development. Over the course of 2 days, we canvassed many good ideas, and it is government's intent to underpin the national tourism policy with the collective views of partnerships fostered with the BVI Tourist Board, the Yachting, Hotel and Tourism Association, and a myriad of other stakeholders. The national tourism policy, which will chart the government's path to catalyze and articulate the enabling environment for the growth and development of the sector, will be delivered by 30th June 2025 with the assistance of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sustainable Development and the BVI Tourist Board, in close partnership with the Yachting, Hotel and Tourism Association, will develop the terms of reference for consultancy to deliver the tourism strategic plan. This plan, as envisioned, outlines the long-term actionable initiatives that will catapult the industry, solidify the gains we experienced last year, and build on the foundation laid by our collective actions. The Tourism Summit provided the platform for continued dialogue with local and regional partners. Consultations have been scheduled across the territory, allowing us to engage directly with tourism sector representatives, community groups, and the public. These meetings will cover essential themes, and consultations will take place on all sister islands as of February. The policy discussions will culminate in April, ensuring that all voices are heard before finalizing a national tourism policy. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I highlight our relationship with the Caribbean Tourism Organization, which will in the short term increasingly provide direct training opportunities for industry practitioners. Madam Speaker, administration intends to remain focused on the industry and foster partnerships with industry practitioners to ensure that this vital pillar continues to support the livelihoods of many who call this territory our home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to Standing Orders 18.4A, I yield to the member for the 6th District to ask the supplementaries.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Premier about this tourism summit that took place in Peterborough. Can the Premier say, Mr. Speaker, whether anything was said new to him and his government by the folks that we had as guest speakers that our local tourism professionals have not been saying to his government for the last 6 years? Did you hear anything different, Premier?
Mr. Speaker, I would say that the persons who spoke at the tourism summit spoke very well. They articulated views that, of course, many persons would have articulated before. But I believe they were able to give their own flavor, their own personal and professional experiences, their own context that would have contributed to even better crystallization of the issues which we should focus on. So I would say they added value. I wouldn't say necessarily that they said anything new, but from all accounts, many persons were very pleased with the presentations which were given. The summit itself, I believe the part of the benefit of having the summit is bringing everybody together in that particular type of forum and starting to form some level of consensus on the way forward. And dealing with, I would say, complex issues and having persons in the room who can look at the issue from a variety of perspectives gives the opportunity for us, for our own views to really evolve on particular issues or to be more rounded, I would say, so, so to speak. So I thought that the exchange was good, to be able to have our local practitioners together having that conversation. And of course, it was very good for me to listen to all the different practitioners and also to have that outside perspective as well. I thought was welcome, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, one more follow-up. Mr. Speaker, the Premier said that nothing new came out of what was said ostensibly in the summit. And all local professionals have been calling for a long time for a tourism strategy, tourism plan. They've been asking to see product development. They have been concerned, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, about seeing an improvement in the overnight visitor numbers, etc., etc., etc. And many of the requests and comments have fallen on deaf ears. If they said nothing new, or if all local persons have been saying this and nothing has happened, and nothing new was said by the persons who came in for the summit, would the Premier then say that the summit was a waste of time because you learned nothing different than what you were told from our own people and no action ensued? Or is it that we have to have people come from overseas to tell us something in order for us to move? Is that what the Premier is saying, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I have to, I marvel at the tenacity and the strategy of a member for the 6th. It's interesting. But let me say that I certainly wouldn't say it was a waste of time. Everyone who attended the summit, spoke about how useful the summit was and how exceptional it was, really, first of its kind. And I have to recognize and congratulate those persons who approached me with the idea of a summit. And I recognize this gentleman at the summit, and I'll recognize him again, Mr. Russell Harrigan, who's one of our stalwarts in tourism, approached me with the idea of a summit at Peter Island, actually. And I thought that, he was really spot on as it pertains to the summit. I think it really brought our stakeholders together in one forum to be able to have a dialogue not only with each other but with government. And I think that I would say it was the perfect way to start a process that would lead to a national tourism policy. Now, I certainly don't doubt that in different quarters, different persons have been speaking about some of the things that we need to discuss, but it's always useful to bring all those persons together and to have a dialogue as opposed to persons just giving their views. Have a dialogue. And having persons come from other places is sometimes it's important to hear different perspectives, even if they end up just confirming what we already know. So that I think that was useful. And I think most persons saw the summit as extremely useful. And I would say that just to the point that nothing has been done, I don't think that's fair to say. A lot has been done. We're moving in the right direction. Overnight guests were mentioned. 2023 overnight guests was probably somewhere around 260,000. 2024 it was 305,876 persons. And this year we expect more. So I think we're moving in the right direction, but it's the right time for a policy so we can deal with issues like potential overcrowding and how one particular sector can potentially have a negative effect on another sector if not properly managed. How we want to deal with things like jet skis, how you want to deal with so many different things, our historical sites, I remember for the 6th has been saying. So the summit was a great success. I would not look at it as a waste of time at all. And in fact, I'm looking forward to the next summit where we can come and we can see the progress that we've made since the last summit and hopefully have that tourism strategic plan presented at the next summit. And then we can go ahead and start with the implementation of that plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Answering the questions placed before him. Mr. Speaker, may I move on to the next set of questions? Mr. Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works please update this Honourable House on when the motor vehicle that was purchased for the Water and Sewage Department for the island of Just Van Dyke would be delivered to the island for the hard-working staff who have resorted to using their personal vehicles to carry out the functions of their daily tasks without reimbursement, but are expected to meet the requirements of their job to address the different failing pumps and broken pipes on the island of Just Van Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry had undertaken a tender process for the procurement of both SUVs and pickup trucks for the Water and Sewage Department. The contracts have been successfully awarded, and we are now awaiting the delivery of the remaining vehicles. Upon their arrival, distribution arrangements will be made, including the allocation of a truck pickup for the island of Just Van Dyke. In the interim, a used vehicle was sent over to support the staff in carrying out their duties effectively.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. Mr. Speaker, follow-up number one. Minister, this procurement process and the monies allocated for this vehicle that I'm speaking about for water and sewage on Just One Day was requested in 2023 and not the 2024 budget. So I'm just trying to see how much longer do we have to wait to get this truck on the island? The new truck, not the used one.
Mr. Speaker, the member, I'm not sure if he wasn't aware, but no vehicles were purchased in the 2023 budgeted allocation. All the funds were returned, so vehicles were only just purchased in the 2024 budget allocation with the supplementary, I think we had one in August and one in November, I think.
Just a point of clarity, Mr. Speaker. When I said the 2023 going into 2024 budget, not the budget for 20.
Mr. Speaker, no vehicles were able to be purchased from the funds from the 2023 because
You're missing it. 2024. So 20. Mr. Speaker, let me slow it down. In 2023, November or December, we did the budget for 2024. The monies were allocated then to be used in 2024. I am not talking about this budget process where I asked about the trucks again and I got to receive the same answer that, we were receiving trucks for Just One Day. So I'm wondering what happened to the 2024 monies for the truck.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Speaker. The trucks were tendered in 2024, so they utilized the funds from that budget. Some were delivered, and we are waiting the remainder to be delivered this year. Hence, I answer that, we are now awaiting a delivery on the remaining vehicles.
Mr. Speaker, could the minister then tell us what would be the cost associated with the rentals that we've had to have, or the reimbursement costs for the staff that had used their personal vehicles to carry out the government's work?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure he would appreciate that would come in a separate question, but I can have that delivered to you based on your question.
Not a separate question, I just need the answer.
Yeah. I'll get that for you.
Thank you. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Communications and Works please tell us, Honorable House, if it should be the expectation of the people in the island, in the territory, to pay for and have their own meters and water infrastructure installed because he has failed to ensure that the Department of Human Resources is adequately staffed to meet the ongoing water and sewage woes that plague this territory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the concerns raised by the Honourable Member for the 2nd District regarding the water and sewage infrastructure in our territory. Throughout this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, I've addressed many questions related to the challenges our residents face due with the lack of consistent water supply. It is important to clarify the assertion that I've failed in my duties. While staffing levels in the Water and Sewage Department have indeed been reduced, the Honourable Member's query specifically pertained to the procurement of water meters and infrastructure. As much as I would wish it were otherwise, the reality is that adequate staff do not contribute to purchasing water meters, only funding does. You have heard me and my ongoing plea in response to the many questions that adequate funding is needed to address these concerns. While we explore the option for residents to purchase their own meters and undertake infrastructure works, we ultimately decided against this approach. The upgrade to the new Camstruck ultrasonic smart meters necessitates direct engagement with the Water and Sewage Department to ensure compliance with specific specification. Allowing residents to procure their own meters could lead to inconsistencies and complications, which we strive to avoid. Regarding the inadequate staffing that the member mentioned, Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight a previous instance where over 5,000 meters were purchased. Recognizing the limitations in human resources, we successfully engaged a private contractor to handle the installation of those meters. This practice has continued as we have utilized private contractors over the past 2 years for expansion works, whenever funding has been available. Mr. Speaker, the concern raised is valid, but there is no expectation at this time for the people of this territory to pay for their water meters and water infrastructure. I want to state our commitment to continuing to upgrade various aspects of the water infrastructure and will continue to do so as long as funding is available. I appreciate the honorable member's interest in this vital issue.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minister tried to mix up the question that I asked, because I asked about the expectation, if it is his expectation for people to pay for and install the pipes, the water infrastructure for the meters, because there's a failure to adequately fund and staff the needs of the department. That was the question, sir. Minister. Mr. Speaker, then the question would be, follow-up question would be, since it is not the expectation, can those persons who would have purchased their own meters and paid for their own installation expect to be refunded by the government after you would have remedied your human resources and other measures?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the follow-up. So you're saying that...
I'm not saying, I'm asking.
You're asking if those persons would be reimbursed, whereas I'm telling you that is not the option that we address. I'm just trying to confirm.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of persons, including some in my constituency, that have paid for and installed their own infrastructure. So I'm asking, when you would have adequately staffed and fulfilled the requirements of the meters and the infrastructure, can those persons expect to be reimbursed from the government for the monies that they have spent on doing the work that is the responsibility of said government?
I think that would be a matter that we would have to discuss in terms of the purchasing of the infrastructure. I'm not sure about the meters, but the meters would have to come from Water and Sewage Department.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Communication and Works provide this Honorable House with the design and costing for the new building that he has stated will house both Public Works Department and Water and Sewage Department on the island of Just Van Dyke, who have been without a suitable working environment since the hurricanes of 2017?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The design and bill of quantities for the Public Works Department reflecting a 2-story building to house both Water and Sewage Department and Public Works and Just Van Dyke have been completed. However, after further discussion, it has been concluded that each department will require the individual buildings to be restored on Just Van Dyke. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the design is currently being reworked to accommodate Public Works only, while the Water and Sewage building design is currently being finalized for its restoration.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister could appreciate that I have been asking him this question, Madam Speaker, that I would have been asking him this question since
2020.
April, but whenever the first sitting was that we were able to ask questions, since his original instrument was given as Minister for Communication and Works since 2019. And every single time I've asked this question, even for an update, I get the same answer that yields no results for the people and his employees on the island of Just Van Dyke, from both departments. Minister, could you provide then the copy of the plan and design for the Public Works building?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member and I understand him asking the question multiple times. What he failed to mention is the fact that we took a different approach, as I mentioned, in terms of the two-story building that would have housed the both departments. Madam Speaker, I would have been to discussions with the same representative that expressed that it wouldn't be the appropriate thing to do based on the space and the sizing. So for him to say that the answer has always been the same, I think that is a bit ingenuous. I mean, a bit disingenuous to say that. But I'm sure he would clarify what he meant to say by saying I say the same thing every time. But I can provide you with the designs for the two-story building. I'm not sure how relevant it would be, but based on our discussions, you alerted me that it wasn't the best approach. Wasn't you?
Madam Speaker, clarification. When I asked the minister about this in 2019, it was that designs were being done for Public Works and designs were being done for water and sewage. When I asked in 2020, there was this design that he was going to couple the two buildings together, and it was going to be on the Public Works side. My suggestion to the minister then was that, Minister, if you have a water plant in Little Harbor and a Public Works building all the way by the Foxy's Taboo, it would make sense to put the building where the water plant is so that you could have and deal with the issues there. The minister then said that they were working on a redesign to have it located at the water and sewage place. So now I'm hearing yet again another variation of the answer that it is now split again and we should expect a water and sewage building and a Public Works building. My question, Madam Speaker, is when are we expected to receive this? Since 2017, Madam Speaker, these persons from both departments have no place to work out of. They don't have a truck and they don't have a building.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me, since it seems like this has been an ongoing conversation, before I give an affirmative answer, I think, let me confirm when this will be finished, and then I'll present it to the rep, so that he can know that the designs have been completed at that time, rather than me standing here and saying, you'll get it next week or the week after.
Question number 4, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works provide this Honourable House with the cost for the installation of street lights on the Ridge Road that leads from Chalwood Estate to Stop Lookouts? A, for solar, or B, for the wired lights, and C, what is the timeline for completion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the quotation from the BVIEC for the installation of the wired lights, we then get a quotation for solar lights, for the wired lights. They're approximately $80,000. Madam Speaker, the initial funding arrangements were made where the honorable member confirmed that part of the cost would have been covered through his civil mitigation allocation, with the remaining balance to be funded by the ministry. However, those arrangements have since changed somewhat, and once the new funding structure is confirmed, the ministry was fully prepared to proceed with the installation once that is confirmed.
Madam Speaker, I'm confused. I am confused, and I'm confused. Madam Speaker, June of 2024, the sitting, I asked the minister about these lights, an update on these lights. It was that the estimated cost at that time was $80,000. Coming down to the end of the year, specifically November, stating that I would be willing to use $50,000 from the Civil Mitigation Fund to pay for the lights. The minister then responded, Madam Speaker, in this honorable house to state that he needed a new estimate from the BVI Electricity Department because things might have changed, the cost might have gone up. So now we are in 2025, Madam Speaker, and the minister is telling me yet again about this 80,000. So what is the new cost? Not the 80,000. What is the new cost of the wired lights, Mr. Speaker?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for confirming what I said. The initial quotation was at 80,000. The invoices from BVIC last a few months, so hence I needed to get an updated quotation. And well, nothing has changed. They didn't add any poles or wire, so it still remains based on what was submitted from BVIC. Hence, I can give you that answer. Since I can give the member that answer, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, could the honourable minister tell me when this estimate was done? When?
Madam Speaker, it was just received in the last 24 hours.
So, Madam Speaker, since the anticipation was that it was going to be more than $80,000, you don't need my help now. You could just install a light for the people of the 2nd District and 1st District and neighboring communities for that's measly $80,000 on that ridge road. I appreciate it, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those were his exact words the last time. Hence, we are here, but then he forgot we had a discussion about his civil vote, and he would have paid for some, but we would have the discussion, like I said in my initial answer, Madam Speaker, and then we'll move forward with the installation. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Communication and Works for answering the questions posed to him, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to lights. May I move on to the last minister? You want to say thank you to? May I move on, Madam Speaker?
Yes, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, would the Honourable Minister for Health and Social Development please provide this Honourable House with a full explanation supported by evidence in the law that on one hand exempts seniors over the age of 65 who are fully retired and not running a business, along with other persons that fall under the exempt status for the contributions to the National Health Insurance, why they would have a copay if they are referred to a healthcare facility in the network that does not provide care required here in the territory. A, please state and read the section of the law that supports this position. B, if it is not in law, please advise on how persons who have been paying said copay could be reimbursed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the Social Security National Health Insurance Regulations 2015, Section 6.3, subsection 2, all beneficiaries, inclusive of seniors over the age of 65, are entitled to A, choose their own medical practitioner, and B, access healthcare services subject to conditions and co-payments as prescribed by the regulations. The National Health Insurance Fee Schedule outlines the co-pay rates for services accessed within different sectors and under specific circumstances. The co-payment structure is as follows, Madam Speaker. 1, online coverage public sector. Community health clinics, 0% co-pay, 0. BVA Health Services Authority, 5% co-pay. 2, on island coverage, private sector. In-network services, 10% co-pay. Out-of-network services, 20% copay.
Madam Speaker, I'm not trying to interrupt the minister to be disruptive, but I want to have the minister state to the question asked. specific to those persons who are exempt accessing the national health insurance through local healthcare facilities in the network that are not required. So VVI HSA, the community health services, or if they are referred outside. I don't want the private information, madam.
So that was number one. On island coverage, public sector, community health clinics, 0% copay. I'll just finish my answer. Overseas coverage, in-network, 20% copay for pre-approved cases. Out of network, 40% copay, only applicable to emergencies or the medical referral committee. Madam Speaker, as per the regulations, if a beneficiary, meaning all beneficiaries, inclusive of person is referred to an out-of-network facility, either on island or overseas, and the required care cannot be provided in providers, the copay for such out-of-network services may apply. So it depends on the case by case. Specifically, a 20% copay is required for pre-approved out-of-network care, and in the case of emergencies or specific situations deemed appropriate by the medical referral committee, 40% copay may be applicable. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that a copay structure is designed to encourage the use of in-network facilities. This ensures that a cost-sharing mechanism remains manageable for all facilities. This ensures that a cost-sharing mechanism remains manageable for beneficiaries while maintaining the sustainability of the NHI scheme.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer, sorry. Madam Speaker, it baffles me that on one hand I'm exempted. Madam Speaker, first, Minister, I didn't see the section provided. I asked for the section.
I'll give
in
it to
A.
Yeah.
You have that in your answer?
First part.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Social Security Regulations 2015, Section 63, subsection 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I'm exempt, if somebody is exempt from paying NHI, which is mandatory, and they access the local facility, which the Minister stated is a 0% in community health or HSA. But then the HSA does not, or community health does not provide the care needed, and they are referred to another facility. Why are persons required to pay a copay if I'm exempt? That's what I'm trying to understand, Minister.
Madam Speaker, the member makes a very, very valid point. It is something we are currently looking at through the Contracts Committee. Because really, truly, that part should say no copay. It is something that's currently being addressed. You raised it during standing finance. We did take note, and our meeting we had a few weeks ago, we did find the area, and we're going to amend it very shortly.
Appreciate that, Minister, and you know that's where my question came from.
I remember.
The second part of my question, Madam Speaker, is that this National Health Insurance through the Social Security Ordinance was established in 2015. The growing healthcare needs of the territory, Madam Speaker, continue to increase, and especially that for the aging community. So the limits that are set based on this 2015 legislation and the schedules that we have, it must be reviewed because we are having more and more cases where our seniors and even those persons exempted between 0 and 18 are dealing with different health challenges. Madam Speaker, could the Minister tell us when he expects to have the schedules and the costing or the allowances under the NHI reviewed and amended to deal with what happens almost 10 years later?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member again for his question. The Social Security Act and all of the legislation are currently being reviewed. What we are waiting for, Madam Speaker, is for the confirmation of the new director. Who I think we're waiting on something from you to confirm her. I already, the House, because of the negative resolution. Madam Speaker, I did say in the House one time that once the board is properly set up, I was going to send a directive to the board. That directive has been prepared, but I haven't met with the board as yet. I hope to meet with the board next week, the absolute latest, where we will be examining the way I want them to go to address the very issue you mentioned there, the issue for aging population, the issue of a rather unhealthy population in some cases. As a Madam Speaker, we have to also push to make sure we are emphasizing primary health care and preventative medicine. That's why we have the BVI moves, get persons moving more. So we're going to go back to CHIP, the Complete Health Improvement Program. So we have to grow more of our own foods, eat healthier, exercise, diet. So, Madam Speaker, the issue is a very troubling one when we look at the health of this country and the way it is trending. We are seeing the NCDs and so forth, things that were normally in older people, trickling down to much younger population. And I must thank the Rotary Club of Tortola for partnering with HSA to do cancer screenings, starting I think maybe next month for the money raised from their major event, because screening simply saves lives. I must commend, Madam Speaker, while I'm here, the Red Cross for their immense health. Prostate cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in men, along with colon cancer. And I must thank all those groups that are doing things to help us address the health issues in this country. They're not trending in a good direction right now. Ages are trending wrong, the numbers are trending wrong. And we have to arrest this, not by building more and more machines, but by doing a preventative health care. But the concern of our aging population is of concern to all of us. We're going to do whatever we can through legislation to address these issues, the NHI, Social Security, and all these things that are old and do not address a modern, current BVI situation. So I thank the member for his questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the
One
Minister.
moment, Honorable. Minister, you mentioned that you may be waiting for some form of confirmation from the House. We haven't received a request.
Madam Speaker, let us correct. Because we need something stating whether there was an objection or not to the director. I did give you a call, but I think it needs to be in writing. So we'll sort it out after. Thank you.
Member for the second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development for answering the question posed to him and all the other ministers that answered the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the clerk.
Item number 9, statement by ministers.
Any statements? Yes. I call on the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great pride that I rise today to update this Honorable House on a transformative initiative that will reshape the energy landscape of the Virgin Islands, the Solar Technology and Energy Program, STEP 2025. This initiative, spearheaded by the government via the Ministry of Communications and Works, in collaboration with the BVI ECE Corporation, represent a significant step forward in our commitment to renewable energy, sustainability, and economic empowerment for our people. Madam Speaker, the STEP program is designed with a clear mission to help reduce electricity costs for consumers while advancing the territory's commitment to renewable energy solutions. Under this program, high-quality solar panels and inverters will be installed at the homes of selected customers, ensuring that they benefit from cleaner and more affordable energy. These grid-tied systems will not only allow customers to generate their own electricity, but also sell excess energy back to the BVI electricity's grid for credit, creating a win-win solution for both consumers and the territory's energy sector. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that the STEP 2025 initiative is fully aligned with the National Sustainable Development Plan. It directly addresses, number one, goal number 4, infrastructure. The Virgin Islands emphasizes resilience, building, and access to sustainable services. And by investing in renewable energy infrastructure, we are enhancing the resilience of our power grid, reducing our reliance on imported fossil fuels, and ensuring that our citizens have reliable access to sustainable, affordable electricity. Number 2, national outcome number 9, sustainable energy and water. This program is a cornerstone in our transition towards sustainable energy solutions, helping to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promoting the efficient use of our natural resources. It marks a critical step in our journey towards a greener, more sustainable Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, let me outline the key benefits of the STEP initiative. Lower electricity bills for consumers. Households will see a direct reduction in their energy costs, making electricity more affordable for families across the Virgin Islands. Progress towards our climate commitments. By integrating more renewable energy sources, the BVI moves closer to its environmental goals, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and decreasing our carbon footprint. Number 3, development of a skilled workforce. The program will create opportunities for local solar technicians, fostering skills development and future employment within the growing renewable energy sector. Number 4, strengthening BVIEC's infrastructure. The initiative supports BVIEC's capital investment program, enhancing the territory's energy security and sustainability. Number 5, climate and carbon credit opportunities. This initiative positions the Virgin Islands to earn climate credits with regional and international climate organizations. These carbon credits can be leveraged as points towards green carbon financing, open up new opportunities for sustainable funding and investment in additional green initiatives across the territory. Madam Speaker, beyond the direct financial and environmental benefits to consumers, STEP 2025 will also play a crucial role in reducing the cost of electricity production for the territory. By incorporating solar energy into our grid, the program will reduce the load on BVIEC's engine, leading to lower fuel consumption and decreased wear and tear on our infrastructure. This translates into significant cost savings for BVIEC, which can be passed on to consumers in the form of lower rates, while also contributing to the overall efficiency and resilience of our energy sector. Madam Speaker, the implementation of STEP 2025 is a structured and transparent process. BVIEC will be responsible for sourcing the solar panels, inverters, and racking systems, ensuring that the equipment meets the highest standards of quality and efficiency. Each customer participating in the program will enter into an agreement with BVIEC, which will outline the size and cost of the installed system, payback terms for the investment, system guarantees, loan conditions to facilitate affordability. Once the system is installed, BVIEC will utilize the customer's energy savings to repay the loan, ensuring that participation in the program is financially manageable. After the loan is fully repaid, all subsequent savings will go directly to the customer, allowing them to benefit fully from their investment in renewable energy. Madam Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands is committed to ensuring that STEP 2025 is a success. This initiative is not only about reducing energy costs, but also about empowering all people, creating economic opportunities, and ensuring a more resilient, sustainable energy future for our territory. Moreover, by positioning the Virgin Islands as a leader in renewable energy adoption, we will unlock climate financing opportunities, earn carbon credits, and contribute meaningfully to the global fight against climate change. I encourage all eligible residents to take advantage of this program and join us in building a cleaner, greener, and more energy-efficient Virgin Islands. Homeowners who are interested in learning more about this initiative and completing their application form can visit the BVI Electricity Corporation's website at bvielectricity.com. Alternately, they may contact the corporation directly at 852-4600 or 494-3911 for further assistance. Together, we are stepping into a brighter future, one powered by the sun, 100% Virgin Islands made, driven by innovation and aligned with our National Sustainable Development Plan and global climate responsibilities. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, my next statement. Madam Speaker, I rise today with great enthusiasm to announce a significant advancement in the way we serve the people of the Virgin Islands. As of February 1, 2025, the Water and Sewage Department has officially launched its online payment portal, providing our customers with a more convenient, efficient, and secure way to pay their water bills. Madam Speaker, this initiative reflects the government's ongoing commitment to modernizing public services and enhancing the customer experience. The introduction of the online payment system is part of our broader strategy to embrace digital transformation across all sectors, ensuring that government services are more accessible and responsive to the needs of the public. For far too long, Madam Speaker, customers have faced the inconvenience of having to visit physical locations to settle their bills, often contending with long lines, limited business hours, and other challenges. The launch of this portal addresses these issues head-on, allowing customers to pay their water bills anytime, anywhere, from the comfort of their homes or on the go using their computers, tablets, or smartphones. Madam Speaker, the online payment portal offers a range of benefits, including convenience. The customer can access their accounts 24/7, view billing statements, track usage, and make payments without the need to visit a physical office. Efficiency. The system processes payments quickly, reducing the time between payment submission and confirmation. Security. The portal employs state-of-the-art encryption and secure payment gateways to ensure that customers' personal and financial information is protected. Environmental impact. By encouraging digital transaction, we are reducing the use of paper and contributing to a greener, more sustainable Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, this is not just a technological upgrade. It is an important step towards improving customer service and enhancing operational efficiency within the Water and Sewage Department. The portal will streamline the payment process, reduce administrative burdens, and allow the department to focus more resources on improving water service delivery across the territory. Moreover, the initiative aligns with the government's broader National Sustainable Development Plan, particularly under goal number 4, infrastructure. The Virgin Islands emphasizes resilience building and access to sustainable water services. So by modernizing our systems, we are ensuring that our public infrastructure evolves to meet the growing needs of our population. Madam Speaker, while we celebrate this progress, we acknowledge that not all members of our community have immediate access to digital tools or may need assistance navigating new platforms. To address this, the Water and Sewage Department has taken proactive steps to bridge this gap. Last week, the government of the Virgin Islands launched a series of open house registration sessions and the Sister Islands, beginning in Virgin Gorda, where approximately 73 residents successfully accessed and utilized the new online payment portal, a significant milestone in our ongoing efforts to enhance service delivery and promote digital accessibility. These sessions will continue next week and will be expanded to Jos Van Dyke and Anegada by the end of the month. To ensure that everyone, regardless of their level of digital familiarity, we can take full advantage of these services, residents on Tortola are encouraged to visit the department's office at Comar Building Number 2 in Port Purcell or contact 468-5766 for personalized assistance. This comprehensive approach reflects our commitment to inclusivity, ensuring that no one is left behind as we transition to more efficient, technology-driven solutions. Madam Speaker, this launch is just the beginning. As part of our broader strategy to improve public utilities, the Ministry of Communications and Works, in collaboration with the Water and Sewage Department, and even the BVI Electricity Corporation, is moving towards that merger of these two entities. This integration is aimed at achieving greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability in the management and delivery of essential services. By unifying resources, infrastructure, and administrative functions, we will streamline operations, reduce costs, and enhance service quality for all residents. Furthermore, this merger will allow us to expand digital services and develop a centralized online platform for both water and electricity payment, making it easier for residents to interact with government services in a seamless and efficient manner. Madam Speaker, in closing, I would like to commend the Water and Sewage Department, the Department of IT, and all stakeholders involved in bringing this project to fruition. I encourage all customers to take full advantage of this new online service, which marks another step towards a more modern, efficient, and customer-friendly Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll just make one brief statement. Madam Speaker, BVI Health Services Authority's strategic plan and KPMG engagement. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to update this Honourable House and the people of the Virgin Islands on a significant milestone in our continued commitment to strengthen healthcare in the territory. The British Virgin Health Services Authority has formally embarked on developing a comprehensive 5 to 8 year strategic plan, a foundational blueprint designed to drive the growth, sustainability, and modernization of our healthcare system. To ensure this initiative is guided by global best practices and strategic expertise, the BVI HSA conducted a tendering process to select a consultancy firm for the development and implementation of the strategic plan. Following a thorough evaluation, I am pleased to announce that KPMG was awarded a contract to lead this crucial initiative. Madam Speaker, KPMG brings a team of seasoned professionals with extensive expertise in healthcare management, financial sustainability, service delivery, optimization, and organizational transformation. Their distinguished track record includes leading strategic health plans for Bermuda's Ministry of Health, the Bermuda's Hospital Board, and the Bahamas Public Hospital Authority, each of which prioritizes patient safety, financial sustainability, and equitable healthcare access. The strategic plan will serve as a clear and actionable roadmap for the BVI HSA, focusing on such areas as 1. Financial sustainability, establishing a vigorous financial framework, including potential public-private partnerships and revenue diversification strategies to enhance operational efficiency. 2. Service delivery and workforce planning, strengthen patient care, workforce development, and service efficiency by integrating digital health solutions and innovative care models. 3. Disaster preparedness and digital transformation, enhancing infrastructure, healthcare technology, and emergency response capabilities to build resilient, in the face of potential crises. To ensure a holistic and integrated approach, the plan will be executed through 3 primary work streams: policy, governance and quality of care, evaluating governance structures, healthcare policies, and international best practices to enhance healthcare quality. 2, service delivery, workforce and change management, identifying service delivery gaps, workforce challenges, and healthcare innovations for improved patient outcomes. Number 3, performance, resource allocation, and revenue optimization, assessing healthcare performance utilization trends and financial sustainability models to ensure efficiency and long-term viability. Additionally, a dedicated project management team will oversee the implementation, ensuring accountability, timely execution, and transparent communication with the public. Madam Speaker, BVI HSA and KPMG have already initiated stakeholder engagement activities and will continue to seek widespread input to ensure this plan is truly representative of our people's needs. Madam Speaker, I commend the board, management, and staff of BVI HSA for their leadership, vision, and dedication in spearheading this initiative. I also look forward to working alongside KPMG and all relevant stakeholders to ensure its successful execution. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give a statement addressing the rise of violence, drugs, and other serious misconduct in secondary schools. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education believes that violence is preventable, not inevitable. The ministry remains unwavering in its commitment to ensuring that all students have access to a safe and nurturing learning environment. However, the rising tide of violence, illegal substances, gang-related activity, and other serious misconduct among a small number of students in our secondary schools threatens this foundation. We must act decisively and collectively to stem the tide before it erodes the very core of our education system. Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, 5th February, the Ministry of Education met with the National Security Council to provide data and share plans to proactively address these urgent concerns. These plans include interagency support from the Ministry of Health and Social Development and the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, as well as the critical involvement of parents and the wider community. Madam Speaker, our schools have already implemented various interventions, including the core values curriculum, the Partners for Peace initiative, counseling, parent conferences, detention, work duty in school suspension, out of school suspension, random searches, behavioral committees, and the locking of external gates during school hours. In cases of persistent misconduct, alternative provisions such as clinical evaluation, remote learning, behavioral contracts, and parent sessions have been introduced to ensure structured support and accountability. Madam Speaker, the Ministry upholds a zero-tolerance policy for serious misconduct, supported by conflict resolution training, child safeguarding training, peace-building training, enhanced collaboration with security contractors, and restricted social media access on the VI Schools network. Additional security measures under consideration include the completion of the school perimeter walls or fences, increased security cameras, installation of metal detectors, and enhanced monitoring of electronic devices brought onto campuses. Madam Speaker, to tackle these issues at their root, we are implementing comprehensive prevention programs, mental health and drug intervention services, and student leadership initiatives, such as the Restorative Justice Program. We are strengthening interagency cooperation to improve information sharing and responsiveness to incidents. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is also in the process of revising legislation and policies, actively seeking partnerships with churches and nonprofit organizations to provide additional guidance and mentorship to our students. Madam Speaker, we extend our gratitude to the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force for their commitment to increase community policing and patrols around our school communities. A key initiative in this partnership is the introduction of school resource officers, dedicated officers positioned on campuses to enhance safety, build positive relationships with students and staff, and serve as a resource for addressing serious misconduct. These school resource officers will foster a culture of respect and learning while ensuring swift intervention in cases of extreme misbehavior. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is committed to ensuring that every student has access to education, but this comes with students understanding their responsibility to adhere to the Student Code of Conduct and demonstrate a genuine interest in academic growth. While we continue to support intervention and remediation, meaningful change requires a collaborative effort between schools, students, parents, and the wider community. A mentorship and apprenticeship program opportunities are invaluable tools in reducing at-risk students. We invite members of the community and the business sector to partner with us in providing these opportunities. Interested individuals can contact the Ministry of Education to be part of an upcoming interest meeting. Madam Speaker, in closing, I reiterate that violence is preventable, not inevitable. Our schools must be safe havens for learning, not battlegrounds of chaos. The Ministry of Education is calling on parents to stand with our schools as they enforce the Student Code of Conduct. We all share a common goal: to see our students rise to their fullest God-given potential. Yet drugs, alcohol, violence, premature sexual activity, and other extreme misbehaviors stand as barriers to their success. Madam Speaker, this is a defining moment for our territory, a test of our collective resolve. The Ministry of Education urges all stakeholders, parents, educators, businesses, law enforcement, and community leaders to stand as guardians of our children's future. Like a storm that threatens to erode the foundation of our society, these challenges can only be overcome if we stand together, if we work together as a breakwater, shielding our youth from harm. Madam Speaker, I reiterate that the time to act is now, and the strength of our territory lies in the resilience of our young people. So let us fortify their future by ensuring that they grow in safe, supportive, and nurturing schools. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm calling the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the recently concluded Tourism Summit was a pivotal moment in shaping the future of the Virgin Islands tourism industry. This gathering of stakeholders, industry leaders, and policymakers provided a platform for robust discussions on the challenges and opportunities ahead. A key takeaway from the summit was the collective agreement that our tourism industry must be resilient, diversified, and sustainable to maintain our competitive edge in the region. The summit underscored several critical areas that will guide our policy direction. These included enhancing the visitor experience through improved service standards, the importance of data-driven decision-making, and expanding tourism offerings beyond our traditional markets. We also heard compelling recommendations on the role of the blue economy, cultural heritage, and sports tourism in broadening our economic base. Building on the summit's momentum, the government is now transitioning towards formulating a comprehensive national tourism policy. This policy will provide a strategic framework for developing, managing, and promoting tourism in the Virgin Islands, ensuring that it aligns with our long-term economic, environmental, and cultural goals. Most importantly, it will be underpinned by the views of stakeholders and the priorities identified by industry partners. Government is listening. A critical aspect of this process is broad-based stakeholder engagement. To this end, consultations have been scheduled across the territory, allowing us to engage directly with tourism sector representatives, community groups, and the public. These meetings will cover essential themes such as sustainability and ecotourism, hospitality, and accommodations. customer service, data and analytics in tourism, the blue economy, cultural and heritage tourism, sports tourism, food and culinary tourism, events and entertainment tourism, and health and wellness tourism. Beginning on the 19th February, consultations will take place at accessible locations across Tortola, Borjangora, Jos Van Dyke, and Igada, and other key districts. The policy discussions will culminate in national consultations in April, ensuring that all voices are heard before finalizing the national tourism policy. This process reflects our commitment to public sector transformation, where policy formulation is strategic, responsive, and guided by the stakeholders it serves. The government remains committed to a collaborative approach to crafting a policy that reflects our people's aspirations and the realities of a rapidly evolving global tourism landscape. I encourage all stakeholders to participate in this crucial dialogue, as your input will help shape a sustainable and prosperous future for our tourism industry. Together, we will build a tourism sector that strengthens our economy and preserves our island's unique heritage and natural beauty for generations to come. Madam Speaker, the next statement is on beneficial ownership consultation. Madam Speaker, I rise to provide an update on the Virgin Islands consultation on access to beneficial ownership information. Madam Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands remains steadfast in its commitment to transparency, good governance, and international cooperation. As part of this commitment, we recently launched a consultation on the rights of access to beneficial ownership information, ensuring that a broad range of stakeholders have the opportunity to provide input on this important issue. This consultation, which commenced on the 17th January 2025, has been widely circulated to industry stakeholders, both locally and across our key global markets, including Asia, Latin America, and Europe. Our aim is to gather diverse perspectives that will help shape the government's final policy position on access to beneficial ownership information. The consultation will remain open until the 28th of February 2025, and I urge our stakeholders to participate fully in this process. Madam Speaker, discussion surrounding access to beneficial ownership registers remains a complex and evolving matter. It requires a measured approach that balances global expectations for transparency with the fundamental right to privacy and the protection of sensitive personal and commercial data. Our policy direction reflects these considerations, ensuring alignment with international best practices while preserving the Virgin Islands' role as a responsible and competitive international financial center. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands remains actively engaged with the United Kingdom and our overseas territories counterparts to ensure that our approach remains informed, proportionate, and compliant with our constitutional and legal obligations. European Court of Justice ruling in 2022 on public registers has reinforced the need for a carefully structured access system, and our consultative process is designed to support the development of a principled, fair, and effective policy framework. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to again encourage all stakeholders, both locally and internationally, to carefully review the consultation document and provide their input. The feedback received will be critical in shaping a policy that meets legitimate global transparency objectives while ensuring that access to information is controlled and in line with legal and constitutional safeguards. Madam Speaker, the government remains committed to engaging openly with our partners and stakeholders and to ensuring that the Virgin Islands continues to lead responsibly in global financial regulation. I look forward to the insights that will emerge from this consultation and to presenting a finalized policy position that serves the best interests of the Virgin Islands and the wider international community. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on the Commission of Inquiry reforms. Madam Speaker, I wish to update this Honourable House on the status of the implementation of the 48 recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry. Madam Speaker, my government continues to work collaboratively with the United Kingdom government through His Excellency the Governor Daniel Pruce to bring this chapter in the life of our developing Virgin Islands to a close. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, that the Overseas Territories Minister Stephen Doughty set out 4 actions that will be considered in the decision to lift the order in Council, which he committed will be made before the end of the first half of 2025. The four actions are completion of the final review by the governor, completion of a self-assessment by the government of the Virgin Islands, completion of assessments by FCDO officials of key areas, and submissions from the public to the governor. Madam Speaker, in relation to the final review by the governor and the self-assessment by the government of the Virgin Islands, both are targeted for completion in early March. Both will consider the input of the public, which will be collected by the governor's office. An email mailbox for this purpose has been set up, and a survey which was launched on Tuesday, 11 February, will provide the public with an opportunity to have their say on the impact of COI reforms. The survey will be available until the 2nd of March 2024, and further details will be provided by the governor's office. I encourage members of the public to participate in this survey. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, my government has launched a great VI education and awareness campaign to help the public understand the changes that came out of the COI and how to access the benefits of those changes. The acronym stands for Governance, Reform, Education and Awareness Transformation, and is symbolic of my government's position that the COI was the most comprehensive and robust governance reform in the history of the Virgin Islands. We firmly believe that the changes we have implemented will transform governance in the Virgin Islands and set us on a path to greater self-government. Madam Speaker, we officially launched a public communication of the Great VI campaign on the 2nd of February 2025 in Anegada, where my ministers and senior public officers provided information on what has changed in relation to the various COI policies approved and legislation passed in HOA. We completed similar meetings in Tortola on the 4th February and Virgin Gorda on the 6th February. We are scheduled to be in Jas Van Dyke on the 25th of February. Additionally, my team of ministers and senior officials will have a 2-hour public eye radio program on the 27th of February where the public can interact with us and have all their questions answered. Over the coming weeks and months, Madam Speaker, the people of the Virgin Islands will be hearing from ministers, permanent secretaries, heads of department, and other officials. We plan to reach every member of the public and public service by every possible medium, including website, updates, brochures, flyers, infographics, newsletters, video and audio reports, town hall meetings, departmental training sessions for public officers, emails, WhatsApp messages, and SMS texts. This is all part of the Great VI campaign. And finally, Madam Speaker, Cabinet will soon approve the Governance Reform Transition Plan that is facilitating the transition from the implementation of the recommendations of the COI to ongoing governance reform. In this transition, we are taking full responsibility for continuous improvement of our governance by building institutions, systems, and processes to ensure we never return to the place that caused the COI. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that we are well on our way to achieving a tangible and sustainable governance reforms that will support a modern partnership with the United Kingdom based on mutual trust, respect, and cultural understanding, which recognizes the Virgin Islands' right to self-determination. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, the next statement is on the sovereign credit rating by Standard & Poor's. Madam Speaker, it is with great pride that I stand before this Honourable House to announce a significant milestone for the British Virgin Islands. On Tuesday, the 11th of February 2025, Standard & Poor's awarded the BVI an investment-grade sovereign credit rating of BBBA2, accompanied by a stable outlook. This rating is a testament to our prudent economic management, financial responsibility, and the resilience of our territory's institutional framework. Madam Speaker, this achievement marks a critical step forward in our mission to strengthen our economic foundation and enhance our position as a premier global financial services hub. The investment grade rating affirms the confidence that international investors and stakeholders have in our economy. It reinforces the BVI's commitment to sound fiscal governance and provides a pathway for economic expansion and increased investor participation. Madam Speaker, this BBBA2 rating will have tangible benefits for our people and our economy. First, it is expected to lower borrowing costs for government projects, making infrastructure development and public service enhancements more financially sustainable, just in time for our new airport. As a result, residents and businesses alike will benefit from improved public goods and services, as well as increased economic opportunities. Additionally, the positive assessment of our economy will bolster confidence among financial institutions, facilitating better access to capital for businesses operating within our jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, our stable outlook from S&P signifies the strength of our fiscal policies, our prudent financial management, and our ability to navigate global economic uncertainties. The agency specifically highlighted the BVI's institutional stability, fiscal discipline, and sustainable economic policies as key factors underpinning our strong rating. Furthermore, the use of the US dollar as our official currency continues to provide a stable economic anchor, supporting financial stability and fostering confidence in our banking sector. Madam Speaker, it is also important to acknowledge that this recognition did not come by chance. It is the result of deliberate and strategic efforts by the government and the people of the Virgin Islands. Over the years, we have demonstrated a steadfast commitment to accountability, transparency, and responsible fiscal management. These principles have not only strengthened our economy, but have also ensured that the BVI remains a jurisdiction of choice for global investors and financial services providers. Madam Speaker, beyond the international implications, this rating is a boost to our local economy. It enhances our standing among global financial centers and provides assurance to institutional investors, global financial institutions, and development partners that the BVI is a stable and reliable destination for investment. This will encourage increased foreign direct investment and create further private sector opportunities for our people. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will continue its diligent work in formatting and implementing sound fiscal policies, overseeing public sector budgets, managing government revenues and expenditures, and ensuring compliance with financial regulations and standards. We remain committed to preserving and enhancing the economic stability of our territory to ensure sustainable growth for generations to come. Madam Speaker, in closing, I take this opportunity to thank all those who have contributed to this achievement, particularly the dedicated professionals within the Ministry of Finance and other key stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to ensure that the BVI maintains its strong financial standing. Our efforts are being recognized globally. We will continue to build on this momentum. Madam Speaker, the British Virgin Islands is on a solid path of resilience, growth, and prosperity, and this credit rating serves as a significant affirmation of that journey. With continued diligence and strategic policy making, we will secure an even brighter economic future for our territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my next update is on the implementation of Pillar 2 in the British Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I rise to provide this Honourable House with an update on the government's ongoing efforts concerning the assessment and potential implementation of Pillar 2. This initiative is of paramount importance as we strive to ensure that the British Virgin Islands remains compliant with evolving international tax standards while safeguarding our economic stability and competitiveness in an increasingly complex global environment. Madam Speaker, to provide clarity, OECD Pillar 2 is a global tax framework that sets a minimum corporate tax rate of 15% for large multinational companies. It aims to prevent profit shifting to low-tax jurisdictions by ensuring that companies pay a fair share of taxes in the countries where they operate. If a company pays less than 15% in a particular country, its parent company or another related entity may have to pay the difference. If a company's tax rate in a country is below 15%, a top-up tax is applied to bring it up to that level. Madam Speaker, the government has engaged KPMG as its consultant for the Pillar 2 project. This engagement is designed to provide the government with the necessary analysis and insights to make an informed decision regarding the implementation of Pillar 2. The core objective of this initiative is to conduct a comprehensive socio-economic assessment that will evaluate the potential impacts of various policy options on the BVI's economy and society, ensuring that any decision made aligns with our long-term national interests. Madam Speaker, under this engagement, KPMG is expected to deliver the following key reports. integrated assessment report. This report will present a holistic evaluation of the socio-economic impacts of different Pillar 2 policy options. It will include a detailed impact analysis, findings from stakeholder engagements, and a comprehensive policy assessment to ensure that the government is equipped with a full understanding of the potential effects of each approach. Once the government has determined the most suitable policy option, this report will provide a structured plan outlining the key steps and milestones required for effective implementation. This roadmap will serve as a strategic guide to ensure the smooth and efficient adoption of the chosen Pillar 2 approach. Recognizing the complexities and challenges associated with this initiative, KPMG will also develop a risk register that identifies key risks and outlines appropriate mitigation strategies. This document will serve as a critical tool in proactively managing potential challenges that may arise during the implementation process. Madam Speaker, the government is currently evaluating several policy options ranging from maintaining the status quo to exploring a revised corporate income tax framework consistent with the OECD Global Anti-Base Erosion rules, which are a key component of the two-pillar solution and are intended to ensure that income earned by a multinational enterprise group is subject to an effective tax rate of at least 15% in every jurisdiction in which the M&E group operates. The GLOBE rules apply to M&E groups with annual revenues of 750 million euros or more and operate to impose a top-up tax on profits arising in a jurisdiction whenever the effective tax rate determined on a jurisdictional basis is below the 15% minimum rate. While this process is still in its early stages, we are committed to ensuring that all potential options are thoroughly examined. The final decision will be based on rigorous analysis and stakeholder feedback, ensuring that the chosen approach is in the best interest of the BVI's long-term economic sustainability. The consultation process, a series of workshops with selected stakeholders, will be held during the 2nd and 3rd weeks of March 2025. These workshops will serve as a platform for in-depth discussions and further refinement of the policy options under consideration. A robust and inclusive stakeholder engagement process is central to this initiative. Madam Speaker, the government remains steadfast in its commitment to a transparent, consultative, and data-driven approach to the assessment of Pillar 2. We recognize the significance of this initiative and the far-reaching implications it may have on our financial services sector and broader economy. As such, we will continue to provide timely updates to this Honorable House and the wider public as the assessment progresses. Our goal is to ensure that any decision made regarding Pillar 2 is well-informed, carefully considered, and ultimately in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. I must also say, Madam Speaker, that we're keeping a keen eye on the United States as it pertains to Pillar 2. We are aware of the statements which have been made in regards to the global minimum tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have just a couple more statements. Madam Speaker, I wish to provide this Honorable House with updates on our United Nations engagement. As you are aware, the Virgin Islands is the Vice Chair of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, represented by my Special Envoy, Mr. Benito Wheatley. We have continued to demonstrate leadership on behalf of the small island developing states of the Caribbean and the associate members of UN ECLAC, many of whom do not qualify for development finance or climate finance. In these cases, as well as our own concessional financing is not available to pursue sustainable development and climate change. As you are aware, here in the territory, we recently borrowed $100 million for hurricane recovery, but not on concessional terms. But we do not qualify even after 2 Category 5 hurricanes. We are tackling this problem at a regional level. From the 27th to the 28th of January, my special envoy attended a meeting at UN ECLAC headquarters in Santiago, Chile, that focused on measuring development with a view to developing a new metric to measure development. With a view to developing a new metric to measure development that goes beyond GDP per capita income, which currently excludes the Virgin Islands and other SIDS from development assistance. He stressed the critical importance of factoring in the vulnerability and climate resilience of SIDS into any reform of the existing financing for development architecture, which currently bases countries' and territories' level of development, their access to official development assistance, and their graduation from ODA primarily on GDP per capita income. He also highlighted the unfair treatment of Caribbean SIDS and other developing countries in Latin America that are either characterized as middle and high income or are low income and slated to be graduated from development assistance in the very near future. Furthermore, the Special Envoy pledged the British Virgin Islands full support for a multidimensional development measure to assess countries' level of development and needs which would go beyond GDP per capita as a primary indicator. He also stated that Latin America and the Caribbean hold a common position that no country or territory should be left behind, regardless of income category. In terms of the Virgin Islands' position on a new metric for development, the Virgin Islands' position is that vulnerability and climate resilience are the key indicators for SIDS, which measures their ability to withstand hurricanes and other extreme weather events, to recover quickly and to maintain their level of development. The Special Envoy also urged the international community to respond to the dilemma of the associate members of ECLAC, who are not included in the internationally agreed multidimensional vulnerability index, which means there is no official recognition of their vulnerability, which is an injustice to our islands and people who live in the hurricane belt. In the margins of the meeting, he also met the host country's representative of the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain, Honorable Sergio Colina, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain. They discussed the importance of the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS to the ongoing international discussion on the next financing for development period. A high-level bilateral meeting was also held between the head of UN ECLAC, His Excellency Mr. Jose Emmanuel Salazar Zinerax, and the Special Envoy on the Sustainable Development Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. They emphasized the importance of productive development policies to the advancement of the region. Madam Speaker, I now wish to turn to the UN Special Committee on Decolonization, also called the C24. You'll recall that the C24 conducted a visiting mission here in the Virgin Islands from the 26th to the 27th of August 2024. They assessed the progress of the territory's decolonization and gauged the views of the people on the next steps in their journey on the path of self-determination to achieve a full measure of self-government. They met a wide range of local stakeholders who freely expressed their views. C24 delegation also met His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Daniel Prus. I am pleased to inform this Honorable House that the UN has published the official report of the UN Special Committee on Decolonization, visiting mission to the territory. My government welcomes the report and its recommendations. The report recommends: A. Education program. Implement a national education program on the quest for independence supported by the administering power and facilitated by the United Nations. B. An independence timetable. Establish a timetable for independence. Midway through this period, the territory should be granted some form of self-governance decided by the administering power and the people of the territory. C. Discussions with the administering power. engage in talks with the government of the United Kingdom, potentially involving a United Nations appointed arbitrator, if needed and agreed upon, to continue steps towards self-governance and independence. D, consideration of a referendum. Assess the need for a referendum on independence. If a referendum is called for, ensure that a robust education program is implemented by the United Nations as an independent agent in the process. The government will organize an official forum for members of the public to express their views on the findings of the report and its recommendations. Additionally, in the coming weeks, the report will be laid on the table of the House of Assembly and debated in the context of our constitutional review process. I encourage the public to read the report and to be prepared to express their views at the forum to be organized by the government in the near future. The visiting mission is available on the bulletins page on government's web portal at www.bvi.gov.vg. I again want to thank the UN Special Committee on Decolonization for the visiting mission and the member states of CARICOM and OECS for their strong support. I also want to thank my special envoy, Mr. Benito Wheatley, and my international relations team for the Virgin Islands' robust engagement with the UN that made the visiting mission a reality. Thank you for the opportunity to update this House, Madam Speaker, on our UN engagement. Madam Speaker, just bear with me while I pull up my last statement, which is on my Hong Kong trip. Sorry, Asia, my apologies. Asia. It is Asia. I hope this is the right version, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tomorrow I will lead a government delegation on our first Asia Trade Mission of 2025, an important visit by all measures given the massive changes presently underway in the global economy and international regulatory compliance that BVI must now contend with. We must make every effort to ensure that our financial services industry continues to thrive, as it is a critical lifeline to the territory's finances along with tourism, our other economic pillar. On this particular visit, I am pleased to announce that 2 members of the opposition will accompany me to Asia, at large member the Honorable Lorna G. Smith and the representative for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn. Madam Speaker, the growth of our financial services industry is an issue for all of the BVI, affecting every member of this House. And in the interest of the territory, we have always spoken with one voice to ensure that the industry thrives. I'm pleased that the 2 elected members have accepted the invitation to accompany me to Asia, as both have served as former ministers for trade. They have vast experience, as Honorable Marlon Penn has for many years in the past worked with the BVI Financial Services Commission. And Honorable Smith has been a stalwart of the industry for several decades, including having opened the BVI's Hong Kong office as the founding director, as well as serving as the founding CEO of BVI Finance. I will also be accompanied by the Executive Director for International Business in the Ministry of Financial Services, Ms. Ayana Glasgow, Acting Director of the International Affairs Secretariat, Ms. Donnell Davis, and Director of Communications, Ms. Kara Christopher. The BVI's Hong Kong office has worked very hard to organize the mission on the ground, and we expect a successful outcome. Madam Speaker, this stakeholder tour is duly focused on Greater China, BVI's largest market, and Southeast Asia, where we are looking to upscale BVI business via Malaysia. We must continue to reassure and reaffirm the Chinese market of the territory's commitment to servicing their clientele in the midst of vast changes underway in the global economy and international regulatory landscape. Impending tariff and sanctions-based trade wars, implementation of a global minimum tax, weaponization of data and social media, and greater segmentation of the global economy have created large degrees of uncertainty in the global economy at a time when new technologies are flourishing in artificial intelligence and EVs. BVI has taken proactive steps to ensure that its financial services industry can effectively navigate this plethora of changes and give greater certainty in international finance as a highly reliable jurisdiction and partner. Madam Speaker, recent trade statistics released by the Hong Kong and Chinese governments continue to affirm the superior value BVI brings to China's economy by a large margin, far beyond that of other offshore competitors. Not surprisingly, the numbers indicate that BVI is playing an even more critical role in the Chinese economy than prior to the pandemic, continuing to be the favored vehicle for facilitating investment flows in and out of the country. BVI is critical in the process of driving Greater China's transition to a higher value, innovation-based, high-consumption economy of the future. The BVI continues to be China's second leading source of foreign direct investment at $6.86 billion US, as well as Hong Kong's second largest source inward investment flows at some $305.2 billion US. Only Hong Kong and China feed more investment capital into each other's economy than BVI. This position we must protect at all costs, and while the distance is great, make every effort to remain engaged with the market there. While Greater China is our largest market, we must seek out newer markets in the region to expand the prosperity of our financial services industry, generating more revenue and jobs. Southeast Asia, as the world's fastest developing and modernizing region, is one of our primary targets for the future, in addition to India and Japan. There we are seeking to establish relationships that will allow for the greater sale of BVI products out of Malaysia, just as they are now sold out of Hong Kong, Singapore, and the City of London. If we can gain a foothold there, we stand to see a significant boost in our business of the next decade. Our Asia visit will span 7 days across 4 cities, after which, upon my return, I will update this House on the success of our engagement. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to give all these statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I call on the clerk.
Item number 10, other business.
I recognize the Attorney General, Honorable Dawn Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on modernizing access to laws, strengthening governance through law revision. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General's Chambers is pleased to report the successful completion of the first phase of the Law Revision and Accessibility of Laws project, a critical initiative aimed at ensuring the laws of the Virgin Islands are both current and accessible to all. The rule of law is the foundation upon which our society is built. It provides structure, safeguards our rights, and guides our governance. Yet, for law to serve its purpose, it must be readily available and comprehensible to those it governs. This project is a testament to our dedication to making legal resources not only comprehensive, but also user-friendly and transparent for every resident, professional, and investor in the Virgin Islands. Initiated in 2022, the project is structured in 3 phases, with the first phase now successfully completed. This initial stage involved the comprehensive revision of approximately 90 acts and their subsidiary legislation, culminating in an interim revised edition, effective as of 1 January 2023. These 93 revised laws brought into force pursuant to the Law Revision Act 2014 and now fully accessible online, marking a transformative step towards digital governance and legal transparency. The second phase of this initiative is already underway. This next step will focus on revising 101 acts and their subsidiary legislation, together with a dedicated financial services legislation interim revised edition covering 25 key acts and their subsidiary legislation. In total, approximately 200 laws will undergo revision. Additionally, this phase will introduce a newly designed online platform featuring enhanced navigation and search functionalities, ensuring that the people of the Virgin Islands can access legal information with ease and efficiency. A project of this magnitude requires diligence, expertise, and collaboration. I extend my sincere gratitude to Ms. Michelle Daly, the legal consultant leading this initiative, for her dedication and expertise in executing this critical work. I also acknowledge the invaluable contribution of the Regional Law Revision Center, whose guidance and technical support have been instrumental in bringing this ambitious vision to life. Law revision is a continuous process, and history reminds us of its importance. The first revised edition of the Laws of the Virgin Islands was completed in 1961, followed by a second revision in 1991. An interim revision exercise was undertaken, culminating in the interim revised edition 2013, which included the criminal and financial services legislation. For many of the other laws, this means that over 3 decades have passed since their last comprehensive update. The third and final phase of our project, set to commence in the last quarter of 2025, will encompass the revision of all remaining laws. Additionally, we are developing a law revision manual to facilitate knowledge transfer, ensuring that future updates are carried out with efficiency and continuity. With annual revision as our ultimate goal, we seek to guarantee that our legal framework remains robust, current, and aligned with the evolving needs of our society. The completion of this first phase is more than a milestone. It is a reflection of our unwavering commitment to legal accessibility and governance excellence. We are modernizing our legal system, ensuring that every citizen and stakeholder can access the laws that govern our society with confidence and ease. This achievement lays a solid foundation for the future, and we look forward with great anticipation to the successful realization of the remaining phases. Madam Speaker, I encourage all members of the public to visit our online legal resource at laws.gov.vg to explore the laws of the Virgin Islands. And I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Who was speaking? The Speaker? Madam Speaker, I didn't rise to invite others to speak, Madam Speaker, because everyone was speaking so much today, and I'm not out of jealousy. But, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't acknowledge the 2 closest persons or people to me in my workplace, my permanent secretary and my private secretary, who, the permanent secretary has lost his mom last week. I want to extend my condolence to him on behalf of all the members of the House, especially the leader of government business, the Premier, his district representatives,
and the entire staff of the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. And to my private secretary, Madam Speaker, who lost her sister about a week before, I want to extend my condolences to her, her family. Of course, they're all in my district. From the members of the staff of the ministry as well, condolences to her. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the clerk.
Item number 11, adjournment.
I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House to Monday, the 24th of February 2025 at 10 a.m.
You could have tried the 25th, but I rise a second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The House is adjourned to Monday, the 24th day of February 2025 at 10 a.m.